Hey everybody! Hey Soda Stream, I'll be right back. They're starting the World Cup right now, so I gotta.
Hey guys, so I've both shaved and.
I just took little buddy outside. I'll be right back. Hey now.
They're definitely good.
I don't know what the matches are today. I haven't looked.
No, not you, or you. You auto-track business income and expenses with QuickBooks. You pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY. Get the full picture of your business on one platform, Intuit QuickBooks. Now get 70% off for 3 months.
Oh, cool.
Certainly this is getting real dicey. There's another snare as the Cosmic Binding locks down Knight. He's the target in the Hyperproc. He's going to do it. The Nara into the wall. The wall up there from Zayas. And he hits that Mega Nara at exactly the right time.
I've been meeting the T1 for a long time right now. I think T1 was always like the strongest individual. Every tournament, I think we are getting closer to take down the T1. I'm hoping this is the time.
There's a Glacial Prison as well. Special delivery of Gumayushi with the Killer Instinct. And there goes the Zyra.
그때 제 느낀 감상은 좀 되게 단단하고 또 엄티 선수가 초반에 변수도 잘 만들기 때문에 사실 우승을 충분히 노릴 수 있는 그런 위치에 섰다고 생각하기 때문에
I think there is a chance we can go to the final. That will be really meaningful for all the NA fans. We will make it.
Well, if anyone knows a thing or two about beating T1, that'd be that man on your screen right there. Core JJ rolling on in with Team Liquid, part of our ALJ arrivals here at the Boulevard Studios, working their way to the Kadia Arena to do battle and stay undefeated in terms of series here at the Esports World Cup. But their opponents, the reigning world champs, yeah, they took them a little while to turn it on, but then they did, and they closed it on out. T1 trying to make the first ever finals here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. And they've got a tough test against them as this Team Liquid squad to stay on top. As it was kind of interesting, as you said, you know, Team Liquid looking solid.
Looking solid.
I gotta get this streamed up or synced up better.
Are looking a little bit vulnerable. They most recently lost their series domestically versus KT. Team Liquid were able to take a game off them before.
JD, you are always in the way.
To really take advantage of what seems like a really strong opportunity.
I would say that, you know, it's a great opportunity. I think that T1 at least has looked better in their series against BLG compared to their one against KT. So I would say coming over here to EWC, they look like they're in better form. And I would have rated them ahead of TL, to be honest. It could be an upset. It could happen for Team Liquid, but they're going to have to do some work. Well,
See, it's about...
I know a couple of guys that have some... Over to our casters who are standing by on the Boulevard.
Thank you so much, Dagon, and I'm Alice. Very sunny Boulevard Studios. Ready to get into this series. Wolf, some expectations.
Some upsets in this tournament. We've definitely seen some games that have gone a little bit crazy, a little bit wild. We've seen different champions. I think T1 definitely coming in as massive favorites in this series. We saw already Team Liquid take out Fnatic, APA, super on form. His Ziggs was pretty incredible to watch, so maybe...
JD, stop!
Could take an upset game. Yeah, I'm wondering whether it's contagious. Whether yesterday's upset city that we saw, you know...
Alright guys, here I am. Sorry, I'm trying to get this synced up.
Now we've just got upsets in the air, but back over to
tomorrow. Yesterday's stream might have been out of sync a good bit, and maybe people didn't watch. I don't know. I don't know who we're watching. I don't know what teams we get today. We should get Hopefully T1 versus Top
Coming back from MSI,
and Team Liquid versus G2. That's hopefully what we get.
LCS and T1, the reigning champs. You go up and down this roster. Experience on the top side. Core is your experience there, but the damage is done by the 2 damage.
Really important to note just how the
JD, stop, bud.
talking about. You have the experience, you have the new rookies who have these crazy hands. We know that Yan and APA have been these crazy grinders with some of the
Just trying to get the 2 things synced up so they're not out of sync.
It's really going to be looking for opportunities for them to be very aggressive today. And I know that Yan was talking about how he was having a little bit of trouble like warming up to the studio last time around. Not expecting that to be a problem.
Like, I don't understand why this has got to be 5 seconds out of sync from the...
For any NA team, for Team Liquid, I think they could come in here and throw a curveball. T1 have struggled with that before. We've already seen Gen
This is like really annoying trying to get this TV and things synced up together.
Game 1, you try to throw them a curveball and
as well that Team Liquid at MSI did actually have leads against T1 in multiple games. There's a very real world where Team Liquid could have 3-0'd if they had just been able to close out those games last time around.
Yeah, a lot of the time when
Almost got it there.
The American squad, whoever it was of that era, play up against T1. Necessarily hands in the early game, it was the decision making later.
Okay, we almost got it. Like 1 more second.
Against one of the toughest tests in the world, it's T1.
I think the biggest thing as well looking at this team is it took T1 a little bit of time as well to warm up in there. Actually, Kyria realized, what if I was actually the best support in the world? He went absolutely nuts in their 3rd game on the Bard.
you know, that's a great idea. Just be the best support in the world. Yeah, I mean, Karius had ups. Game was one of the big ups that we have seen in recent times and essentially carried in a big way. I mean, Gumas Jin, shout out to that too. He played an excellent game as well. And BLG, they put up a great fight, but at the end of the day, T1, you know, they brought their own curveballs. They brought their own interesting things to the best of 3. So definitely, as an LCK commentator myself, am confident that they should be the favorites coming into this one.
Unique matchup here is going to be in the jungle. Only 2 unique in the LCS, in the Sodaron and Maokai, and Zeus is leading the charge, part of the AP jungle meta. How is that going to shape up as BLG tried in game number 1? 1-6, 1-7 on Zara did not look great.
It's definitely a really big opportunity here for the North American team because so much of the meta has been dominated by all of these carry junglers. And while we know that T1 has the curveball, we got to see exactly how powerful that Ivern was yesterday when played by Top Esports. You have ways to neutralize a lot.
Okay, we're getting it. That's really not fun to get these 2 things synced up.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty outside. We have Team Liquid versus T1 coming right up for the first semi-finals of League of Legends. I wanted to grab APA, the mid laner of Team Liquid, and have a little...
Of course, yeah. We're adjusting well to the sleep schedule, so I'm rested and I'm excited for today.
That's super good to hear. But of course, you guys are going against T1 that just won up against B.
I don't know why it keeps getting out of sync so far.
Third time facing them in the year, so I'm excited. I'm confident we can take it.
I mean, you guys are technically the last hope of NA, so do you want you guys to bring back that pride for America?
I think we're just doing our best to keep NA hopes alive.
Of course, and best of luck to this best of 3, and hopefully we'll see you play Ziggs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty. AK working on had the spicy answers ready for everything that Kitty threw at him. APA, again, has been so core to this roster as they made a change last year. I think people forget he's still within
He's been such a new player, and everybody in the Challengers League and below have been asking for this guy to have his opportunity to play in the LCS and internationally. I have to admit, when I was talking to him at Worlds last year, I told him, hey...
So I don't know how out of sync this is, and it's just really irritating me at the moment.
Everyone has had about our players.
Well, if he's going to continue to defy expectations, he has to do it against the GOAT in the mid lane. We have an interview with Faker right now.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Faker from T1 ahead of their game against Team Liquid. There's one team left per region. Which one has stood out to you the most?
네, 일단 뭐 TS랑 젠지 경기를 봤어요. 그리고 저희 조에도 TA도 충분히 강하다고 생각을 했기 때문에 이번 경기 모든 팀들 다 눈여겨볼 만한 것 같습니다.
So obviously TS versus Genji was a very...
I don't understand like why it gets ahead of it.
Well, so every match will be a really tough match.
Every match so far has been a little bit unexpected, so to say. There have been a couple of upsets, especially with the Genji one, as you mentioned. When it comes to...
I guess it's like I gotta wait 5 seconds.
Lower bracket, just a couple of days. What do you think are the key elements that are bringing success to teams?
아무래도 3판 2선이다 보니까 어느 정도 좀 전략적인 준비도 중요한 것 같고 그런 뭐...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it'll finally sync up.
So of course it's a best of 3, so we need to prepare for all the meta plays and the strategics, but
1, 2.
Prepare for anything.
Like I wasn't waiting long enough, apparently.
In terms of the tournament as a whole and the Esports World Cup, when we're looking at T1 and we're looking at yourself as well, a big history in League of Legends and in Esports as general, what would it mean to be able to solidify your name in history by being the first team to win this kind of competition?
뭐 사실 T1 같은 경우에 좀 많은 팬분들의 사랑을 받고 있어서 관심도가 높은데 뭐 그것과는 별개로 저희도 마찬가지로
I think it's there. I think I got it synced just about.
마음인 것 같고
It might be off by like a millisecond. Kids can't worry about stuff like that.
중요한 것 같습니다.
Yes, of course, we're getting a lot of attention by the fans of all around the world. But that aside, we as a team, we want to win as a team. So I think that we'll focus on that.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Faker, and thank you.
So here I am, Sodaron stream. It is day 3 of EWC World Cup.
There by Faker again. Thank you to our content host.
Oh, that bothers me. That's bugging me so much.
No games, no frills, just winning. It's very, yeah, it was about as plain as it got, unfortunately. I mean, that's kind of the
1, 2.
That's essentially all we're thinking about, so didn't get much else out of it.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to see a little bit more excitement from their gameplay, right? That is one thing that T1 have been known for rather consistently. They always have these explosive fights in the middle of...
May have to put it on YouTube. Maybe it's because I'm watching it on Twitch.
Of their history. And I think even though they're a little bit, you know, very political and very easygoing when it comes to the interviews, they are not that way when it comes to the Rift.
Well, you guys at home have the opportunity to play it however you want with our STC predictions. Head on over to www.stcplay.gg to put your predictions for the semifinals here at the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. So it's time for my experts to do so. Joshi, Valdanalist, where are you going with this matchup?
There's a major
I don't like Twitch. I think the problem why it won't sync up is Twitch. JD, stop, bud. Stop, JD. I'm trying to do something, bud. Where's the... JD, stop, bud. There. Hopefully these can get synced up better. Yes, it was Twitch. It was Twitch, guys. It was Twitch. Hi, JD! Now I'm not stressed. I was so stressed for 10 minutes because of Twitch. I could not get these two things to sync up. Probably because of the stupid chat and all that. I don't like Twitch. Go to YouTube, syncs right up, no problem. There we go. Because I know I'm kind of worried my last, like yesterday, the videos, maybe the first day, the videos are out of sync on that. So it's something I wasn't even aware of or think about till yesterday. And now I'm like, well, you know, I dropped the video the first day, I get like 50 views. Then I drop this and get 3 views. So it's like, was it really worth all the hard work I did yesterday? Hi, buddy. Was it worth all the work and heartache yesterday, JD, for 3 views for a 6-hour-long stream? I don't know who's playing first. No, JD. I gotta get the first draft, bud. You're gonna have to wait. You hear the neighbors next door. That's all you hear. Here. Here. Here, get your treats. We gotta check out this first draft. As you guys can see too, technical problems are what really stress me out because I don't want to worry about the technical problems. I want to do the streaming and content stuff. Here you go, bud. Here. Yeah! World Cup Day 3!
So I think it's about time, Fancy. How are we feeling at the arena? Do you want to meet your teams? All right, introducing to the stage your first semi-finalist, Team Liquid!
Oh god, I don't want to watch this. No! 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 I don't want to watch this series for. No! I don't want to see this series first. Also, I don't care about Team Liquid. Why watching day? Oh, they're playing T1. Okay. Well. Yeah, I want to watch Faker. I thought it was G2 versus Team Liquid. Oh, well, looks like G2's really got to... Okay, guys, well, it really looks like G2 has to really prove themselves this weekend to show if they want to get to the finals. I figured they'd put top versus T1, and then we'd get Team Liquid G2. I'm happy. I'm loving this tournament. They do the things that I want them to do. I don't really care about the Team Liquid thing. But I hope that T1 just stopped Team Liquid. Hi, JD. You alright, buddy? JD, you okay, bud? Oh, he's okay.
Y'all see what Kick just did there? The result.
Also, chat, stream, I was gonna dress up today. And, I was gonna dress up today. And this is the outfit you get today. You get the boring white. I've got all kinds of clothes and skins in there. I could reskin myself every day, every couple hours. I've got more clothes than most males I know begin to have. So, this is the skin you get today, because you only gave me 3 views yesterday. I could have wore something really cool. I can always keep you guessing. I could wear a suit. I don't know.
Guys, I can't wait to see Team Liquid try once again to take down T1.
Yep, the storylines are all...
Skins are cool, I guess, when you wear them, outfits. I don't think they're cool when you're putting them on a character in a video game. I gotta get this draft.
Thank you very much, Leon, and thank you for the introduction here as well as...
I am more alert today, I'm more awake today, so I should give you more commentary and feedback today. Yesterday might have been a little lacking, I don't know. Where's my chat? Come on, chat, get in here. Team Liquid is the higher seed, Wolf.
We've seen a lot of really unique picks in this tournament. The Ivern really catching Genji off guard. You saw APA pull out the Ziggs mid. You know,
World Cup Day 3.
And he ended up getting a massive lead there with his first strike and taking the game away. We've seen a lot of teams be really surprised to really make large draft errors. Part of that being it's a new patch.
I forgot something on my jungler list too. Notes.
The defending world champions could be this best of 3.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we move into the semifinals as well, you don't have nearly as much time to prepare.
What? I watched Anyone's Legend. There's something I'm forgetting on here. There's some champions I was thinking about last night that bothered me on this. It was when I was watching Anyone's Legend versus FPX, which was a great series. There's a couple junglers I forgot to put on my list that are important. But I'll have to look at the tablet, look at the game. Oh, I got the. What am I thinking? I got the notes right here.
I mean, there is definitely no lack of talent. We'll just see whether they can actually do it here on the day.
And of course, Impact, one of Faker's ex-teammates from SK Telecom back in the old days, one of the longest-standing players in pro play, along with Faker in this tournament. A ton of experience under his belt across so many different rosters. Such a veteran. APA coming in as this, you know, somewhat new player to the scene. You know, we've heard about it on the desk as well, how a lot of people doubted him. He's just continued to grow. He's continued to defy expectations.
There's some junglers I need to add on here so I don't mislead you, basically. There's a couple on here and I forget, but I'll get it.
Compare it to his spring season, regular season form as wow, they even brought the mascot.
Yeah, we saw this one a little bit earlier on. Kangas, of course, hanging out, getting some photos and things like that. Team Liquid, of course, out in force. As, yeah, you got to make sure you get your badge out of the way there.
That's top secret.
Absolutely top secret. Thank you very much. Making sure that he's keeping everything as above board as possible. That's our Kangas for you, Wolf. We are taking a little bit longer to get into this draft, making sure that all of the audio is sorted out for everyone. Faker with his eyes open hasn't even begun the reboot process just yet, so that shows that we are only moments away.
Oh, this is what irritates me. This is what irritates me about this game. Sit down, trying to watch it.
We talk about nerves, we talk about players being anxious, and we haven't really seen that so much here at EWC. I feel like the atmosphere has been a little bit more lighthearted, and I think that's led to some of these more eclectic and interesting drafts.
Well, I think it's a great way to cope with the stress of getting your key crushed after losing Rise to 3, especially in that quarterfinals. You know, we had the big tournament favorites, Genji, taken out instantly, right? We had BLG play a fantastic series against T1. Arguably, all 3 games could have been won, especially games 1 and 3. Looked great for them. T1 taken anyways 2-0, and I mean, it's great for me to see Omti happy on the stage. He was elated after he finally found success in the LCS. Emotional because he's had a rough go of it over in Korea in the LCK. A Team Liquid, I feel like
We like Omti, we like Jin Air.
if they can dethrone T1 here, prevent that run to the finals, and the tournament format this allows for is this the reboot?
Yep, it's reboot time. So we are taking a couple of extra moments getting into this one. That was a very, very quick one. I think we are definitely on
Nice
solid
SSD.
state. Definitely very solid state as far as the hard drive is concerned.
And you know, I very briefly was able to speak with Spawn actually this morning. I ran into him in the hotel, and they're feeling very confident going into this one. I mean, obviously, when you ask someone how confident are you going into the match, they're never going to say, "Well, I think it's doomed." But I do think that you know, the attitude that he's had going into this, very confident in Fnatic in the first series. Moving into this series, well, they've had a lot of experience against T1. It was mentioned on the desk earlier that they nearly were able to beat T1 last time they faced off, but couldn't actually cross the finish line. Great early games, but T1 outplayed them in the end. That's what T1's known for. We saw it in that Game 3 against PLG. Comebacks, clutch plays, but maybe if you can get an oppressive lead like they did against Fnatic, especially with that Ziggs game, maybe there's no coming back. But early game, I think, is going to be quite critical in this series.
Yeah, and I'd say even earlier than the early game, because Impact played Rumble twice in a row. And I think if you can, like, mind control T1 into letting them have Rumble twice in a row, I imagine that's the amount of games that you're going to see. Because, of course, the champion is extraordinarily strong, and this man on your screen right here is very, very good at the champion as well. So I think the draft is going to play a big part. I also spoke to Spawn this morning, Wolf, and he gave me some very, very insightful information. Do you want to know what it is?
Please tell me.
Okay, so basically what he told me was, it was three things. He said he knows that his team is going to try their very best to win. He also knows that T1 are going to try their very best to win.
So this is what's irritating is when Riot Games, I wanted to put out a tweet. This is really embarrassing. Here's my talk to Riot. I'm an adult. I'm an actual adult that plays League of Legends. And this is embarrassing when I see this every time that this is Riot Games' mistake right here. And this is why they pay all these kids to make up for their mistakes. That it's cheaper to do that, to pay some kid $20,000 a year to sit there and talk than to spend millions of dollars to fix a client. And this is very embarrassing. And you pay these people like Atlas and Wolf lots of money to cover up your mistakes, Riot Games. And it's very embarrassing. You make your best player in the world sit there miserable and angry and irritated and reboot his computer 3 times. But you tell him, it's okay, we're going to sell a $500 skin faker, so sit there and meditate. I don't like it. That's the adult side of Sodaron that wants to keep these places and people in check, like Riot Games. That's the job of me and the other adults that try to do this streaming thing and being adults in the esports realm. We're trying to keep these video game companies in check, and you younger kids fall for their BS. You fall for their bait. You sit there and feel bad for Faker because you don't feel bad for Faker. Never mind, I need to restate that.
Because they know that Gen G is a very difficult team for them to beat. It was not a very close series when we saw it in the LCK in the first round.
You sit there and feel bad if, like, Faker has a bad game or something. This is a big deal right here. I'll do it. I'll be the one that does it.
Yeah, so T1, they're pretty good at being the last hope for Korea. Gen G didn't have a very long time to play on this stage. Let's see whether T1 can go the whole distance.
It does still seem to be an issue with guns audio in certain years, so if you're just tuning in, and I'm sure a lot of you are bored to watch these up against Team Liquid, guns audio, I noticed that you wasn't wearing a headset, maybe not. I can probably be down there, I figured out what you're troubleshooting. Yeah? Maybe you can go fix it. Yeah.
I have a jack of all trades. We'll let the experts do it. Make sure that everything is clearly sorted out. But they're patiently waiting.
I'll do it, guys. What's Riot gonna do? Slap me on the wrist? Ban me? It's okay, I'll just play Monsters and Memories and other games from... if I do.
Yeah, it's really not that right. I mean, yeah, it is. There's lots of lines, so maybe we can leave them on, but they're not
Yeah, it's very sunny here in Riyadh. Very windy today. Based on what we saw, and we had players get out there with these get set up to play. I had some interviews with players.
How do I spell embarrassed?
Yeah, I see that. I see a mouse.
Yeah, some wiggling.
I can't spell embarrassed, apparently. Is it like that?
Here we go.
Embarrassed.
T1 versus TL.
I can't even spell the word.
Names are pretty similar. They're two very different teams. See who's going to be coming out on top here as TL with the blue side.
Get tired of that. I know everybody else is tired of it, I'll say it.
Indeed. I will tell you guys that the draft priority has been all over the place this tournament. And all reads on the meta.
What is our priority? We're on an AP jungle meta. Okay, so Team Liquid are on blue side.
The same mistake that Fnatic did. We'll take that roll away from Impact instantly. Tristana also moved.
Fire, Senna LeBlanc.
Also taking away here. Kind of a niche. I don't want to say off meta pick, but definitely usually move down the rabbit hole, getting those 80s away before this game becomes very relevant.
I feel like it's a realistic. I feel like LeBlanc always comes up after you've played the first round of mid laners, and then she's like extraordinarily high priority. It's very interesting. Last man going to be that called against Zitlani. I feel like it's taken away from Ona, but we know Auntie absolutely loves Zitlani. Also, you can take Ashley here, or you could go for a Vi rotation. Now, I think given the
Okay, so Team Liquid are taking the Sejuani away from Owner here on Team 1. I don't really want to see Faker play Azir, but I guess that's better than watching Corki or Tristana. T1 picks Maokai. Maybe I was going to count, maybe that's one of them was I was counting Maokai as an AP jungler. Because you go AP on him. I don't want to see Faker's Azir, but we haven't seen it in a while, so I guess that's better than seeing Tristana or Corki.
pretty synonymous player and champion combination. We'll see what ABA is going to answer with, because yes, the Tristana and Corki have been taken away, but it's always the six that your mind wanders to.
Team Liquid should have went Brand, I think.
Allow his champion pool to be hit once again. Do they prioritize taking a bottom lane? It's going to go toe-to-toe with Yurishi and Terra. Or do they just lock in six? And I think they just lock in six ideas. That's a pretty good one. I'm down with it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and very flexible as well in this draft. Creep for Young, Creep for APA. Can just try to outrange. Well, this will make it a little more clear, as we've seen a lot of Aurelion Soul in North America, and it's been played, sometimes here and there.
I don't watch LCS, so I didn't watch how Team Liquid's played all season.
What we should see, it will be, in fact, instead the Zeri. So we know that Ziggs is going mid lane now. Zeri is going bottom. I don't think Impact is going to be picking this champ up.
Yeah, I was about to say. Apparently, according to Zayas, it's a top laner. And he got a W. So I guess we can't even really say anything bad about it. As Faker has the last lock-in here for the first round of picks. Yeah, Ezreal looking pretty good.
Well, Ezreal gets locked in here. I think you need to look at the Leona if you are on the side of Team Liquid. Very powerful combo with the Ezreal. You've got great follow-up to that type of engage. You can set up the engage as well with the Maokai. So on the side of, on the other hand, Team Liquid, what sort of picks are they trying to look away here? Because normally, if you're playing the Ezreal, you're worried about pushing lanes if it's not a Zeri, but because it is the Zeri here, it could be just something like a Lulu to come through. Nautilus is still open. They're going to take away the Renekton here instead, which can be great lockdown for the Azir, great lockdown for Ezreal specifically. Tough to play into the Maokai, but T1 are not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I was actually, I'm a bit surprised. I kind of thought that they would be targeting that support pool. I think wanting to keep that as open as possible to give Carrier as many options moving it towards the second round of picks. They're not going to be taken away as Spawn is going to join them as they focus towards the top side.
Yeah.
I wonder whether this means we're going to have an interesting top lane matchup. Jackson Camille is still available. Impacted Zayas,
Yeah, the Cassante obviously follows the Gnar ban. You ban the Gnar, feels like, okay, they're trying to grab a Cassante pick here. You want to remove that. Leona still available here. Team Liquid not actually taking this into account. It's been the strongest bottom support with Ezreal. The strongest
I don't know what, I don't really know what Team Liquid's doing here. That's why I'm not really talking. I haven't seen him this year, so I don't know how they play.
Want to remove. There's also the Nautilus
I know Ezreal's probably the top AD priority pick right now. I do know that because there's been some patch changes. I don't even know what, I can't even tell you what patch they're on in the LPL, what patch they're on in LCK. I think LPL went over to a new patch this week. There's just so many games. You just go from one game to another. There's a series I watched last night that I wanted to put on my stream and stuff, but I didn't even have time, and I'm laying in bed half asleep watching it, which was Anyone's Legend and FPX. That was a great series yesterday. I'm going to go back and probably watch these this week.
This is a very risky game that Core JJ and Young are playing. It really is. And now they have to go for a blind pick on Impact's top lane champion. Man,
They're taking away that red side Bard that I know, and I've said in my content that red side Bard is OP when you give it to Keria, because I've seen T1 win some games where they take Bard and they steal the Baron on red side, and then they just go back through the wall on the back side and get in and out. Rakan Jax. Rakan Jax.
And it's awful into the Jax, so it kind of blocks that out as well. I wonder if he's going to be happy to play something like a Camille here, and they have a lot of lockdown with that. Jace, also an option I mentioned earlier, is very powerful with the Maokai because the Maokai root sets up one guaranteed power shot blast to come through the acceleration gate. Very, very strong.
We got Jace. We got Zeus, Jace into Jax. I don't think Impact's going to super hard carry on Jax in this game. We got Maokai.
Is going to have a lot of power in this top jungle duo. On the bottom side of the map, I am very concerned about how Young and Core JJ's laning phase is going to go. If it was a Ziggs in the bottom lane with this Rakan, at least you have the wave clear.
I would have rather seen the Ziggs bottom.
Very vulnerable down here, and if you set up a stun, get that Zen played.
I don't think Zeri or Rakan are going to do anything bottom lane in this game. Maybe I'm being a doubter. I'm an LCK fanboy. I don't watch LCS.
Is really the key point here. How much of a lead can APA generate in this lane matchup against Faker? How much gold can he get with first strike? What kind of leads are we going to see? Against Fnatic, he was able to take several turrets, tons of plates. He was too big to fail. Not necessarily sure that's going to happen against Faker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, especially about the bottom side of the map. I can't keep my eyes off the Ezreal Leona into Zeri Rakan matchup. Just feels like T1 are going to have a field day down there. And like you say, APA needs to get a lead, but I feel like there's even more pressure being placed elsewhere on the map. And perhaps, you know, we've been talking about these laners, but perhaps the general needs to come out and get something done. The man is pretty good at getting a couple of early ganks in, and maybe Umpty can be the key to victory here for Team Liquid. On the other side, I mean, T1, I don't think that there is much to critique, right? This is a very standard T1 composition. We've seen this ran so many times, and I imagine it's just going to be like clockwork that they're going to get this game underway. I think it's
Probably got another crash here, guys, so that's why I'm just standing over here, watching from afar. I'm here. You can hear Sodaron's loud voice.
But it's a tough task. Let's dive under the rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of our first semi-final between T1 and TL starts now.
Off we go, Atlas. I love these walkouts. I don't want to call them walkouts because that's usually what we refer to players, but the champion walkouts was so cool here. And his first strike on the Ziggs. This is really common because you can generate a ton of gold early with this rune.
I'm just listening to Wolf's feedback. Wolf, right here. If you guys haven't heard Wolf before, he's an LCK caster. I think he's the top at his game right now, so he gives you a lot of in-game important information you need to know that'll help you as a player. So Proxy Wolf is a guy to follow and listen to.
And what I've learned from like a lot of very one-sided conversations with Daniel Ox Harrison is that if you use
Now Atlas, he's more of like a commentator, funny guy, entertainer guy, and he knows that, and he's really good at his role, so that's it. I'm not bagging on Atlas. I like Atlas.
Yeah, looking like a lane swap situation here potentially for the side of Team Liquid. Now Zeri can push first very quickly with her Q. You know, if he is able to spend some time with it, can be quite strong, and the ability to grab plates is really.
Well, we look like we got a We got one of these weird lane swap games going here where Jax, Impact, and Umpty are down here. And their bottom jungler. Bottom jungle. If I could talk today, that would be nice. So we've got this lane swap where we've got the bottom lane up and top getting a free lane. They're going to get a free turret, apparently. What is... So... T1 is sending Jace bottom lane. I'm guessing they're going to swap their lanes. Maybe they're going to push out this wave. Try to push this turret down. Or they'll just dive Impact level 1. That works. So T1 get an extra 300 gold here. I think Core JJ's gonna die too. That was important that Core JJ got level 2 there. He probably would have been a goner. So who's teleporting top lane? Zeus, Jace is teleporting top lane here, getting a wave, you can see. He's got a free wave. While Carrier is running around Team Liquid, kiting them around. So they missed a good bit of gold there in XP, trying to kill Carrier. So they got Carrier. Faker's got a free lane, it looks like right now. Where's Appa? And there's Appa coming back into lane. So we've got Jax's flash is down. We've got Impact's teleports down. Zeus' teleports down. Zeus used his flash. Guma's flash and barrier down. So Team Liquid got a gold lead here, like 500 gold, 600 gold.
Team Liquid pulling ahead quite substantially here in this game at very low cost to them. And I mean, the one big cost is the fact that Owner is the one farming, and Umpty's kind of said, well, I don't care about my jungle. I need to go to a spot before I take care of myself. The selflessness.
Okay, so T1 got a they didn't get a ward here in the blue topside jungle, so they see where Umpty is. Now, Team Liquid don't have any information on T1 in their jungle. So look at all the different wards we got that are red, and you don't see any blue wards on the map. I'm trying to not touch the screen. Just wanted to show you. Okay, there you got a ward and a control ward for Appa up there, up top. I don't know why he's pushing top. So Impact went middle lane, which is kind of weird. I don't know why they did that. I guess maybe Jace was struggling into... Or, I mean, I guess Impact must have been struggling into Jace or something. I don't know. Was Appa struggling into Azir? Good.
He has 20 minions down on his hull already done, so in a pretty good spot. But Carrier looking for the assist here on Owner.
Yeah, who doesn't get the Zenith Blade after he blast cones in. Popcorn Chicken's going to be collected by Umpty. Unable to get the last one. Is now Gumi firing some shots towards Core JJ.
But we don't have to sit here and dog on Team Liquid, because, hey, they're ahead by, like, 700 gold.
Allow this wave to push a little bit more as Carrier comes back. No way to punish that return here of the Leona. Super tanky. They have kind of avoided, like you say, the 2v2.
Core JJ sweeping out a ward there, getting some enemy vision out. So now they don't have any deep wards on the Team Liquid side of the map. Team 1, that is. Trying to be more professional today, guys. I got a little bit more energy. Yesterday was very sluggish for me. I'll apologize. If you watch my stuff, I don't give you enough commentary and stuff. I was very sluggish yesterday, but I made it. The more important thing is I made it and did it. So Faker just made a play killing Sejuani there.
really
So
hard to take there, unfortunately, as Umpty. Yes, you have the Ziggs back up there. The Emperor's Divide in a choke point like that is going to be basically a guarantee. APA also using his flash means it's going to be more vulnerable. Once
Owner is ahead. He's probably getting close to level 6 now, while Umpty's struggling on level 4. So this AP jungler here is starting to take off, and again, some of it is this Black Torch is such an efficient gold item for junglers. It adds an extra dot that helps clear the jungle faster. So again, I talk about it in my content that we're in an AP jungle meta, and it's looking like Team Liquid don't understand this since they're coming from the LCS. I haven't watched it, but I doubt they're doing AP jungles over there. LCS is always behind in their own meta. They live in Hollywood after all.
Still very happy about the game state right now. And I think as the game goes on, they have so many threats. We know Ziggs scale
Impact's getting way behind.
almost unbeatable by what T1 has.
Yeah, you gotta... I'll teach you all how to read this. It says that Jace has 610 extra gold up that over Jax. That's how you read that. The owner misses his ult, but Umpty doesn't have his, so there's nothing he can do to come in here and help.
Yeah, not really. RJJ does have his Merc Treads. A huge part of this, he's able to get out very easily, despite the ultimate going down. Rakan, a very slippery champion, very difficult to lock down.
Zayas had more mana, he could probably take Jax right now. I don't like saying the K word, and I heard Monte Cristo talk about it, that the AI will literally pick that up in your videos and use it as a negative. And I've talked about that. I don't want to be negative on my stream. I don't even like that word. I like to say, like, takedown. So Team Liquid's going to try to take a dragon here. I don't know. This goes back to my stuff I'm talking about yesterday. I don't know why Team Liquid, or I don't know why T1 aren't just straight up taking the dragons and winning this game. It's like they're bored and they want to play with their food and they want to challenge themselves. This is not the way that T1 should be playing right here. They should be taking this dragon. I think it's where they think they're stronger than Team Liquid, so they're playing around. They're trying different stuff that they may need against top esports if they want to win. I think they're thinking ahead. I'm pretty sure they're confident they'll beat Team Liquid. And so Team Liquid tried to pull a lane swap on here, which we haven't seen in months, and it didn't work. So that didn't work against T1.
I am really curious. I imagine that Dagon and the gang are probably, staying on the ball there. But I'm so curious.
Yes, JD, what, bud? Your food's down here. Here. Your food. You gotta get the dog and try to get him to eat. Here. Hopefully I can make money and hire somebody to feed my dog for me so I don't have to do it. I can sit here and stream all day long every day. There's your food, bud. Here. You want up here? Okay. JD wants to watch Team Liquid and T1. Okay, we've got 2 teleports coming in here. He likes my voice. My dog loves my relaxing, calming voice. You don't have to lick my arm. Tell everybody out there, I feel better. I got a bath last night. I got a bath last night. Hi, SodaStream. Hi, SodaStream. Okay. Get your turkey, little bud. Here. What did I miss? My dog distracted me. Looks like Team Liquid made a play, JD. Team Liquid's got a dragon. They're losing the second round of Void Grubs to T1.
What a lead for Team Liquid so far. Yeah, it's definitely going well here in this early game as
As we move towards mid, though, that's when things can get a little bit more dangerous. 4 grubs now collecting
Here.
T1. I think a big deal for Zed,
Here.
who does so much damage on this Jace to turrets. You know, you sort of sit there in gun form, press your W, and you just wipe them out. And so definitely going to be something worth looking out for here as T1 trying to accelerate into their 1 to 2 item power spikes, right? Like, this is what this composition is so incredibly good at. It's
Here, JD. Come on.
early
Here.
spikes. They might be able to get something done. Unless Omni has something to say about it. He moves
Here.
to the top side. There's going to be the special delivery. He's been taking on this turret for such a long time. Grand entrance is what locks it down. And the TL flare pops up above Umpty as he walks his way out. It's another kill for the North American squad. 6-2. The kill score now.
Yeah, Impact and Carrier traded flashes down here on the bottom side as well. Looks like Carrier trying to go a bit deep there. Potentially, we got the tail end of that, but they do the trading flashes. Impact here is just going to hold down the fourth move. I should get
Good JD.
the game out, but this is so huge so early. Not as big as he was in the Fnatic series in game 1.
Well, right now it looks like from afar, it looks like Team Liquid's winning right now. From afar, reading the score and everything. I don't believe it.
The execution has been crisp, and that's what you love to see.
Come here, JD.
On the defending world champions.
I think, like,
Come here, buddy. Come on.
is what we should be focusing on here because Team Liquid,
Come here, JD.
they did their research, they did their homework, and they came up with a great way to tackle this T1 squad. I think the early game swap, even though they didn't get a massive lead, they put enough weirdness into this game to allow Yon to have a 20 CS advantage up against Gumayushi. AP is going to get thrown underneath the turret here, but Umpty is there to protect him. Doesn't land the ulti though, and down goes the Ziggs. I don't think Umpty's going to die.
Good boy, JD.
On the wrong side of the map, Battle Dance gets himself out as Umpty comes on over and gives him a target to head towards. So it is just APA falling down, but it's T1 finding a bit more tempo here on this map.
Yeah, I think AP a little bit of green there because he knew Omni was nearby, but Faker flashing the Arctic Assault there. They have enough damage. That's going to be the Dragon here going over to T1. Soul is the Dragon. An amazing Dragon for both teams. You can see the Israel.
JD, why do you do this to me, bud? Why do you do this to me?
Looks like it's not going to be towards the Herald. Baker
so you get over to this objective very quickly. As we're going to start the Herald up as this replay happens. Notice this. The right comes through.
Here, JD.
And then Faker is here. The Glacial Prison is able to take him out. He doesn't feel too bad about it. He just knows he got outplayed.
Yeah. Don't lip read that.
All right.
But still, it was a
I don't know, my dog is super picky and like,
could have almost just getting out scot-free.
oh, super picky and won't eat. Alright, JD, you gonna go outside? Alright, JD, I just took you outside an hour ago.
Right, and the scary thing about this game here for T1.
Shame that I can't stream because of you. Okay, bud, I just took you out. Sorry, stream, I gotta take my dog, I got a dog around the seat. Alright. Oh, yeah. It's literally because my dog hears my neighbors and he thinks he has to go out and see what they do. This is literally what I'm going through right now. It's not annoying or anything. So.
I was feeling a little bit nervous. There's more heck shenanigans come through here. No outer turret on this bottom side as Faker trying to take the long walk to get out of the way of Umpty, who does have that ulti back up and available once again. Control ward in this brush. Umpty just going to settle for the Gromp for now as Jan hops into the gate and gets himself out.
Faker having a Sonisk, he feels pretty safe here, Atlas.
Yeah,
you know,
it's such a weird position though, Wolf, right? Like, it's just a lot of jostling. We're jostling right now.
Yeah, jostling, trades. I mean, Team Liquid showcasing great macro Young. See if he can avoid this.
Ooh, able to skate his way out. Yeah, really nice slide, actually. Takes Carrier for a ride with him.
Doesn't need to cleanse, but will take some damage here from that Mystic shot of Guma. Minute 40 till this Dragon spawns. Herald at the ready. And this is where T1 will have a little bit of control for the first time of an objective fight. They had to wrestle it away in that first fight where they were able to pick Umpty there, force the flash out of APA. This time they get to start the fight on their terms. And for the first time in this game, it really feels like T1 can do what they want, right? Team Liquid have kind of pulled them into their world, what they prepared in the early game for a majority of this game. Faker also has TP and has gone to the top side here. Very dark on this pick, going to respect it. Umpty threatening. Yeah, man, Team Liquid is so scary on the map right now.
Umpty's like, he's really pushing. He's trying to find any opportunity. As soon as anyone oversteps, he is there to try and counteract. And I love the proactivity coming out of the man. This is something that we have seen from him in the past, but it seems to be ramping up here in this game.
There's that Herald drop I was talking about here.
Yeah.
Flank from Impact, but he's spotted.
Carrier going to be piloting this one as there's a grand entrance. They get the knock up onto the Leona, but not exactly a key target. As the bouncing bomb doing a lot of damage to Leona, who is pretty squishy on this Maokai for now. Not going to be the end of the turret, but it is very close to going down.
Faker going to go topside to try to catch that wave. A lot of minions lost actually for T1 coming down for that Herald play. Remember, yeah, it does have the teleport to go straight to Dragon, but T1, because they didn't get the turret, not confident to actually group forward faster. And Team Liquid actually gaining a lot of pride as a result. Looks like they may opt to try to, just give this up. And this is quite wild to see. I mean, T1 had the Herald. They had an Ezreal pushing the lane. Impact has free control over the side right now as a Jax. And they're just making faster rotations right now. T1 need to make something happen here in mid lane, or this Dragon may be lost.
Well, Solar Play is going to come on through, but it's Umpty. He's able to tank that one up very comfortably. Mega Inferno Bomb is massive, and Ona just gets taken down. The Nature's Grasp finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just used defensively there, but gets nothing back. Owner is dead, and that should be Team Liquid pushing ahead in terms of Dragon control here. They had the control, they had Pyro, but they weren't happy with that. They wanted to pick, and they get it.
Gumayushi looking for an opportunity here. Oh, JJ, he finds it. The quickness was on, and Yon's going to take him down. Inner turret is going to get pies as well, as Faker was on the inner turret, but Impact is there to get rid of him. Outer turret and Dragon and 2 kills here for Team Liquid. They are on a tear.
They are on a tear indeed. Massive lead in this game now. Second Dragon goes to them. They get 2 kills mid. They get the turret with a satchel charge. And, you know, we talk about Sejuani Ash, we talk about some of the follow-ups with the Sejuani Rumble that Genji fell, victim to yesterday. But Sejuani plus Ziggs Bomb is also a pretty big combo. Ziggs is this far ahead. And it's just the reconnaissance here that we're constantly being found by Core JJ as well as threat we had onto Guma. Look at this bomb damage.
Oh,
you're
man.
dead. No way out.
Just ridiculous, and then able to get himself out very, very comfortably, and this is the next one.
He says, okay, you eat forward, I'm going to jump to Yon, go in here with the flash, and look for the knock-up onto the Ezreal that has no recourse. And down goes the turret. Team Liquid eyes on Baron control right now. And it just seems like T1 have no entry.
Yeah, and I think that they just need to tidy things up, right? Like T1, it was Faker on the top side of the map. The Azir is so incredibly powerful in these 5v5s if they do get to it. If they have the setup themselves to utilize Chase Smoke, the range advantage that Gumayushi's going to have. But it's just the chaos that Team Liquid have been reveling in that's been working out. That one didn't quite so much, but it doesn't matter. Guma is just dead, and Zeus has to flash to get out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb. I don't know what that ultimate was trying to do, but I'm so scared of Umpty right now that I trust that it was something that was very important to getting that kill.
I mean, on his time on Breon, Umpty was famous for great Sejuani games where he didn't hit any ultimates. He's hit a few of them this game. He's hit a few of them this game, but you know what? It's enough with the bomb, the Glacial Prison. They end up getting another pick here. It's not yet enough to commit to Baron. They don't quite have the damage just yet. Baker gonna come up here with the corner, see if Impact can get out, but he has flash, he jacks, he doesn't care. He's just gonna walk away. Meanwhile, over here you can see this lane is getting pushed in, and the longer they spend time on the top side, they know Owner's going to be spotted. AB is gonna get some alone time with this turret. He's sitting on 2 items and a needlessly large rod. Corjay is threatening a dive.
Well, the teleport's going to come out, so Corjay not going to be able to utilize the quickness there, and he's just dead. Emperor's Divide going to pick him up, and the unkillable is going to come over and say, stop the funny business, guys.
You'll have to bear with me, SodaStream. My dog is an integral part of my life. He's my partner, my buddy. He's been in my life for 14 years, going on 15 now. He's got some, keeps having diarrhea or something, and I have to keep taking him out and coming back and cleaning him up, but that's just part of life.
He's just farming up to the death cap. I mean, this is the kind of build you want to see on a Ziggs. I feel like Ox might have a bit of a golf clap on this one. No Archangels. Just
where's the Leandres, guys?
I don't know if he needs it in this game. There's not really that many tanky members here on the side of T1, but
Oh, yeah, there's the flash forward. Cleanse does come out. He skates over the small wall, and there's the flash as well. So T1 getting a lot of economy when it comes to the summoner spells, but unable to quite get the kill here.
Yeah.
See whether they can utilize that in the next fight.
Area also committing his ult, committing his flash to the play. Not going to come up with anything here. Feels like a pretty big win for TL. Assuming that there's no way to lock this area down. It's been so difficult to catch you on this game. 0 deaths so far. He's sitting on 2.5 items right now. It's so valuable to clean up the kills after the Ziggs bomb comes through. They've got so much burst. They have so much control over this Baron pit right now. And T1, it's got to be a scary moment here. At least they have control of the Rift Scuttle here. There's no way they can do this Baron without T1 knowing. But this lead hasn't grown that much for TL. But yet, they're at control they have, and that's the scary part. They've been always threatening, Umpty always threatening. Never comfortable in this game. The squad that won the World Championship last year.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle between Carrier and Umpty right now in the river. But I want to go back to the draft, because I want to look in at what our initial take was. Is that the Zenith Blade connecting onto Umpty, Frost Armor, and the Aftershock means that he takes less than a damage. And he's able to walk his way out. So maybe I'll have a little bit of a moment to have a talk about that draft take. Because the one thing that I think, okay, never mind. He just wants to continue making fights out. So we'll just wait until after the game is over before we talk about things that aren't the game in this particular moment. Because this is a 5-stack of T1 players trying to find a team fight in their favor. Impact, a potential flank angle if he looks for it, but right now walking back towards the top side, possibly an opportunity for T1 to strike as the Sun Disc is put up in mid. T1 just going to be protecting, but the amount of ranged wave clear and the safety that APA can do it from is kind of insane.
If Baker's used his dash here, this is a scary moment for T1 to try to close the gap here. His choke point against Rakan.
Ooh, this is dangerous. They're a little bit split. Still the 4-stack of T1. 4 versus 3 if T1 do decide to pull the trigger. As over here inside, Mega Inferno Bomb going to help out, and Impact just puts down Zeus here. He says, I am the better member of that team. As of course, it's been a very long time since he was one of the
Boy, there you go, the boy.
They're able to create a big
Yeah.
in their favor.
So I apologize about that, SodaStream. Well, I'm not really sorry. It's just part of life. My dog is my buddy, my partner, so I care about him. I have to. He'll be gone someday, and I'll miss him. So I know that. He's getting old now. I don't know what world I'm in. I'm in a parallel world where Team Liquid's beating Team T1 right now. Be hilarious if an LCS team wins this weekend.
I don't think you should start this one quite yet, Team Liquid, but threatening it is a good idea when you've got Jax in the side, you've got a Ziggs up here in the top lane. But watch this play one more time. So Team Liquid down the
Maybe like the top, maybe like T1 and top will let Team Liquid win, and then they'll be like, we didn't want Saudi money.
this long-range impact here, semi-global on the Ziggs. APA, a master of the champion.
Yeah, JS almost dodging it to the skies there, but unfortunately not quite able to get far enough out of the circle. And so APA just taking names. On top of
JD, one on the couch.
And like you say, with this first frag, it feels like even if he just contributes a bit of damage to these things, he gets so much extra money. It's like living to a twisted fate. You know, it's like he's just even more than me. It's so frustrating.
The president's got a cold. Well, my dog is sick.
This is the best version of Umpties.
My dog is sick. I have to turn around and take care of him every hour. That's my excuse.
If they're losing, he's still doing this, but unfortunately, he's getting punished for it. This time around, though, absolutely the right play. And precisely, well, this is so dangerous. Another classic Umpty ulti is going to come out. Doesn't find anyone on T1. Not going to find too many repercussions either, so going to have to wait for that one to come back up again. Unless Carrier says that he's not allowed to. Still taking a lot of damage. Carrier and Onot, they're not going to be able to start any place here for T1. They're going to have to look for a bit of a reset, and once again, it is tempo moving in Team Liquid's favor.
Absolutely. You know, Umpty's ult misses, but you get enough damage with that Ziggs bomb. ORJJ just constantly running here. He is so limited for T1. That too. From brush to brush here to control this Baron. Jack's still pushing in the side lane here. They're going to try to come over and punish, but guess who's there? It's APA who has, by the way, TP. So the macro game here for Team Liquid is absolutely immaculate. You love to see control.
Good boy, JD. You feel better?
Their advantages with the macro position control, different from how top esports did it. The threatening hits non-stop. They have so many different ways to blow up single targets. Speaking of, Carrier a little bit out there.
Yeah. Moving up just a little bit. There's an infinity edge on Jan as well. That's why he's doing so much damage right now. That one. And Team Liquid strength to strength right now, not letting go of this amount of pressure. And I want to give you guys at home and those in the arena right now a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Because in games like this, I like to commentate from the perspective of not T1, because I expect T1 are probably going to win this series.
So I apologize, chat and SodaStream. I just missed the 10 minutes of the game. I had a dog emergency. I had to take my dog outside, bring him back. He's okay now. Not to get into descriptions or anything. But I missed what was going on, so I don't know how. Team Liquid's got 3 dragons. I still don't think Team Liquid's gonna win. Faker will just make one of these crazy plays and flash ult Ziggs out of the back line or Zeri. And I was talking about it at the beginning of my stream. I don't know why T1 wasn't going for dragons. I feel like they're playing with their food. They know better. They know to get dragons first. But I would still bet T1 are going to win this game.
On his way over. So, mid-lane of T1 not going to be dying just yet. They're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection.
Got 3 items on Faker, 3 items on Guma, 3 items on Zeus. I didn't look to see what was on Team Liquid. Carry even got out alive. I thought he was gonna die. I thought he was gonna have to Hex Flash Gate or whatever, Hex Tech Gate through there. I should play a game of let's just order DoorDash all day, see how much I can sit here and eat. I'm really hungry today. Why are they so scared of Sejuani? Oh, there's that Faker flash ult. He did flash ult and get Zeri out of there. Faker, that is.
Time for some of these rebounds to potentially come through with Hex Gates, but Faker 20 seconds left, no teleport. APA gonna head straight back into the fray. Now has his Crypt Bloom online. He is just so huge again. And this is not just a Baron. This is a Baron to Hextech soul play here for Team Liquid. T1 had to do their trademark Hail Mary Baron, but against that Mega Inferno Bomb, they were all stacked up, and just look at it fly. They're trying to split like the red team they are in this game, but they're not going to be able to get out of the region. Meanwhile, over here,
I guess that's why they were all running. They thought they were going to get like Sejuani ulted and Ziggs ulted. I don't know. I think T1 know better than this. Like, I know they know better from watching all their games. So I don't know why they're playing this way against Team Liquid. Yes, they undervalued how good Team Liquid is right now. I haven't watched LCS, so I don't know how good Team Liquid and FlyQuest are. I don't know their rankings, I don't know their standings. Team Liquid was #1 and FlyQuest was #2. I was mad at Team Liquid for getting rid of their roster from last year. Even though I guess Umpty and Impact are working out better. So I guess that's a good thing. I really liked Summit.
TL are just looking extraordinarily good here at EWC. They're going to be breaking down this top lane inhibitor turret right now. Counter-Strike comes through. They just have all of the answers. These Ziggs compositions, just an absolute, like, it's a symphony to watch them play these ones out. It's a well-oiled machine that we're witnessing as they make the push towards these inhibitors now. There's another Glacial Prison. This one going to connect as Mega Inferno Bomb onto 3-1.
I think we're going to see 3 games here.
It's a double kill as immediately it's the tanks, it's the front line, and they are removed from this battle completely. The bouncing bombs impossible to avoid as they just keep raining down on top of T1. I say impossible to avoid.
I'm not going to buy into a hype that, oh my god, Team Liquid are amazing and can win this tournament if they beat T1 in 1 game. I think T1 know better than how they played in the start of this game from what I saw. The lane swap might have messed them up, I don't know. Because Team Liquid did pull out a lane swap and we haven't seen that in LCK for a while.
Down 9,300 gold behind in this game. But if it's T1 that's alive, if the Nexus is still standing, there is still hope. But I just don't see an angle right now, Atlas. This lead is so huge. And the poke in this composition with Ziggs, with the Zeri Extendo Beam, it's just unreal. As Keria, if he's trying to bait something, I don't know where he's going. He's going on Walkabout, Wolf, and he's going to get satcheled back into the
A walkabout, mate.
And he will buy some time before he inevitably falls. Jan's going to collect that kill as well. So another one for the Zeri. 5, 1, and 3. 4 items. And a casual little critical strike cloak. And this, I mean, TL, they have every single card. It's 9,000 gold the lead, but it's the Hextech soul. Yeah, it really is the icing on the cake. I mean, I guess Keria bought some time on the wave. Usually when you see a jump out of replay like that, there's a reason, but doesn't end up accomplishing anything here. Now Faker getting chunked out. Yeah, that's going to be Ona locked down. Does avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb nicely with a twisted advance. I like that. as the Nature's Graph doesn't do a whole lot, but Umpty has his health bar shredded down. So TL gonna have to just wait for that Warmogs to chug it back over.
And so, Team Liquid sitting on 4 dragons, the soul, and 10k gold.
And now back onto the push once again. Super Minions making their way in alongside this last remaining inhibitor turret. Last bastion of hope here for T1 because you
But T1 could get a crazy team fight to turn this around.
Especially when they have a teleport available, he'll basically just two-shot the Nexus. If he gets a chance, he will just TP in and end it.
I think it would have been a completely different game if T1 just drafted Skarner instead of Jace.
Baker trying to find him with an Emperor's Divide means he can just keep him on that. They have a Zeri who has GA, who purchases, and so picking her is actually quite difficult. She has Slash, she has Cleanse, and even if you kill her, you gotta deal with the Ziggs. You gotta kill her twice, by the way. Was it Jack's second TP in to end the game once he gets to teleport back up? T1 just have no way in.
It's just so much firepower. Like you were saying, I'm having a look at this Death's Dance Jax with 4 items completed as well, and some shoes on top of it. Okay, TL going to face check T1 right now as the Glacial Prison comes down once again. Umpty has been absolutely fantastic this game. APA layering the ultimate on top as well. T1 keeping themselves alive at least for the minute. Zeus gets the Hammer Slam back. Impact taking a bit of damage here as well as Extendo Beam. Oh my goodness, who's the poke champion now? As Yon is going to send Zeus back to the fountain. This last inhibitor still standing, but I feel like the clock is ticking on that one. Elder up in a minute, 25 seconds on the Baron. I think TL, they're going to make sure that these waves are pushing in, take these neutrals, and carry Exodia towards the enemy next.
The Hextech Gate allows T1 to try to get in there. Uh-oh, Umpty's over here.
Yeah, finds Carrier. Not exactly an ideal target, but he'll take it.
But, I mean, there's just no way for T1 to really get to either of these objectives. They have the Hex Gate, so they can try to rush over and contest, but a teleport can end the game. Even with both Nexus turrets standing, if T1 get their back stopped here, APA could just end the game. So T1 have really crossed their T's, dotted their I's, as that's hopefully as they're only going to leave 2 on Baron because Gun does so much damage while continuing to push these waves into the mid lane, stacking up super minions there, so there's just absolutely no way T1 can come to Elder. It's essentially League of Legends checkmate here right now with the composition of Team Liquid.
Yeah, T1, I think the fight that has to happen on the Elder or on their Nexus. And they have elected for the Elder. I'll start that one up as it spawns. They have positional advantage, banana brush control, but Umpty just walks on in. Does not mind about this one whatsoever. They're all inside the pit. It is an absolute Thunderdome fight. The Elder is taken by T1. Is this an opportunity? Impact.
What are you excited? T1's losing to Team Liquid? I think JD's a Team Liquid fan. Are you a Team Liquid fan, JD? Huh? Are you a Team Liquid fan?
It was TL pulling the strings, the puppeteers of game 1, start to finish. A beautiful game.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Precisely. Can't wait to hear what the streamer has to say.
What would you like, JD, huh? Alright, so Team Liquid win match 1. My dog's, like, been sick the last couple days, so I keep having to attend to him. JD, you're gonna have to wait, bud. I'm busy. Boy. go. Alright, JD. Got any chat out there? Probably not. I feel like everybody's asleep today. They're not even watching this live. Hey, thank you. I think that's what I think they reached out to me yesterday, but I'll check them out. But if you could tell your friends to follow my channel at twitch.tv or twitch.tv/Sodaron, I would appreciate it. Thank you for showing up there, Depth-Eiter. I'm not good at reading people's names, and I know a lot of them trigger people and say bad words and stuff, so I read them slowly and carefully. Thank you for showing up, though. We got some chat. Probably just a bot trying to sell us something, but hey, it's still a person in chat. Okay, you alright, D? Got the dog taken care of now. It's hard to get all of your stars to line up perfectly for 4 days in a row.
The number 1 seed from the LCS getting it done and taking the long route around despite the many curses that might have been happening by some of our casters. However, T1 get it done. Multiple Barons, Elder Dragon, and they find themselves the victory in match number 1 of this best of 3. Welcome back to the area. Digon alongside Joshi and Valdez. And that was controlled by TL at the start, and then there at the end, we're starting to see the growing pains that North America's had for decades to close out a game against a Korean squad.
But they got it done, and that's the important part here. We got to see North America get another win off of T1. We saw it in MSI, we see it again here, and I really hope this is the growth of something big.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this win. I think that it was a very straight-up win. TL certainly taking their time, trying not to make mistakes almost too much at times, but it paid off because it was a relatively clean game from them, and they got the job done against T1. A win's a win.
All right, let's get right on to it. Highlights from this last matchup here, T1 versus TL. It started with a lane swap that led to a dive where we've seen this before by T1, but not as clean.
Well, we'll let D-God and the guys analyze this, and I'll sit here and watch and throw my view in. Guys, I'm probably a little out of it today. This is the 3rd day I've been doing this streaming, and I've streamed like 6 or 7 days in a row now, so my mind is...
Yeah, TL, they started off with that lane swap, and it really just kind of got things rolling in a great spot for them, and this dive was kind of a disaster, and eventually it rolled into 1,000, 2,000 gold in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, again, we were expecting something either from the draft. We didn't really see a gotcha pick here by TL, but then they go ahead, roll with the lane swap, find a little bit of a lead there. Because of that, then Impact gets a little bit more...
I feel like today's going to be a very long, grueling afternoon.
Catching the waves leads to some action on the top side of the map where Zazen is now on the receiving end of some bullying.
And we get to see exactly the power that comes out with this Jace that we really get to see, or rather the Jax into this matchup where you have so much...
Oh, come on! Come on!
Master of the Ziggs, coming up and making sure that he beats Faker to the rotation, able to find multiple kills in every single one of these plays, and this really cements Team Liquid's lead.
Yeah, I mean the double kill for the Ziggs is just gigantic because he really runs away with this game, and Team
Oh, man. No, I'm going to be... Oh, maybe I'm synced up. It's out of sync by like a second.
Lost for what to do.
and the poke that we were seeing coming out from T1's contribution with the Sierra and the Jason.
If I just won there, should be synced up now.
Yeah, again, we saw that Jace and we saw the Ezreal, the catch was called out, nice poke, but it's very difficult when...
If you guys watched the beginning of my stream, I tried to sync up Twitch and YouTube at the same time, or 2 Twitches at the same time, and it just lagged and lagged and lagged. And I tried for 15 minutes, and it was like trying to put a round piece of wood in a square hole, and I'm like, come on! And then I just tried YouTube, and it synced up just like that, so it kind of proved my whole thought on Twitch. I do like Twitch, I just mean like, it lags my stuff for some reason because of the chat on there. I don't know what it is. I don't want to mouth Twitch because I'm a proud Twitch partner and I'm trying to get the Twitch affiliate. So I wasn't trying to dog on Twitch at all. I was definitely not trying to run the other course and run my mouth about Twitch. No, it's a great product. I'm a proud Twitch partner here, streaming on Twitch.tv. I wouldn't mouth Twitch. It's just I can't get it to sync up on my TV. I have to use YouTube. If you guys at Twitch could... I tried to use Twitch because I'm a proud Twitch streamer. I'm not trying to stream it on YouTube, trying to stream it on Twitch. But it would lag on here and lag on here, so I couldn't. So I had to use YouTube. Not dogging Twitch. Again, I am a proud Twitch partner, and I would love to be a Twitch affiliate.
They still punished it. They were still ahead for the majority of this game. Yeah, very, very close margins, including that last little bit there. APA on 1 HP. I was screaming here.
So if you all out there could maybe fix the Twitch on the TV, there's like, I don't know. It's just really laggy. Even on my computer. I would love to use Twitch every time, but a lot of times I have to pull out YouTube. So I'm just saying, being a proud Twitch partner, I would love to use Twitch every time. I wouldn't even have to use YouTube. I could use YouTube to like archive and save my stuff, but I've never even thought about streaming on YouTube. I'm a proud Twitch partner wanting to be affiliate and go to TwitchCons.
I should say, in this first game about how to deal with it exactly, and they let it just go over. They didn't respect it at all. They should know that APA is fantastic at this pick. I think you just take it away and move on with a more balanced draft for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, part of me wonders, again, what will the answer be? We did see focus in the bans in the mid lane. However, APA able to get his comfort champ, and the team was able to play around it. Game number 2, will it be the decisive one for Team Liquid to win against T1? Historic victory, or will T1 battle it back and force it to a sunset? We'll find out after this short break.
So again, I was never dogging on Twitch. I love Twitch. I love Riot Games and League of Legends. I'm a proud Twitch partner wanting to be affiliate. I just need a few more followers out there. If you could please just follow my Twitch channel. That's what we're trying to do. That's our goal. That's our goal right now on the Sodaron stream, is we would like to have the Twitch affiliate. So we just need a couple more followers, and Sodaron will be able to travel and go to TwitchCons and take pictures with you and be happy and smile everywhere. Be in great moods everywhere he goes. Never mad, never grumpy. I think Sodaron's got it in him to do that stuff. Oh, that's cool. I want to go try that. I should travel to Saudi Arabia, Radaya, and try that out. That's cool.
very nice pink over here. So, racing is our passion, is their motto. Let's go check out what kind of food they have. Hi, is this Japanese? Oh, ice cream.
Seiyaki!
Hi. If you guys are feeling hot, make sure to come check out their snack stand where this is going to be ice cream.
Well, next time I'm hot and need to cool off, Kitty, I will try some Japanese ice cream. Thank you. That looks like a very interesting, neat place to travel and see. Look at this metro subway system they got. It kind of looks like a lot of stuff is indoors in this big metropolis. I've only seen the Formula 1 track here that has these giant mega yachts around it. But those are some neat looking buildings and architecture over there. I would think it would be rough living in a place like that. There's no river or big body of water over there. But that way of life's been going on for thousands of years, and people have lived and survived, and must be a way to do it. I've never seen the desert. I'm used to being around bodies of water. I'm always around an ocean or a river.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, EWC. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're getting ready for game number 2 between T1 and Team Liquid. This is a time where I would be expecting to say, oh, let's see whether the North American squad can fight their way back. But that is not.
I might have to make a protein shake, guys.
Okay, stay in a tournament, Wolf.
I mean, that's the scary part for all the LCK fans out there. I mentioned before, if you're T1 and the expectation was, and your goal is to 2-0, to give a lot of a strong message to fans of, hey, we can win this finals, right? Because you go into this thinking it's LCK versus LPL finals. That's most people's expectations.
All right, here we go. Game 2. So T1 will be red side again, I'm sure. Come on, Team Liquid, knock him out. You're my only hope, Team Liquid. Actually, FlyQuest looked pretty decent to me yesterday, but you're my only hope, Team Liquid.
When they didn't have the style, did they headbutt in? Did they force their way through trying to flank? No. They just went Ziggs properly, and they have a has Ziggs ult being semi-global, really nice plays, and they play their own game. And I think, as the Desk was mentioning, probably should have that one away. I do not think the Ziggs is going to make it through any more of these drafts.
Yep, and I want to shout out one of the co-streamers here at EWC, our friend of the LCK LS, because he has been preaching about Ziggs for, since he was an LCK commentator. It's been absolutely forever, and he got very, very upset. And we've obviously got Daniel Ox Harrison here as well, knowing all of the Ziggs matchups very, very well himself, and so hoping that we don't have an opt-in to the Ziggs Azir matchup once again. But let's see what does happen, as two trees just going to be taken off the Rift. T1 not wanting to deal with those, and they're going to move to the blue side. So a little bit of a difference when it comes to what this draft is going to look like. And from now, kind of looks like the Tristana Corki might be back on the menu.
I think so, and I think that Baker will opt into whichever APA doesn't pick, because I think they're fishing for a Sejuani pick. Now, TL does pretty well. The Ashe is banned away. One that has been so oppressive. Didn't see play in the last game because the Ziggs and the Zarya as real straight bottom side was really what the game was about. See what this final ban is going to be here for T1, taking away the Ivern, saying it's definitely going to be double carry we see this time around. Jax also removed, was a big problem for them in the previous game. But this means Ziggs is up and available for TL.
Rumble is also, and I think that is probably the thing that TL understands needs to be better.
So,
They have some crazy
I
think it's Sejuani Rumble that they're really struggling with, so maybe you ban something else, or you just get rid of that fiery gun.
T1 ban Maokai, Ivern, and Jax. Team Liquid ban Senna, Ashe, and Rumble.
T1 had a fantastic game on it in our previous set, but this does leave open a lot of options here for Team Liquid. Rather than just opting into the Ziggs versus potentially the Tristana, they are going to go for the Corki, a little bit more standard here. This will mean that Faker will be able to respond with his own Tristana. And, you know, most of the time, I think a majority of us are leaning towards Tristana being the stronger pick in this matchup. What jungle will be the answer to the question? They could pick up an AP jungler like Zyra.
Hopefully, Team Liquid pick up an AP jungler because we're at an AP jungle meta. Sejuani's one of the counter AP junglers, her and Ivern. Should probably put this on my notes.
And I don't usually think about it. Yeah, that's it. So this is like Spike City. I love it.
There's another jungler on here I keep forgetting that I saw last night and had thoughts about. I can't remember.
Might just be the Zeri to come through here for Yuma. We play that game again. Could also take the Leona away, but I think the Zeri is just strong here, and that is what they're going to grab. See if the Leona comes through, or is it just going to be... yeah, 6 of Leona is the best option here. It's kind of a no-brainer with how strong this duo is. We saw T1 play it previously. Obviously, was circumvented by the lane swap last time around. And here's where things get a little bit more interesting because the focus is now going towards a little bit more the top side of things for T1. See what the bans are going to be. Banning away the Leonard could indicate that we're going to trade for the Crisante ban again. We could see the Twisted Fate taken away. The Jax is already banned, however. Yeah, the hook is going to be here for TL. Okay, probably that Crisante trade once more.
One of those options, certainly a bunch of things that you can take away, and Zeus is just really good at Nah, so you can just get rid of that. Mordekaiser to be removed. So maybe T1 with a little bit of another idea. Wanting to limit the amount of AP options as well is a decent idea, but I don't necessarily think that Mordekaiser is going to be the biggest thing that TL is looking for. See what this final ban is going to be though, because I think you can pay a little bit of money towards the bottom side of the map as well. With the Leona, you're not worried about a Nautilus for this Zeri composition, but Twisted Fate going to be taking...
Okay, so Team Liquid pick up Corki, Ezreal, and Leona.
All of these things are kind of what we expected. We saw the Renekton last time. The Mordekaiser is the one kind of...
T1's banning out Mordekaiser and Renekton.
Cassante being up though because they banned the Mordekaiser instead feels like a pretty easy lock in here if they want to hide Umpty's pick, but he could just lock that in now and save counter pick for whatever Zeus does in fact lock in. Probably the safer bet here. Zyra, I feel really strong in this draft here for TL. They're not going to lock it in just yet. Gonna swap over to the Cassante here. This one felt pretty obvious to me. We see Zeus play a lot of other ranged tops like the Vayne, the Zeri in his pick.
There's a bunch of options that you can play alongside a Sejuani really comfortably as well, like a Camille. We've seen rip into a Cassante relatively effectively. As, yeah, the Zeri top lane is just happening once again. So there is the Braum Caitlyn come out from T1. We've already seen this from G2. Ensemble looked decent, even though they lost that game number 1.
So guys, again, I think today's going to be a long, grueling 3-match out of this series, or 3 games out of this match, or series, whatever you want to call it, and 3 games out of the next match or series. We got a long, grueling afternoon. It's 12:30 in the afternoon here. It's probably going to be 6:30, 7 o'clock before this whole thing's over. So that's one thing that's going through my head and planning, and I'm going to have to eat and stuff. So today's probably not going to be such an entertaining stream. It's going to be informative. You're going to be able to dig through and hear my commentary about things. A lot of this is just practice for me more than anything. I was hoping that I could get some exposure for my name out here with the World Cup, so who knows, maybe after a week, maybe people will really be watching the Sodaron channel after I put I just think that it'll be worth my time to do the World Cup this week. It may not pay off immediately. I think it'll pay off in a month or 2. Or maybe at the end of the season, or in the break where there's no League of Legends things going on here before Worlds. So, I've talked about it in my stream yesterday. If I woke up and had 100,000 viewers tomorrow, I wouldn't be ready for it anyways. I need to practice. I can see that. Now, I feel and think that I'm good when I'm on. I am confident in myself. But what I'm slowly learning and realizing is you have to do it every day, and you're not always going to be on. You got to practice the days that you're not feeling it and not on. And today is one of those days, and yesterday was one of those days. First day I thought I was on. I felt like I was on.
And we'll look to get into this one, see whether TL are going to be able to just finish this off. Could be a 2-0 for the North American squad. Augment that cash prize once again. Keep that key alive. Keep it out of that hydraulic press. Possibly take another opponent's destroyed key with them.
And I've already had one cup of tea today. That means I'm getting tired. Only been up for a few hours and had one cup of tea already. That's crazy.
Fantastic on against BLG in the last game. We saw T1 playing something that might be able to just get it done once again. And I love watching Gumiushi play the Caitlyn. He is so incredibly good at this champion. And more recently, Wolf, it's been
T1 are on blue side. I don't really think T1 like blue side. They favor red side and being able to counter. So we've got Owner on his Sejuani that he's very confident on. I don't think Owner is that confident on some of these AP junglers. That's why we're not seeing them. Team Liquid pulled my pick, Brand.
So let's see if this works as well for T1 the second time around. I think the Rift is ready for us to jump on and get into it. Game number 2 here for T1. TL take this one, they're going straight towards the final here at EWC. And otherwise, they're heading towards game number 3 once again. The first time the TL has lost here in this tournament if they do lose here. Otherwise, they could make a clean sweep all the way through. As already, CoreJJ in a bit of trouble, but Impact already ready and waiting. Carrier having to flash to get himself out by his ulti, moves on over. Let's see whether they can get any damage down as the rocket jump. Going to get fake out of the dodge. And TL, yeah, they took a bit of damage, but they definitely answered back. They certainly did. Flash down for Carrier.
We've got Zeus' famous Zeri top now that we've seen twice. This is the second time we've seen Zeri top out of him. And they won. He was Zeri top's turning into like the new Lucian top.
They also had Impact in position. He's ready for the lane swap that TL are actually going to set up here. See on the top side. Not going to be laning into a Kasante right away here. This is quite a unique setup here for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid are lane swapping again. You see it, you know, Leona's up here and Ezreal. I don't know why Team Liquid keep doing this lane swap thing, because we're not in a lane swap meta, or at least we're not seeing it. Worked last time.
Trying to get into range of these minions. Zeus just going to be to try and clear out this jungle as quickly as possible. Impact needs to be a little careful. I don't think he's going to get those just yet. As Owner and Zeus just getting through these amps.
And so Team Liquid have their top laner bottom in a solo lane, and T1's got their top laner going around with their jungler right now, getting some XP and stuff. I'm sure they're working their way down bottom.
Level 2 is hit here. Zeus is coming over. Yeah, there are 4 people heading towards Impact here who's going to have to vacate. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get level 2 before he just straight up dies. His owner comes on over. He'll start off the Gromp here first.
So Zeus has half a level. We can't see what Impact's XP bar is.
At the same time, you can see the back starting to come through from Yon and CoreJJ. JJ as they have pushed that wave in. That is entirely going to go, but the plate money really pushes this in favor of T1. And this was the change that happened. Is Impact taking a bit of damage here from Owner right now? Permafrost comes down. Impact down to about 300 health. But this is why it's so tough to lane swap, right?
Zeus is teleporting. Now Zeus has got a free lane. I'm guessing Impact's going to use his teleport to get back up there. To match Zeus. They don't see Zeus right now, but that's, I think they assume he went top. There, now they see him.
In the top lane, this is going to be super frustrating to play out, walking all the way back now. T1 knew that with the amount of pressure they could put on bottom side, not only could they get some plate gold, which they've got 3 of already.
So Zeus has got, what, a couple waves over Impact because he's got 14 CS. He's got 300 extra gold.
Big wins everywhere here for T1. Looks like TL read the play well. The lane swap setup was good. Maybe underestimating some of the power of that Caitlyn push.
Yep. And just wanting to note this bottom lane matchup being the big thing, right? Like that's the only real advantage they managed to find is Impact walking towards.
But here we go. It's back in my content. Go watch. I show you where I took out Brand for the first time on my stream, and I've only played a few games of them so far, and I slowly get better and better. The last game I played was a 12-0 jungle Brand where I super hard carried. Brand is very strong. He's permanently banned over in the LPL. Brand's got his Black Torch already, which that's one of the main reasons why you see all these AP junglers is this Black Torch. It's a very cheap, high gold efficient item that really helps these junglers farm super fast. It's kind of weird that Brand's behind Sejuani at the moment. But this is going to be the game here. Is Owner going to keep up with Brand and farm or not? Where, like, Brand should be getting ahead. So after, like, 10 minutes, Brand should be ahead like 30 or 40 CS. By 20 minutes, a whole 100. 30 minutes, 150, 200, and so on. It's not working in this game, though. Owner's keeping up with him. So this is really the game here that's going on within the game. Brand should be like power farming and way ahead, and right now Owner is keeping up with him. So right now Owner's doing a good job keeping up with the AP jungler. Tristana's ahead, which I think normally Corky is the one that's ahead by 10 or 20 CS, so Faker's winning his lane. Here again's the thing I don't like, where I think T1 should be going for the Dragon right now instead of the Void Grubs. And I don't know why they're not valuing it. I still think they know deep down within when they really want to win, they'll show you how to play, but I feel like they just don't care and they're trying to level up as a team, so they're not going to do the exact formula, what you should do every time to win. They don't want to show you that or do that right now. It's not worth it to them. So, you know, they're trying out this Zeri top again. This is the second time and it worked the first time, so I think they thought, well, we'll try it again. This is what they need to be doing. They need to be in there getting Brand so he can't farm.
I mean, I'm almost ready to at this point as Faker. Yeah, Faker and APA just always fighting.
So again, this is the second time we've seen T1 pull out top Zeri, which is turning into the new Lucian top. Brand or Sejuani is ahead of Brand. Brand's behind. That shouldn't be happening right now. So T1's already 3K or 2K ahead. Like I said, this matchup here, normally Tristana is behind Corky. So Appa is not doing that well in this game. Impact's just in the wrong place at the wrong time, gets caught out. He should, I guess, maybe he could flash and get out of there. It's not worth it. Well, he's going to get out. Then he didn't have to use his flash. I thought Impact was a goner. Guma's boring, Guma's bored, so I guess he's scouting out the enemy jungler.
Great rotation from Carrier. APA, in danger. He does have the honey fruit, but Jan's making his way over. And remember, there's Brand towards the bottom side of this one as well. Carrier.
That's what I think they're looking for is Brand.
Wants to be able to find the damage. Doesn't get the stun as we can see there as the series going to miss. And Carrier does get the passive.
I would think T1 should have got caught in there. Impact didn't have his teleport to go in and make a play. I guess they could have had Impact go to that jungle and kill Guma and Carrier. It's amazing that Carrier and Guma lived. They should have got caught. I don't know why T1 should know the dragon's going on right now. I don't know why they're just giving it over again. You don't play this way. I feel like T1's just playing with their food, if you want my opinion. They're not showing you how the correct way to play and win. They're bored and trying a new way to win, basically. They're trying to level up.
Starting to get larger and larger. Yeah. There's a solar flare. Gumishi going to get slowed down. True shot barrage. Is going to connect. A little bit of a delay there as Carrier moves on in. Thor's in a weird spot, but Ona's moving on down. It's a large minion wave though. Gumishi doesn't have a whole lot of health. A spot bristle. And Sejuani as they move into the river. TL going to be safe and get themselves back out.
I'm here watching, guys. I'm watching my TV from afar. I'm here. I'm always here watching.
Relentless of his pressure on APA. Does have a fair bit of item damage now early with those components, and has half of his code completed. So he is really going to pull ahead very soon here.
Ooh, Impact not quite able to find that third Q. Keeping himself in the offside, pretty upset about how things went as far as that gang from T1 was concerned. Wasn't a great time and isn't a great time now. As Leandri is now completed for he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Does need to watch out for the door. The Unbreakable can make things real tough. As we check out the crowd here in the Qadir Arena.
Came from Dubai to watch the go. We got people here from everywhere. As this is looking like Grubs 2, T1 here. Might be able to get that full six nearby.
I think TL needs to try and get at least one of these, but that is going to be 5 taken here as Ona moves his way out. They'll accept the 5-for-1 trade as far as those Grubs are concerned. It's now Jan fighting against Gumayushi here towards the bottom side. Guma looks to be absolutely fine with that situation, especially with Carrier just off to the side. Jan needs to be so careful. Ona here towards the top side as well. Everyone on TL is in so much trouble. That was a decent dodge there as Jan not going to walk in to the Glacial Fissure. True Shot Barrage looking to be traded as APA moves towards the bottom side. Jan is so low and APA he's just going to explode. Faker's in there, Carry's in there, and there's Core JJ trying to...
Well, guys, I think T1's putting on a clinic here in Game 2.
Save him from this one, though, as Gumishi almost dies to minions. Himself out of the way, and Core JJ will, in fact, be all right.
A bit of a miscalculation here for TL. Core JJ staying in there. Faker able to make the play happen with the TP bottom side. Zeus going to take this top side turret and deny some additional farm. T1 winning everywhere on this play. And Guma down on the bottom side. He's not quite able to get the kill with his ult, but still enough damage there. And this was just such a good read from T1, knowing that Leona is still mid. They can TP in, match the Corki here. There's a really cool moment as well here for Faker, where you see he realizes he calculates, do I buster shot APA? No, I think I kill both of them. Goes for Yun instead with the flash, then kills APA, picks up so much money. 3 kills now on this Tristana, who also has 5 grubs. This is the magic number to wreck turrets in this mid-game. Faker is going to be a menace in this second game.
He already is. Absolutely, and I feel like you want to take in game number 1 personally here as Jan gonna get pushed away. Zayas comes in, Jan's like, I thought their AD carry was a Caitlyn. He's not. Oh, well, he is. But it's also a Zeri coming from the top side of the map, and Core JJ once again finds himself underneath the turret with kind of nowhere to go. With his bite, he's going to miss. More kills, more waiting for the minions, and I think this Leona is just going to go down. Solar Flare is a lot of extra value, and Zeus, he will die. 600 gold goes over to a Leona, but they'll lose their outer turret on this bottom side.
It's almost arguable that this is a big win for Zeus as well. No one else is going to be able to get that shutdown gold going to Leona. Still relatively valuable gold. Of course, they get something back for it, but that's another turret, another plate. And T1 in full control right now. You can see Impact is pushing top side his shadow, but Yun's in trouble.
Yun is just going to get prisoned and destroyed. Able to give a good old thumbs up before that one is now TL looking to try and counteract the play. Let's see whether Impact can find anything. The all-out does go down onto Ona, as the ultimate from Carrier is pretty good there as well to keep them at bay. Impact is getting lower and lower as Gumayushi is firing shot after shot into the back of this Cassandre. APA moving over though. Let's see whether this Corgi is going to be enough to be the
Guys, we've got a 7k gold difference here. I don't know. I don't think Team Liquid's coming back in this game anytime soon. It's going to take some miracle team fight about 20 minutes from now before they can turn this around.
And it's concussed blows of permafrost, and your Cassandre, unfortunately, it's really tough to make that work with the TP coming through, even with those low health bars there for T1. With the pushback, though, looks like they'll be able to secure their second Drake of the game. We'll see what soul it is, because it's going to take a big comeback in this one for TL if they're going to bring us to the 2-0 win, the set completion. It's Inferno.
Don't know why Team T1 are giving that dragon over to Team Liquid. Again, this is not how you play. This is T1 playing with their food. They've got a 7k gold lead, so they don't really care about the dragon right now. But I doubt that Team Liquid get another one in this game.
Certainly feeling like we're getting angry T1. I feel like we got angry G2 yesterday after dropping the first game to FlyQuest. Angry T1 is certainly out here in game number 2, and this is immaculate gameplay. This is what we were expecting from the world champions. You know, in game I mean, what we're expecting in a grand scale, but they did just lose to KT, so there needs to be some caveats. But after taking down BLG, it's definitely good. No, true.
Yeah, they just beat BLG the other day, the #1 LPL team. The #1 LCK team got knocked out by the #2 LPL team, so this tournament's very crazy.
Excellent handling of the lane swaps, good map movements all around. You see the gold lead here.
It's a lot of AD carries with a lot of money.
Yeah, it's 3 of them at the top of the charts. Faker actually behind Zeus in gold, despite being a 3-kill Cassandre. Was able to take up so much there in the mid-turret as well. But it just really shows how well T1 knows. This is the style of comp they practiced going into this tournament, the style of comp they showed us in their very first game against BLG. And it is a much different story, far cry from game 1.
Certainly is. Humpty now moving in, wants to try and stay out of vision as he moves into the top side here. To try and catch them unawares with this large amount of damage that he does have available. Ona looking for impact, and we'll be able to find the Winter's Wrath. Young moving up as well, and the brand is still working. Now going to be following these minions forward. Can this flank angle actually work out as Yon has to get himself out of the way? Teleport to come in from APA as well as Zeus going to get slowed down, and he will pop like a balloon. And that could, talking about there, Wolf, because that could have been a much larger shutdown if it hadn't already gone over the core.
True, but it's still a big kill here onto this area.
He's going to dive into 3.
I don't know what Faker's doing there.
When he flashes away immediately, maybe just didn't quite know where everyone was. Because
Guess he's just kiting them around, waiting on Owner and Carrier to come in.
And TL seem unconcerned about that particular eventuation. It's going to be Umpty going down though, and T1 are winning on this side as well. Corgi takes down Owner, but T1 are still on the offensive. TL get towards the offensive. Not going to be any more deaths for now, but I think that inner turret is going to be worth.
That's a very T1 moment there. Where Faker is in the rotation.
Oh!
Top laner is pushing bottom lane. They have to push in mid. Guma trying to crush that turret so quickly, so buying time, keeping TL locked in to the top lane. They get mid turret. They're going to get this bottom inner.
Yeah, trying to protect the minions here as they look to try and take down the turret. They will be able to do so as APA has to flash away Impact. Looking to make his way in. The core is there as well. And Zeus, it turns into one.
What are you doing, Zeus?
APA will go down, but it'll be a trade. It's the Zenith Blade max range. Will help lock down Gumayushi. TL, they ain't going down without a fight, but still not looking too great for the North American squad down 9,000 gold.
There's just no critical kills to the carries here. You know, there's no extra gold going over to APA. The shutdown there from Zeus there, or kill traded from him was actually well played. And then you look at Corky sitting on...
What's even worse for Team Liquid is Brand is really good into squishies, like Zeri and Tristana and Caitlyn.
Zeri also very much close to 3 items, sitting on 6 kills. And so yes, you got some shutdown gold, yes, you got some kills back, and it's not just TL going quietly into that good night, but at the end of the day, this Tristana with 5 gloves, we talk so much about this in this tournament, in the LCK, and regionally, in every domestic league, this Tristana can be such a problem, and she's...
Got any chat out there? Besides bots?
Let's see what as I go down.
And Umpty actually, you know, I don't want to say he stole the kill, but going over to him, still relatively useful here.
I know what I'll do.
Utilizes items very well. This is the problem here for TL. Shutdowns were on the right chance to get the kills went over. Maybe you could see a little area.
Might be able to find an opportunity here. The Glacial Victor comes down, doesn't really do too much there as it's eaten by Impact.
I didn't have the volume up, I'm sorry.
Faker could be in trouble though.
You may not have had any volume there for a while.
Going to miss his carrier. He'll have the door back and he'll be able to protect the go to the mid lane. In the meantime, Erner's looking to 1v1 Yon, who does have the cleanse available for the Glacial Prison. But the fact that Erner can kind of walk in front of 3 people and not care while an inhibitor is being taken on the bottom side of the map just shows how far T1 are in the lead.
Yeah, and we talk about Zeri's ability to kill turrets sometimes.
There we go. Now we're perfectly synced up. Sorry, stream. Sorry, I forgot to have the volume up, so you may not even want to watch this now, but now we got the volume. Now you can hear what's going on.
Now, this is a Hail Mary call here. They have control vision on this Baron. They swept it. I don't know if they have enough damage, though, and Carrier spots this out. Faker nearby. They're in trouble.
Yeah, now CoreJJ actually going to get tagged by the Winters by the Ignite comes in, and Faker, he does have the rocket jump. He kind of learned from what happened last time around, though. Doesn't want to dive in on top of 3 people. And T1, they do exactly what they want, right? They get them off the Baron.
It's like perfectly synced, too. Okay, we perfectly got it synced up.
Not really going to be losing.
I'm trying to sync this with my TV and the sound and all of that, and it's a headache. And again, I apologize. I had this sound down. I don't know if you could have heard that one or not, or you probably got some sound through there. But that should be better now.
Certainly could. That's an extra backup plan, you know, potentially.
Maybe they'll kill the Nexus first, but after they kill the Nexus, they'll go back and they'll kill the rest of the dragons.
Yeah, they'll just not press continue and go back to the post game.
Yeah. Do you want to keep playing? Yes, please. So we've all been in that situation, you know? You feel like you've got such a great run going that even though the game's kind of over, you want to play with those cool items that you've built.
I want to play, I want to play endless on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this Baron, definitely, there's enough damage here for T1 to take this one out. Carrier is just kind of holding the door.
So Impact's got her random ones now.
They have also this Caitlyn trap. Really tough for T1 to close the gap. They're not going to actually complete the Baron, but we'll just put Guma in mid and continue to push. Yon's used his E, and now we're set up for a potential vision clear and start it up again.
Yep.
Look at the Caitlyn traps now.
All of the traps just going to be lining the choke as teleport actually going to be invested here from Zeus. So T1, they want to lock down this Baron now. Looks like TL should be able to get themselves in here though, so at least it could be an opportunity. Flash available for Umpty to get into the pit. Let's see whether the General can be the hero. He flashes through, but he's unable to lock it down, and now T1 are going to get their team fight. Already the brand is being taken out. CoreJJ so low, but there's the all-out from Impact, and Yon over to the side. Zeus, the last man standing really here as far as the damage is concerned. That was obscene from TL.
Impact really playing that very well there, and
he had his rando ones.
Baron Guma is just so fragile in these moments, and yes, you get the Baron here, but TL with a much better setup coming into the fight. They have a Leona pushing through, got over the trap wall there, and was able to close the gap, and then TL are kind of trapped there. They win the 50-50, it's practically a 50-50 in this case. Umpty is not quite able to steal it, but they can't win the ensuing fight.
these types of fights, I mean, this is one baby step, it feels like, compared to the gold lead here. But these types of fights, if you can win a few of these, maybe TL could get back into this game. As you see, CoreJJ slips through the traps here. Yun on a nice angle here. And when Umpty comes through, the smite does come over. But look at this engage from CoreJJ. APA free firing over the wall. And there's just no way out here. Then Impact says, all right, Guma, I'm taking you with me, but also using you to close the gap. Zeus will just barely escape with his life, but it's a huge swing of gold here for TL. Still 9,000 gold behind.
Yeah, so much shutdown money going over to Yumbo, so that's definitely fantastic for this Ezreal. As CoreJJ going in once again, Gumayushi, nice net to get himself out of the way of the Solar Flare. There's now Impact trying
Goes back to I don't know why T1 keep giving these dragons over.
Standing stalwart in that front line. T1 just going to get these waves.
If they wanted to win, they know to just start taking the dragon at 5-6 minutes.
All of these minions with full power towards the
And that's too easy for them. They want a challenge. They want to level up.
Take the straight up 5v5 fight. They don't want to deal with Impact as a frontliner.
This is somewhat dangerous, though. You can see Impact is rotating over, and there is a Zenith plate to connect this one. Pillar of Flame not really landing, and that is a true shot.
And they're just trying to get this inhibitor is all they're doing.
Wanting to take down this inhibitor. Oh my goodness. Okay, Zeus. I'm not sure about that one, but he takes down the brand.
I think this game...
Another one as well. They get the shutdown, but is it going to be worth it?
I'm gonna say I thought it was over.
And he's going to be able to take another one. Yun chasing after Faker.
They can't kill that Cassante. Cassante keeps doing a lot of work.
It's TL winning the fight.
Yeah, let's see if Yun can catch Faker here. It looks like he's not going to take the chance. Doesn't have flash. Looking for it.
Now I know this. I think Brand starts to kind of fall off about 20-30 minutes.
For him either. If he does find Faker, Faker would be happy to take the exchange. But at the end of the day here, you can really start to feel the lack of a true frontline here for T1. As Carrier, when he's got the door...
I mean, they're literally... I think T1's literally just waiting on Faker to take this inhibitor here, and I don't know why they decided to turn and take a team fight.
Consistent damage here to
Because it looked like they were just going to get this inhibitor and get out of there.
Once Guma jumps in and makes an interesting decision there, let's say, the damage output, unfortunately, to break through this Cassante is just not there. And that's the trade-off. Yeah, you have 380 carries, so yeah, maybe you can toss one in and it won't necessarily matter. But TL, they have a huge front line. Randuin's is done. He's got Warden's Mail as well. He's so incredibly
Guess Faker's going to need like a Lord's Dominic's or Last Whisper item, whatever it is.
But maybe need to play a little bit respectful
For Impact's Cassante there, now that he's got a Randuin's Omen and a Warden's Mail.
This game goes on, right? Because we haven't really spoken about the damage profile because the game kind of went completely out the window very early on. So items weren't necessarily a relevant thing. However,
Impact's done well, and he's not really that far behind Owner or Zeus in farm. 193 CS to 232.
And so if this game is allowed to go on much longer, and you can see it's 14-13 in the kills, TL have really...
I mean, it is 3 items to 2.5 items, and it's almost 4 items. He's almost got his Bloodthirster.
The Glacial Prison, not a whole lot of follow-up here as TL are going to stand their ground for the moment. Zeus pokes his head out as now Faker thinks he's found Yun, but he does have the Arcane Shift to get himself out of the way, and now Zeus looking to chase after Impact. Umpty going to be the one corner though, and Zeus takes him out. Oh, the brand.
No, the brand was easy to kill. The brand falls off after 30 minutes or so.
It's going to be taken out. They're falling like dominoes, just one after the other.
You gotta keep the throttle down when you're playing Jungle Brand.
T1 are going to kind of slam the door shut on their fingers as this inhibitor is going to fall down. The second inhibitor
T1 didn't allow Team Liquid to play the jungle meta in this game. They were constantly in the jungle harassing Brand. That's one big thing that happened in this game if we went back and looked. They wouldn't let Brand just farm.
They should be able to grab that final inhibitor, so that in itself is practically as good as the final nail in the coffin here for TL, but they still have one final opportunity here. 45 seconds until this next Baron spawns, and like you said, I was going to say it, and you called it out first. If they win one fight, grab Baron, and take all of the standing gold that's on the map, plus the bounties they'll pick up,
I mean, the gold lead will actually.
They says a lot of healing now.
It's rare to see, like, to even discuss the possibility of like a 10,000 gold swing, but it's there for the taking. All they have to do is win the fight. Now that's the hard part. That's the tricky part. 3 inhibitors down. I don't see it happening. I don't think it's gonna occur. But it may be a Hail Mary, maybe some miracle play comes through, but I think T1, all they need to do is play safe, control this vision, let the minions, the super minions, do the work, double stacked across all 3 lanes with no inhibitors up. TL fighting blind.
As Young wanted to avoid the ace in the hole damage, 50% on the health bar now, as Ona just kind of able to ignore what Umpty's doing at this point in time as the Baron getting taken down so incredibly quickly. There's a lot of 80 carries in this game, and they do a lot of DPS. As Umpty looking to move in once again. He does have flash one more time as well. And T1, yeah, they know that this is not the fight they really want to take, and they don't have to. Because there are super minions that will win the game.
The minions are doing their job, and this is putting TL between, as we like to say in the Elsa game, between a rock and a hard place. You're gonna either have to defend your base, but you gotta stop this Baron. You can't do both.
Yep, and it's a very precious rock and a purple place in this game, Wolf. That's where they find themselves. And T1, they kind of want to win a fight. Is Carrier gonna go down first? There's the passive being procced, but look at this. I mean, Zeus is just in there. Impact goes all out, but he will be dead. Or out of there. Yeah, there he goes. Explodes in.
Oh, and so T1 win game 1 or game 2. So write this down.
But it's 1 apiece after game number 2.
And you know what? We got to see TL play their game in game 1.
You alright, Davey?
Absolute control with the lane swaps. T1 plays their game in game 2, and we got to see
Okay,
2 back-to-back stomps between
better today?
representative, the final one.
You get a bath last night?
To see what game 3 has.
You feel better after getting a bath?
A little bit more one-sided here in game number 2, but game 3 it'll be a side selection switch over. We're gonna go to a short break. When we get back, the studio are gonna break it down.
Hey now! So, I'm finally feeling good and awake now. So hey chat, tell your friends, follow us at twitch.tv/Sodaron. Would love to have some chat in here right now to talk about these series and games. That's what would be really nice. What am I missing? G2 Army?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI powered. Studio level AI portrait camera.
I don't even think people are watching this stuff live because they're watching this soccer.
AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere kWh silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200
A French
series.
breakfast. Sausage, mushrooms, eggs, bacon. This guy's awesome. He's an artist. Looks like a glass of whiskey. I guess I'll subscribe. The World Cup is here with a life-changing $60 million prize pool, the largest in the world. T1 versus G2. Guys, T1's gonna win the World Cup. It's already rigged. The World Cup's rigged. Riot already had this planned out because then they're gonna say the Legacy Hall of Fame player, Faker, won the first World Cup ever. Chovy didn't win it, Faker did. Faker was better, even though Chovy's had a much better season. They're gonna turn around Riot and say, well, Faker won the first World Cup. Buy this Legacy skin. It's all rigged.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends as T1 came back with fury after their Game 1 loss and put a shellacking down on Team Liquid in Game number 2. Although Team Liquid did try to make it look close, 10,000 gold down, T1 were able to close the door on any comeback attempt that APA and the rest of Team Liquid had to tie us up here and send us to a sudden death Game number 3 here in the semifinals, our first semifinals here at day 2 of EWC. And only one team can move on to play for the lion's share of $1 million, have their frame immortalized in the totem, and the key put into the game trophy. Welcome back, everyone. Dion alongside Joshi and Valdez here in the area. And Joshi, that was brutal.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slacking right there. We didn't have a whole lot that we really showed in that game. We had a couple of moments where it felt as though T1 were making it look a little bit more difficult than they potentially needed to, but ultimately, every single time they made one of these small mistakes, they were still getting objectives anyway.
T1 were just so far ahead that no matter how much happy gaming they went for, it just did not matter. And, you know, I'm not sure if they really had to do that. You know, Saves flashing in on top of a brand, ulting everybody, and then immediately dying up 10,000 gold. Probably not what you had to do. But they didn't have a lot of engage, so I guess they got the job done eventually anyway.
Let's take a look at the draft here, as it felt like there was a specific game plan in this one by Team 1 to attack a target here at TL.
It really was. They had a lot of pressure getting put onto Umti's champion pool right off the bat, but after that, I really like this Zeri flex pick that T1 has built up for themselves. Now that Zeus has showcased that it is a strong counter pick into the Kasante up in the top side, it puts a lot of pressure on Impact to try and make something happen in these games when he's just going to get out stat checked every single time he goes for a fight.
There's definitely an angle for an R5, you know, kind of pick that we don't see very often, like a Rammus or something like that in the jungle, and just build up a ton of armor because 380 carries and Sejuani, so. But the game just didn't ever look like it was in a place where that ever mattered. Obviously it could have, you know, TL could have gone for that pick and maybe this game would have looked a little bit differently, but yeah. Eventually the early game was just so one-sided to the side of T1 that I don't think it mattered what champions were on the Rifts, they were going to win the game.
Yeah, again, clinical and exactly what we expected from the world champs. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 2. We start with Impact now on the receiving end of what happened to Zeus in game number 1.
Yeah, we also got to see this was kind of T1 coming back and rectifying their mistakes for the first time. They tried to dive Impact the first game, it didn't go so well, and this time I was a little worried that Umti was going to get something back at a kill, but turns out you can just kill him.
You can't just kill him.
I've seen the Zeri top
very early on in the game, and you know that's only one of the 380 carries that they had. The rest of the lanes were also going very well for T1.
That's right. Bot lane is where the next set of action happened, as again more on the same front here, as Keria just jumping onto Yon, and just not a lot of things that TL could do to kick things off. Ace in the hole almost cleaned things up, but then APA getting caught.
In many ways, this felt like T1's last real attempt to come back into the game. They bring multiple members down to try and find some of these counter ganks, but unfortunately, a really good trap coming out from Gumayushi does end up taking down APA there, and then it happens again, because Zeus ends up coming down towards the bottom side, tries to find even more opportunities. They find more and more dives, and it just feels as though T1 is just firing on all cylinders, and Team Liquid didn't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, after these couple of plays, the game got extremely messy. There were a lot of moments where T1 were all over the map doing crazy things that they did not have to do. I personally did not want to see that because, you know, they were so far ahead they could have just cleanly ended the game, but instead we got a very happy second half of the game from T1.
That's right, and a lot of that happiness came here over at the Baron pit. Umpty had to have a couple of ways on in and try to make some hero plays, but T1 just shut the door.
Wallets are very heavy, Degon, and these wallets were extraordinarily heavy. And even though there were a couple moments here where we did get to see Team Liquid actually find a lot of kills, turns out just having the one Baron buff on Zeri was enough. Even though we only had the one Baron buff here, T1 was still able to take the mid lane turret, the mid lane inhibitor off of that.
Yeah, again, I think you were looking in the draft maybe for the Rammus or something, but the Cassante is starting to get a lot of value with impact on the top side about this.
I mean, he built one item, a Randuin's. That's all he needed to build, and eventually he became almost immortal in this game. It just, again, the goal difference was just so large that it didn't quite matter as we do take a look at the end of the game as well. Eventually T1 decide, okay, let's group up as 5 and not send our Zeri in to try to 1v5. We could probably just end the game.
Yeah, it turns out Zeri just needs to go in for the teleport at the end of the game in order to get a couple of Nexus turrets and also find, you know, effectively push Impact out of the game entirely. This really felt like the T1 that a lot of people were expecting to be going up against Team Liquid, but I still have a little bit of confidence left to huff here, Degon, because the next game, Team Liquid's gonna be back on the blue side, and that means we have way more opportunities to pick the Ziggs again.
That's right. Ziggs going to be helpful here. 60 seconds before we toss to the break and get into the action here, Valdez. So what do you see that was successful here for Team 1 in terms of preparation that will carry over here in game number 3?
I like to see that even with kind of a wonky draft and some interesting picks, they were still able to dominate very heavily in that early game. That's what I like out of T1. That's what we see very often, just very proactive early game plays, getting early leads all over the map. And they were able to do that. So I feel like game number 1, a little bit of a fluke, you could say. You know, Team Liquid did play excellently, and T1 were very caught off guard. But I was happy to see that T1 actually just kind of gathered themselves and had a great game number 2.
All right, Joshi, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Mid lane matchup, we've seen a lot of Chris, a lot of Corky. We know that Ziggs is the front of their
Katie, you gotta go outside, bud.
On the opposite side here.
I definitely think we're going to be looking at another
Yeah, go outside.
from Faker. You cannot afford to be playing Diaz here. You don't really want to be giving over the Corky either. And it really puts a very good number of champions that Faker really wants to play.
All right, again, a matchup that we've seen 3 times so far this split. Team Liquid versus Team Liquid versus T1. I was going to say Team Liquid versus TS. Team Liquid versus T1 again. This one for the marbles. Who will be moving on to the finals of EWC? We'll find out together after this break.
You went down, buddy.
Time before draft starts, so we're gonna have some fun here because we've got a lively crowd, and I'm a little nervous for this next part because I think I know how it's gonna go. But remember when we did battle chants a few days ago? All right, I believe I'm in the T1 section right now. Can I get a T1 fighting? They're just gonna keep going unless I stop them. So I want to hear from the Team Liquid section over there. I know that there's at least a couple of you. Let's get a Let's Go Liquid! All right, we're having a lot of fun here at the arena. Oh, we got some booze as well. We're gonna have even more fun together because we're all here as fans of League of Legends. So we're gonna get the wave going that way, and we're gonna get it back. And by the time it gets back to here, we're gonna throw it over the casters. Are we ready? Yeah! All right, everybody around me. You ready? Over here.
Thank you so much, Kangas. You guys look like you're having a whole lot of fun out there, and it is time to witness some more people having a whole lot of fun on Summoner's Rift. Or maybe it's actually just going to be a whole lot of intense action, because T1 and TL, both of these teams, one last chance to stay in the tournament.
One last chance, one final game. TL having side selection. They came in as the higher seed from the LCS. So as a result, in this third game, they'll have the opportunity to pick blue side, as was alluded to by Joshi earlier. Now, Corky gone, LeBlanc gone, Senna gone. Feels very familiar. We'll see if T1 also ban the Tristana here, or will they ban the Ziggs? Is a question, you know, I didn't think I'd be asking today, but after game one, certainly something to consider. Rumble already taken away, and they will actually adapt and ban the Ziggs. Respect shown here for APA.
But I think it's a trap, because TL then just gets Tristana for free. It's a dangerous one. A gambit here taken from T1. Still not fully making up their mind just yet on the TL side, but I think this Tristana is a pretty confident lock-in, and I'm very intrigued as to what Faker has as the response to the Trist.
Something like an Azir here might just be the way Faker goes. You know, these are the two main AD mids that we have. The Corki, the Tristana, no longer available. We've seen Yone, but it's really tough to play. It's tough to play the Tristana here. And it could be one of those games where we just see T1 go back to comfort. Now, the Ashe is also still available, even without the Sejuani, without the Rumble. A very strong pick here. They don't have to lock in jungle just yet, because there's a pretty good chance they're not going to be looking for a strong AP jungle on their side. See what they grab with this. I think we will see Faker's mid pick in this slot. The question is, what is it going to be? The Azir, the standout one for me.
Yeah. And just a bit of a standard one here, and of course, APA can buffer the rocket jump to get out of Emperor's Divides and things like that. We've seen Tristana into Azir many, many times. Oh, we'll see. Oh, this is an adaptation, and I think mid lane Talia has been nerfed on this patch, right? But it was mainly the jungle variety, and Faker has certainly put in a whole bunch of hours on this particular pickup. So this
Okay, we're missing the draft.
As now Umpty back to definitely one of his most played. Of course, played 2 champions back in the LCS, and this is one of them.
The Sejuani game in game 1 was pretty good. That was the other pick that he did play in the LCS.
Okay, hold on, bud. I gotta write this draft down.
Talia early here is pretty interesting.
Team Liquid are on blue side
as well. If they wanted to play that duo, there's a lot of different options here being considered for AP. I think flexing that Tristana bottom is a risky call. I think this is really the angle TL are looking for. Maybe perhaps just reminding everyone how good he is at the champion. But he is gonna lock it. Oh no, he's not. That was just trolled by production.
Yeah, he's gonna lock in the Zeri instead, just making sure he messes with us as much as possible, staying on brand. Is APA in the mid lane? Not on brand though. Is Umpty. He's gonna be playing Maokai this game.
Vi stock's way up. You have the Talia already. Zeri can get locked down by Vi. Now you are playing into a Maokai, which can be kind of tricky for Vi. But I think your ability to lock down the Tristana,
Maokai,
makes this a pretty obvious lock-in here for Owner. Very classic.
Wolf was talking about the other day that Gumayushi's been practicing Zeri, and yet Zayas has been the one playing.
Lots of really strong ways to kill this Zeri. We move into team fights later on. And this is a really tricky part of the draft here for both sides in terms of predicting what the top lane is going to play. And this is where red side gets a huge edge. On this side, you have to take the Tristana away, but on red side...
This is probably a game where an AP jungler is going to lose to an AD jungler, and that's because there's a skill gap in the teams.
Because we haven't even mentioned the layering of targeted CC for Zeri is generally a good thing.
Yes.
And that's what they have in spades as well. And you mentioned the chain that can then occur. So Jan going to have to be very, very careful about his positioning in this particular game. Maybe not flashing into 3 people and pressing R like Zayas was pretty comfortable doing the last time around.
Turkey over there.
Taken away. So only one more of that brutal targeted CC you just can't get out of.
Yeah, that's one more gone, but certainly can just opt into the Leona instead. Unless they're going to ban it away themselves. So that is going to be taken off of the board here. See what this final ban is going to be. We pretty much have all of the main CC threats for Zeri already either locked in or banned away now. So this is a curious one. Perhaps a ban towards Zeus here on the top side might give us a hint as to what Impact is thinking here in this draft about what he wants to play.
Hold on, bud. I'll take care of you as soon as this draft.
Yeah. And I'm wondering now, with the Leona being banned away on the red side, the now going to be taken away from Zeus. He hasn't been allowed to play that one all series long. Still does have the Cassante to go back towards if you would like to. But I'm just feeling like we might be in for a last pick Varus.
Yeah, that's what I was
like. I'm just feeling.
We're there on the same page. We cast this team so often. We know how they like to play these types of drafts, and that was exactly the same thought that was going through my mind. You ban the Gnar, they pick the Cassante. Now they do have this Gragas in response here, which has been quite strong. Either the Twisted Fate or the Gragas, both are great picks into the Cassante in the top lane. Good for your damage profile if you do end up opting for the Gragas. It's like they're gonna lock in.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I haven't been happy with the Udyr.
Yeah.
Personally, we haven't seen it do good things and have happy times on Summoner's Rift, Wolf.
Yeah, the Bard pick here is going to be pretty good. I'm a lot more of a fan of this one for Core JJ in the bottom lane and the ability to potentially control.
Oh, it's a red side pick, Team Liquid. It's not a blue side pick.
If it's going to be, for example, a Varus or Kalista.
JD, you're going to have to hold on a minute, bud. You're really needy.
With Ashe, so many different combinations. That
You've been outside 3 times in 3 hours, bud.
I liked the Bard more for what the lane is going to do, but with how well Core JJ played for Khan in Game 1, they played it like a pick comp. They have the skill to blow people up with this Tristana.
My dog's a big baby.
We doubted it last
He's a
time.
14-year-old little baby.
Well, let's see what the game plan is going to be here for T1. Sivir Ashe is another pick duo that they played before, actually.
Sivir. Alright, well, we've not seen Sivir. What is it, bud? What? What is wrong? Yeah, a little bit.
We know him as probably
What,
the best
buddy?
Ashe support in the world, and was for a very long time. It was a little bit sad that it was Beryl that got the Ashe skin in the end, but you can't have everything. I mean, still, this is absolutely terrifying and should have a lot of control on that bottom side if it is going to be standard lane.
Okay, you don't mention that. Like, I can't get my dog to eat today. Of course, like, I gotta stream and all this, and then my dog wants to be a pain in the butt, too.
Sivir, and there's so many different ways you could just crush this bottom lane.
Always gotta be 10 problems. It can't be 1 problem. It's always gotta be 15 problems.
If he gets caught in the CC, including the Vi, he can get out of a lot of things. The targeted CC like that Vi ultimate just sets up everything else. Same with the Zeri. I think Umpty has a huge responsibility to go into these team fights to make sure his ultimate is impactful. He can turn on a dime, shut some of these guys down if his ult starts time.
You got trees, you got bones. I'll have to go buy you a steak after the stream.
Completely different story. I don't think this draft is unplayable for TL by any means, but it feels like we're going back.
Get a drink, bud.
Bread and butter. Stock standard, what everybody loves to play in the LCK. This is their wheelhouse. And
I don't think he's hungry. It's like I'm worrying about him eating. He's not hungry. He's got plenty of food. It's just like another problem brought up while I'm trying to stream and I'm worrying about it.
Of the Udyr. Maybe, you know, watching FlyQuest really not find any value with it yesterday. Could be coming into it. We'll have to see what Impact can do on the champion instead. But I'm hoping that we do see the level of pressure from this Udyr lane that you require extraordinarily early on. And the thing is, if it is going to be more of these lane swap shenanigans, maybe Team Liquid have a little bit of a plan to get Impact into a better spot. So
Okay,
that
buddy, get up here, sit
early
down.
mid-game, he can really put the
Sit
pressure
down,
on there.
bud.
Because it otherwise could just really, once again, be an Udyr running around and not really doing a whole lot of much towards the end of this game. Trying to be tanky, not necessarily figuring it out. So I think once again, a little bit of something going on. I think it was Carrier that was being inspected momentarily, or maybe I am wrong. We'll just have to find out as here we are. Never mind, nothing going wrong. We
have to go to the bathroom.
I hope everyone in the Gideon arena is
Look at all these problems that come up once you start streaming that you all don't even think about. That you'll have to go to the bathroom, you'll have to take care of your dog, you'll have to eat and feed yourself, you'll have to clean up after yourself. All of this technical problems. Getting a stream to match up on another thing. Audio issues. Look at all these things you gotta do and take care of when you're streaming, and you all think it's just easy.
This draft, we do give a huge edge to T1 based on the ways they can shut down this area, how comfortable they are with this composition.
Vi
Two LCK casters sitting
falls
on
into the rank of always.
a little bit of feeling like
I know what T1 could do with this world, and I trust TL with this composition. Impact gonna try to be a little bit annoying here.
AP jungle meta.
But I do think it is pretty binary, and the ways in which Impact can make an
Which,
impact,
in LCK, what they'll do is if somebody drafts Vi, they'll draft Morgana. From what we've seen.
in his lane, if Umpty can get some ganks for him, maybe he can put the pressure
So we've not really seen an AD jungle in a while. I mean, we've seen it at this tournament. We're talking outside of the tournament in the LPL, LCK. Here's an AP jungler.
I think understanding that there was a very high likelihood that once again Team Liquid were going to go for a bit
But in this game,
that has indeed
and it didn't happen the last game, the AP jungler didn't get ahead of Sejuani. They stayed even. Umpty stayed even with Owner. And it's going to be the same thing in this game.
pleasure of seeing. Even in the LCK so far
And
this season, it hasn't been something that
I don't think you'll see this tomorrow if Team T1 beat Team Liquid and play against Top. Now, if you go against G2, you'll see this type of play again tomorrow.
to get the experience for those melee minions, so it looked a little bit
But if they get stuck with
trying to get as much as he could, as Impact doing exactly
the LPL team tomorrow, then we're in this AP jungle meta.
auto attackers and one of them that slows you down every time they shoot you. Look who's here.
And there's a lot more I could explain and go into right now that I don't feel like talking about. It'd be like a 10-minute conversation.
Be able to do anything about this. Similarly, though, Umpty is taking the jungle of Owner on the top side. Zeus, I go back here, grab a pot.
Has to waste some time though. The little Krug chasing Impact down there and just chilling with him underneath the turret means that it's going to take a while for Owner to actually finish off the camp. So he does so in the end, standing on a ward. And Impact well aware of what could be.
So third game we get a lane swap.
Talk a little bit. Okay, we're gonna maybe have something occur here. Impact is very good at wave clear.
I don't know what Zeus is doing there. He's just going right at the turret. He's going to get dove and die here in a second. He used his flash already.
He's already rotated up. There's the Bramble Smash as he
So good job there, Team Liquid. T1.
Win for them. They should be able to grab some.
Team Liquid's back's up against the wall. They got to play a lot harder to win this.
That's going to be CoreJJ taking out the turret this time. It's Zeus straight out of the jet.
Now there's some really bad communication and laziness there on T1's part, Zeus.
And I'm almost ready to certify this one as well. Plate going to go down here.
So right now it's not looking good. Now T1's got to pull. This is where T1's got to turn around and start getting these dragons here at 5 or 6 minutes.
Udyr also, a fantastic wave clear, could deal with this bottom push, even with Sivir in the mix. Sivir's so good at wave clear. I think that's why this pick specifically
Is my resolution's off?
strong into the 2v2, but good at pushing waves in, but Impact is really holding his own here. Unfortunately, there's no way for Owner pre-6 to actually have the same sort of impact that we saw from Umpty topside now. CoreJJ's back.
Yeah, the bear diving forward as Gumayusi wanted to try and kill him. I think they had a very good idea as to what was happening, but tried for the opportunistic execution, and now it's just going to be a regular 2v2, but Jan has that 1-0-1.
There, we got synced back up now.
CoreJJ with the same, so this is definitely a much better lane state than what it could have been moving into a laning phase against Double.
I can tell when they're perfectly synced up because I can't hear one or the other.
By these players as CoreJJ, unfortunately, going to
Normally we're just running off these little speakers I have on the PC through my Blue Yeti mic.
And there is a cleanse, but it doesn't quite work out. Phenomenal spell shield here from Gumayusi as they're looking for even more as T1 answer back on the bottom side.
So we're still even. T1 really, not T1, but well, T1. There was miscommunication. It wasn't probably just Zeus' fault. But he kind of got lazy there with a flash and a teleport. So Zeus really screwed up already in this game with a really bad teleport, really bad flash. Doesn't really matter because, what, 3 minutes? We've got a little card here that we've tried to make and show you and everything with all the cooldown timers, which are really important because people in a solo queue don't know this stuff. So teleport's 6 minutes. I don't know if this was made back in 2023. This may have changed. Teleport was 6 minutes. Flash 5 minutes.
This is pretty doomed for Zeus, though, as we can see.
Zeus have Cosmic Insight, so his teleport will be back up in 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
Umpty also was able to catch up a lot of the farm during that because he wasn't involved in the
Flash, 4 minutes and 14 seconds. This is a very specific, exact timing card I made. It's not off. And these are very important things you need to be playing off of if you want to get better at this game. You need to know all of these cooldown timers. You need to know when your enemy's flash will be back up so you can make a play and know when they have it back up to not make a play or teleport. So all of these are on this little sheet. I've got them on my content stuff. I need to update it, redo it. This is from 2023. It's probably not changed. You know, I could ask you, hey chat, what's the standard time on Flash? And you would be like, I don't know. And it's like, well, it's 300 seconds or 5 minutes. Heal. Well, heal's 4 minutes or 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This is an important little card here. Worth a lot. I spent a lot of time on that. So here we go. We're back to what I'm talking about. You can listen to my content now for hours, and I'm not a liar. I talked about this in the last 2 games. Here's game 1. T1 is taking the dragon now because they want to win. They're not going to... I'm not a caster that's sitting here swaying the thing back or forth. I'm trying to be honest with you and tell you what's going on. What's going on is the last 2 games, T1's never valued the dragons and they kept giving them over to Team Liquid. I said they know better than that. Owner knows better than that. Here we go. They started in this game. They're doing what I'm talking about now. They got Dragon 1 off the board at 6 minutes. I think they got the... Did they get the Void Grubs? I didn't see or pay attention, and they don't show you on this. They don't show where the Void Grubs are on this.
And at least figure things out with the Gleaming Quill. An opportunistic little chance there with the Extendo Beam, but not able to actually grab the Bramble back. And so that's going to be another steal coming on through here. Still, TL have full vision of the top side of the map of T1, and so it could just be a counter red taken by Umpty, but he's sort of nowhere near right now, and it looks like Owner is just beelining right towards that buff as Carrier taking a bit of damage. The Yun and Core JJ, I think, realizing that...
Team Liquid got a couple wards in the enemy side of the map, up on the top side at the Krugs.
When I look at this game state here, I give a pretty big...
And the brush behind the red buff. They got a control ward.
The Cassante is massively far behind.
Should have probably put that ward actually in the Krug camp instead where it is, but hey, at least they got a ward. Well, you could probably see it right there. So now they know where our Owner is, or Oner. I still think it's Oner, or Honor.
With a massive advantage may be useful now, but
I also think Ale is pronounced ale, like a beer, not Ale.
Zeus will eventually just say, well, I don't really care. It's really bad now, but it's going to be okay later on. It's not a massive advantage I'm giving to T1.
Faker's even with Appa.
Considering the damage done,
Dion's behind the Sivir.
Wait and see though how these first few fights break out, because that's when
Carrier's Ashe is amazing.
That's where you have to look for those picks. If they mess it
So
up,
there's one thing that's gonna be very difficult for Team Liquid to play into. That Carrier plays an amazing Ashe support,
Let's see how they use it.
which keeps constant vision and pressure around the map.
His buttons will do things that are good, kind of regardless of the amount of gold he has, but that's a good buffer from APA, able to get out of the seismic shock. This time, as Umpty not quite able to find an opportunity here as Impact, he's going to spend most of his time, I think, behind
I think T1 had to take the Cassante away from Team Liquid. This is about the only thing I see in the draft. They had to change up. They can't let Impact get the Cassante.
Still able to eat the ward, and wants to kind of run after Carrier here at the same time. He doesn't have Merc threats, so Tenacity is at a bit of a premium, but he'll be alright.
I don't know what happened to Skarner. I don't. He should have just taken Skarner.
That lane, see what he wants to do. Could just walk it out, but is going to commit the TP as shown here, picture in picture. Man, this is a really awkward moment for TL because you know Zeus can't show up to...
We'll probably see Skarner today.
So maybe you want to heavily commit to this objective, but at the same time, Zvi, Talia, Weaver's Wall at the ready. You're going to be so cautious about how you're going to approach trying to set up a fight here on the top side of the map, and I think just backing away...
I don't know what Ian is doing top lane. Or middle.
Control of the river is here for TL. at this point in time. I like.
Okay, I guess we're fighting over the second spawn of the Void Grubs is what's going on. I really don't know what Ian's doing, Tar.
Okay, there's a grand entrance. Owner going to be the target as cease and desist comes in, but I don't think they're listening to him. Yon's going to take him out. The Grub's getting.
I think Guma just flew by. Hopefully he.
But APA's diving in. He finds the buster shot, sends the Sivir packing, and that's a double kill for the Zeri. TL back on top.
TL back on top. Great ultimate there from Umpty, and also the setup from Core JJ forces the flash out of Carrier, and T1 are not first on the play. I think this looks very different if they're diving on the Zeri, if they're the ones starting it off. They know Impact had the ability to just join with it.
So T1
but as you see the setup here, Owner wants to go into Young.
lost some takedowns to Team Liquid there, and they're gonna lose the Void Grubs.
Look at this ult from Umpty layered on top, guaranteed an extra CC, and then APA is gonna have his time to shine here with an Insect S play, flashes onto Guma and will force him down. TL, huge win on the fight. I doubted it because they had the setup. T1 were ready, but they just did not expect Core JJ's engage, and TL looked so ready to take every step of that fight, start to finish. Now 1,500 gold ahead.
And I think also they would have taken into account that Faker didn't have his teleport and APA did. Its teleport advantage utilized absolutely beautifully here by TL. And now they're set up to try and do battle for this second dragon, Infernal. On the Rift once again, not going to be the Soul this time. Might be Ocean, might be Chemtech. That wouldn't be great. Hopefully Ox, who's setting up to be...
So Team Liquid, no, they cannot allow T1 to get this dragon.
So that we don't get that Chemtech.
And that's a good job of Team Liquid there, making a play top, getting the Void Grubs, and getting the dragon. It's not Team Liquid's yet.
Not getting a lot of value out of the spell shield, and Core JJ lying in wait.
T1 just got to give this up.
Yeah,
Faker not in a position to Weaver's Wall in and cut this team in half. This is a Zeus at level 9, just sitting under turret against a 6 Void Grub APA, who is just pushing down this turret. Zeus gonna eat a bunch of damage, will try to clear the wave. This turret is gone.
Yeah, he's just gonna be able to get a few more autos into it. Maybe come out, and oh, it's just, he's gonna require one more wave. But I don't think Zeus can stick around because as soon as that turret is down, he's going to get jumped on. Owner moving up now, but it's going to be a little bit too late. I guess Faker can skate on over, and there is a dragony arrow flying past. Shoutouts to Beryl there, whose skin is going to be employed for this one. Faker wants to try and protect this, but the minion wave has made it to the turret. Seismic shove is decent as APA is going to get pushed away. And now Owner, he's going to move on up. So he gets into the brush. Let's see what APA can actually get done here.
Was it really worth the turret to give them a kill?
Faker still going to throw out some rocks here, and APA just being a bit frustrating, buying some time. Once the minion wave is going to get a bit of it before he's punched to death by the Vi.
I think if APA plays that a little bit safer there, maybe he actually gets out. The Ash Arrow misses.
Guess I could sit down.
That would have been too big.
I get excited. I gotta stand because I'm watching a sport.
A little bit too long there, and Owner's there with the rotation. Owner also doesn't even have to flash for the ult there, so really well played. Faker gets a plate, but will he die for it? No.
He's gonna teleport, so that's going to get him out of there.
Faker's teleport's down, so you look at your little card here. When will teleport be back up for Faker? Well, it doesn't have Cosmic Insight. He has CDR boots. I've got the CDR boots right here. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So, math's hard. What is it? 1920 or so, Faker's teleport will be back up. So, he can't make a play around the map until then.
Get the teleport out of Faker. They also now have complete topside control, so yes, the plate went over in those final seconds there before they fell off, but TL are going to be able to get this Herald, which will then lead into potentially Dragon control.
I don't know what's going on out there. And so now Team Liquid get the Herald. So Team T1 are just slowly losing objectives off the map. Who knows, maybe the AP jungler's going to win. He didn't go AP on it, he's going tanky, so there's one thing that Umpty's doing differently. He's going straight up tank, which T1 probably don't realize that or didn't. They probably think he was going Leandri's full AP. So that might be some type of wrench into this game here for T1 that is making this Maokai tanky instead of with a Leandri's with some AP damage.
Gets himself over the wall. A little bit scary, was almost within cease and desist range, but Owner not going to go for that very long journey towards the Baron Pit.
Yeah, it was a very scary moment there for T1, but handled well. Core JJ going to get his back interrupted, but not going to lead to too much.
Oh, it's not going to get that control ward.
Really good for TL when you consider the map.
Here's a ward I really like. I like putting a ward in the middle of the map like T1 do right there. That's always a good place to put one.
Healthy, not enough damage actually to follow up on anything, so a lot of tools used here for TL. Had they gotten the turret, you'd feel really good about what their, Dragon is going to look like.
Got any chat? Any questions?
They don't have it now. They don't have
Hey, throw me some questions. I'll figure them out, read them, and
pretty small win, but a significant win.
interact with
At the
you.
same time.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the gold, looking at there to the left, Yana and APA are still sitting very much at the top of the table when it comes to that. So in a straight up 5v5, these 80 carries.
Well, Zeus is getting behind, and he can't get any farm.
And this turret, maybe not long for the world, is APA. He's just going to teleport.
Baker doesn't have his teleport.
Zeus, he was tanking up the turret, but Zeus is very, very dead, guys. That is a 0-3 Cassante, and the turret falls as well. And this is another way to create a...
So again, here's one thing I'm sure that T1 wasn't planning or thinking about, that Team Liquid threw a wrench in here. Normally we see Leandri's Torment on Maokai, so Warmog's going to make him very tanky. Like right here, he's gonna. I figured he would have W'd right there.
As the explosive charge goes off, another seismic shot from Faker, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. The inner turret was under fire, and look at that, it's almost dead. I mean, they were there for like a couple of minutes,
That's
a couple of seconds.
That's Tristana, baby. That's APA pushing it through, and T1, they are able to get the Udyr, but it's a traded kill back. 20 seconds until this dragon spawns. They're gonna have to later reset.
I don't think this is a good meta for like Faker or Knight or these very high-skilled mid laners over in the LPL or the LCK, because they're being stuck on Corki and Tristana. These are the type of champions you think we'd see play over in NA.
Take a 1-for-1 trade there in the end. Now Dragon should be going to T1. They're actually gonna reset as well.
I think it'll be completely different at Worlds.
Maybe I'm going to eat my words on that one, as TL actually coming over here faster, so they get most of the turret, trade 1-for-1, get Zeus, get a bottom outer, and now they're going to get the...
So here T1 are going to lose another dragon off the map, and it's just going to put them behind even more.
Yeah, and he's very tanky. It's not going to be the Leandri's build, as the arrow is going to connect here.
So T1's trying to make a play. I guess they know the dragon's being taken.
That stun from the arrow lasted about 400 years. Impact is still able to just soak it up.
Zeus can't get any farm. So I guess that's probably why they're really putting pressure on the top lane there with Faker and Owner. They really got to get some farm here on Cassante.
Trade for Udyr. I guess you'll take that, as Zeus is also going to go down. The Unstoppable does come in. Umpty, he's going to be CC'd up, but he's so tanky.
And I guess Faker's teleport. Maybe my card's off or something. They may have changed the timing.
And he can't defend it.
This blue side first pick.
Guessing they did.
Mad value in this game, Atlas. Mid turrets down as well. TL just out macroing T1 with this.
Even my math's horrible.
Once again, now Faker will be able to at least get the majority of this turret.
See.
Really decisive on the recall, will pick up the gold here in the end, decides not to go back, but the damage has been done to the base, and every time you open up an inhibitor...
Yeah, they must have changed some of the timings on that.
Going to be a threat. That one goes down, that unlocks potential Baron takes for TL, because it's on the opposite side of the map, that bottom inhibitor, and TL has just been so quick. They find an angle, Zeus is not tanky enough, look at his build.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, teleport. He's like a minute quicker cooldown now.
T1 trying to cross map top side, he gets an Udyr. The Udyr is working well in this draft. He buys so much time, he's got so much weight there, so slippery, forces the buy ultimate. Like, thank you very much for dying, Impact, because we're getting way more than T1 got.
Yeah,
to the bottom lane.
And the only lead that's here for T1 is Owner with a bit of extra gold. And otherwise, it's 1,000 here, 1,000 there for TL. And that is on all of the members that kind of want that money. TL now moving up here towards this top side. Owner on a decent flank angle. APA might get caught out. Let's see. Oh, actually still in that fog of war. It's Umpty that's going to go for the face check. And he can, because he is a big tanky tree. He's flashing.
So he flashed W with that Warmogs, but didn't do anything.
He'll be taken down. Gumayushi grabs that kill, and now the teleports in from Zeus at the same time. They want even more off the back.
So Zeus just teleports there to take up a bunch of damage from Appa and die.
And the ultis there from Yun as well. Let's see whether they can actually answer as the extended beam splits up the fight. Great flash from APA as Ona tries to get that Vault Breaker through. He doesn't have cease and desist, but here's the Weaver's Wall. It's split off the fight completely, and APA he'd have to invest the rocket jump if he wants to get on over. Both of the tanky members from
The Dragon's not up for a minute, or for 2 minutes.
So much momentum.
Oh man, you could take Umpty out of Pro, but you can't take the Pro out of Umpty. The T1 fans are calling him a Giga Chad for that one because that was a bit of an overextension, a lack of vision there. Thought he found an angle onto Faker and Owner, thinking perhaps Kuma and Carrier were far.
Sivir must be a Zeri counter. We don't see. I haven't seen Sivir.
Communication here on the side of TL. All things considered, this fight goes decently.
Core JJ is a man that has a skin of Rakan, so obviously he's one of the best Rakans in the world. So that's gonna be one thing that's really difficult for T1 to play into in this game is the Rakan.
They certainly did.
You don't really see Rakan this season.
Quietly ricocheting a billion damage around the fight. And see able to do a whole lot, and APA still requiring our respect.
Or let me rephrase that. We haven't seen Rakan this season, or we rarely see him. Maybe it'd be a couple odd games where he pops up.
Being an Infinity Edge, that's a pretty cool one. And so now TL moving towards this Baron pit once again, and I think that we shouldn't be fooled. They are still very, very strong in this game, and they are starting off this Baron.
He could just lock them out with his ultimate as well. They don't have a lot of vision though.
So Owner has Flash and Smite up.
So TL already a bit up in this particular situation. Are they going to flip it though is the question.
Yeah, he got it. He got it.
Just to take the Baron and flashes out and says thanks for
Got in there, got out.
This was really rough call here for TL with no real vision control. I think they just said, I think we get away with it against T1. You usually don't. Really great in and out play from Owner. That was a drive-by. Vault Breaker over the wall. Smite flashes out, gets the steal. Thanks so much. Now this gold lead, which was almost breaking 5,000, is very diminished here. And with T1 having the Baron, they should be able to pull ahead. If you had vision there, if you had Umpty in a position to actually lock them down and secure this, it would have felt a lot better about the take because they had positional advantage, but not a lot of information about T1 coming through. So, a call where I think.
So this is dead even here. Udyr and Zeus. Neither one of them can get farm. They get harassed or poked out every single time they try to go to a wave.
Are happy with their decision.
Absolutely. And now we've got 14 seconds on this Ocean Dragon. T1 can even the score when it comes to that particular neutral objective. He can utilize the Baron to try and get that extra control, and we know Gumayusi able to eat up these minion waves. Zeus going to deal with the wave on the top side as grand exit here for Core JJ.
Maybe Appa needs to make some crazy play here and solo kill Zeus, but he's not going to.
Now, as the Dragon has spawned, no one really paying it too much mind right here, and Impact just needs to deal with this mini wave that's about to kill the outer turret on bottom side.
Hey, Faker nearing death cap as well. He's about to be huge in this game, damage-wise. Has otherwise been pretty quiet this game. Has made some big plays when we get to the team fights, but hasn't actually.
Yeah, I think Faker's going to carry this game.
Almost able to get to the other side of the wall, and then realizes that there are a whole lot of bad guys moving down towards the bottom lane.
But top side,
yeah, it is going to be an inner turret in trade, and I don't think APA is going to waste very much time taking this one down. Zeus also maybe caught out of position, but no. Very hard to chain CC a Cassante.
This feels really good for TL. I mean, this is during Baron that they're trading turrets like this, and yes, T1.
So Team Liquid's losing another Dragon here. They need this. They want to win.
This is during T1's Baron buff. They get a
Team Liquid really need this Dragon.
Time to get over to this one that's full health, so there's just not going to be a
because I don't think the window for Team Liquid to win is much. There's not much of a window left for them to win this game.
To wreck another turret.
And T1, they were leaving out the Dragons. That's what they were able to claim for it, and also claim back a whole bunch of control. Seeing here with the last few seconds of the
because one thing is when Faker gets his death cap here.
Teleporting in to defend it. That will be successful. So empowered recalls to get that quick reset. And then back onto the map for T1. But what this Baron has done is it's triage, right? What it's done is given them back a whole bunch of money into those coffers. And now we're going to
you got
team fights moving further forward.
I don't know what item this is that Faker's sitting on. Is that a full item or a half item?
Yeah, Umpty could once again be in trouble. Seismic Shove almost pushes him back over the wall. And there's no response because the wall cuts off the rest of TL. Umpty. We've seen this before, but
I would have liked to see Umpty play the Leandri's Torment
finds himself in the death chamber.
Full AP here.
Really starting to get back in the driver's seat.
Just for my experiment of the AP jungle meta, because we don't know here. He didn't go AP. We don't. Maybe they would have won if it was AP. And he was doing the AP jungle meta thing where you're just clearing the jungle super fast and keeping up with your laners all game. There's a game within a game going on right now in the meta. Not so much in this game we're watching.
So many members, and they will be able to secure it. Core JJ wanting to find the opportune time to get in. T1 not really giving him that opportunity.
This is the moment when the North American fans start to see the dream slip away because
Yes, Wolf, I think the window's closing, my friend.
by any means, but after that,
Now, Consante's got his Randuins, and we saw in the last game, it made a big difference when Consante had a Randuin zone.
You could see arrows coming through, hits impact, the block is good, but unfortunately the Vi is able to get in and get out. It's the Vault Breaker to come through, not the Vault Breaker, but the Cease and Desist, whatever they call that old nowadays. They keep changing the name. Anyway, gets in, flashes out, gets the seal. Then they're pushing through topside to try to set up some vision. Umpty is punished. And Faker's Talia, kind of quiet early game, very strong late game we're getting to here now.
Oh yeah, he's 3-0-4, and he's been a part of the majority of the kills that T1 have picked up. And I think the things we said earlier in the draft took a while to come into play, but now they really are, because T1 has so much setup, they have so much control, and if they get the map, then it's really, really hard for TL to try and fight back for it, because as soon as owner presses R, then someone will die. That's just kind of how it goes.
And TL, Team Liquid were so reliant on the Tristana pressure, but they've kind of pulled all those turrets off the map. And there's no more gotcha, got you on the cross map on this one. Pushing the inhibitor with lack of map control they have now is kind of a pipe dream.
Vi, let me talk about Vi. Vi is OP in pro play because you got a free pick where you can go in, ult somebody and they're dead. If you catch anyone outside of, like
we talked about in draft,
if you're grouped up against an enemy team and one of the enemy team members just happen to just barely get out of range or somewhere where you can catch that R,
Certainly is. You can see
they're
T1
dead.
had such a big advantage. Carrier taking a fair bit of
And you probably could pay attention to that in this game if you really look. Like, Appa could be R'd right now and dead, and I think that's what Owner was going for right there. He's
and the Zeri is so much DPS in these fights. They need to get themselves together as the Weaver's Wall comes on.
now, where's Owner? Who's he gonna R?
Who's in amongst 4 people right now. Gumayushi, the only one there to back him up, and they want to take.
He R'd Core JJ.
Cease and Desist comes in on top of Core JJ, and then it's Owner that's out once again. APA torn apart at T1. That was absolutely gorgeous. The flash forward.
So they pick Vi to get picks.
And it's just Impact that's left alive.
One by one, slowly kill off an enemy team.
Push down this inhibitor and end the game. So close to escaping was APA there, almost over the wall. Owner with a heroic
So,
plays there.
well, at least we'll see T1 tomorrow in the final. I'm excited for the final. I'll probably do a better job casting it because I've only got one series to worry about.
That's not going to apply to his turrets, unfortunately. So
good job, T1.
He's going to respawn. It's not going to be his day though today, as T1 will move to the finals here at EWC, and they will keep.
All right, we got our first match done here. So T1 beat Team Liquid.
T1 coming back in this final game. Never so far behind that they could not return into it. Their composition worked as designed with those chain CCs. It was just one slip up, one Baron steal. They were back in the driver's seat. They took that vision away, and from then on, it was tough to put that Tristana inside. Oh, you could see Core JJ super unhappy. They were so close. That won't be the first time that North America has taken out a Korean team in an international like this in a long time. And I know the NA fans were really feeling how close it was. Dominant game 1. Game 2, they fell back behind, but game 3, they really had the edge. But it all slipped away. T1 with 2 narrow wins, right? The BLG series, very close. The comeback there. This third game, comeback there. They make it to the grand finals. But I think some things are going to have to change. There's still some things to work on before they move into that best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were saying right before they became the world champions last year. So I don't know, Wolf. I think that it's all looking the way of T1 here. This is precisely how they get it done. It's just right on the brink. A big smile from Koma there and a thumbs up from Faker. Now, I think it's time for us to throw it over to the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome to the center of the stage after T1 just had a formidable victory over Team Liquid. We're joined here with Zeus from T1. Thank you so much for joining. Congratulations on your win. Talk us through the emotions right now.
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 지금 심정이 어떠신지 한번 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네. 너무 어려웠던 게임이었는데 좀 너무 잘 극복해낸 것 같아서 저희 팀원들이 그래서 아직 얼떨떨한 것 같고 아직 또 살아남았다는 거에 감사한 것 같습니다.
Well, I'm just relieved that I survived for another day. I mean, it was a really, really hectic game, but my teammates and myself survived through all this, so that's what I feel.
Well, with surviving, you also have access to the key of your opponent, so we will have the team captain from Liquid come up to the stage to hand over the key. Guys, can we have it one more time for Liquid? Please do take it. It's yours to keep. Thank you so much, Core JJ. All right. Another one added to the collection. This one was maybe a little bit more difficult. It went all the way to the 3-game series. What were your expectations individually coming into this game?
일단은 굉장히 힘든 경기였기 때문에 사실 이렇게 어려운 경기가 될 거라고 생각지 못하셨을 것 같은데 좀 예상은 어떠셨나요?
일단 팀 리퀴드에서 좀 전략을 잘 준비했다고 생각했고 1, 3세트 모두 다 라인 수합에서 1세트 때는 바텀이 많이 손해보고 3세트 때는 탑이 좀 손해를 많이 봐가지고 좀 어떻게 보면 계속 초반에 힘든 게임이었던 것 같은데 그래도 세 번째 판은 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 잘 극복해낼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, obviously, Team Liquid prepared a lot strategically, so we struggled a lot. In the first game, we suffered in the bottom lane, and the third game, we suffered in the top lane. But I think in Game 3, we somehow managed to fight it off.
Something that Team Liquid was doing time and time again were the lane swaps, their unique lane setups. How do you adapt to that on the fly when it's maybe not something you're expecting?
일단은 팀 리퀴드의 이런 라인 수업 전략에 대해서 좀 카운터를 그래도 좀 준비를 하셨을 것 같긴 한데 막상 그래도 이렇게 부딪히시니까 좀 어떤 기분이 드셨나요? 좀 어떻게 이제 대처를 좀 하시게 됐나요?
일단 당연히 라인 수업을 준비했을 거라고는 예상했던 것 같고요. 그냥 사실 라인 수업 자체가 어느 한쪽이 좀 대처를 잘못하면은 한쪽이 좀 과하게 많이 손해볼 수 있는 그런 상황이 나올 수 있기 때문에 일단 좀 다시 돌려봐야 할 것 같긴 한데 좀 저희 대처가 좀 미흡하지 않았나 생각이 듭니다.
Well, obviously, I expected the lane swap from Team Liquid, but the lane swap itself is kind of a neck and neck situation. So if one party does not play well, then the balance shifts dramatically. So I think we need to revise our games and see what went wrong.
All right, we have one more game coming up today, and that is going to be G2 going up against Top Esports. Do you have a favorite to have a rematch with in the finals?
G2! 결승에서 이제 G2 아니면은 TS를 상대하시게 될 텐데 그 둘 중에서 상대하고 싶으신 팀이 있을까요?
사실 경기랑 대회나 이제 스크림에서 해봤을 때 G2도 너무 잘하는 팀이라고 느꼈고 또 그리고 TS도 대회에서 너무 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 정말 누가 올라와도 좀 힘든 상대가 될 거라고 예상할 것 같고 그래도 오늘처럼 좀 끝까지 포기하지 않고 계속 시도하다 보면은 좋은 기회가 있을 거라고 생각해서 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, the scrims G2 were very powerful, and of course TS showed a really great potential as well. So we'll see. They're both great teams, but we will prepare for anything, and we'll try on all the odds. We'll try getting all odds here. So we'll prepare as well a lot.
All right, looking forward to it. Once again, congratulations on making the finals. Thank you so much, Zeus, for joining me. Thank you, Maddox, for the translation. Digon, we're going to be heading over back to you.
I gotta make my bed up. Big hospital.
New challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
I gotta big up my bed. JD, you gonna go outside, brother? Got one more series. Tomorrow won't be nearly as bad, JD.
And with this final team fight here in the mid lane, T1 battled back. It took everything that they could, a Baron steal to boot, but they get it done against Team Liquid, who put their best shot forward, but it was not enough yet again. T1 moving on to the finals of the inaugural Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, and TL's dreams will get crushed along with their key and frame here in the semis. Welcome back to the area, Degon alongside Joshi and Valdez to break down this huge win for T1.
Turns out that the reigning world champions are a very good League of Legends team. It's not enough to beat them just once in a series. Not enough to even just beat them once in a game. Team Liquid had done that. You have to beat them multiple times, and T1 just showed their resiliency once again.
I mean, shout out to TL, though. I mean, they were ahead in multiple points, maybe not in Game 2, but in Game 1 and Game 3, like, they were in control of the game. I am a little bit disappointed, actually, for their sake, that they weren't able to close out that Game 3. I think T1 were kind of given a chance back in, and once you give them that, they're going to take over the game.
Yeah, it's been a decade of struggles here in North America against the Korean squads. Only Cloud9 back over against the Freaking Freaks. And you're starting to see how TL is starting to piece it together. Let's take a look at the draft here in game number 3.
I actually like most of the Team Liquid draft, to be honest. I think there was a little bit of contention about how strong the Udyr was in this, but this was one of the best Udyrs we've seen so far this tournament. However, it wasn't really able to create enough pressure that we know the Impact has had so much of in previous splits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was very much a pick for that lane. We saw the power that it did have. And, you know, I wasn't a huge fan of the Sivir. I think that, you know, some of the other picks they could have looked at, like the Varus and stuff with the Ashe, like you would try to go back to that double AD carry. Bot lane, the Sivir, you know, it does have power very late in the game. Kind of took them a while to get there. Once it was online, but almost came back to bite them there.
Yeah, well, they did have the level advantage lead, hitting level 6 compared to TL's level 5. Made it very difficult for the bot lane to get unlocked early on. But this definitely happened early on. Level 1, Zeus getting dove top, and then TPs and dies again here, Joshi.
Honestly, you gotta ask what's going on in this one, because Zeus dying the first time, sure, that happens, but this is the kind of play that you know has happened so many times to so many different levels of player that teleport back was the real mistake.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going through his mind, to be honest. I think maybe a little bit of frustration, thinking, okay, they're probably going to back off. I should be able to survive the second time. But as we were watching this, and we're like, why are you TPing back in? You're just going to die again. And, well, he did. No excuses on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, and you could hear in the post-game interview, Zeus was definitely being hard on himself, saying we need a review. The lane balance depends on how everyone plays it. He knows that he can do a little bit better. But on the opposite side, Impact didn't go unscathed. He also was getting caught out, but TL was ready to pounce on the opposite side of the map.
And this is something Team Liquid has done fantastically throughout this tournament so far. They're willing to give up one player here or there, but Team Liquid gets so much off of this play anyway. We end up seeing that they're going to get Zeus on the bottom side. They'll also get the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and while all that is happening, we're still getting a push in the mid lane as well. It's just Team Liquid. This is one of the major points where we actually saw the macro that Team Liquid has perfected that so many wins in the LCS.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, this was the moment we were like, hey, TL, they're winning this mid game. They're doing so well in the macro game. Like, all of the angles that they have, like the Udyr's working, they're getting huge value. They're getting their marksman very far ahead. Well,
let's play that and then here. Highlight number 3. It's Zeus, it's owner getting on in there and making the big bucks here against Upti.
This is one of the more egregious things that we have seen it in a while. Because Vi goes in so early on, you definitely have the time to just kill the Vi. You can definitely take down Owner, but Team Liquid continue to hit the turn. They don't end up having a strong enough turn, and then Owner's just got a better smite this time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really flip there. You can't afford to do that. I think they were getting a little bit hasty with their play. They were like, okay, well, we didn't take Baron fast enough in game 1. Let's try to do it here. We've got a good angle. And they did, but they didn't cross their T's, dot their I's, and they let the Vi get in.
I did like the decisiveness, right? That was one of our major criticisms of Team Liquid in game 1, and seeing that they did learn a little bit from that off of that loss that they had. I think that is a great learning point that hopefully Team Liquid can take back to NA and actually continue to show that dominance.
Yep, and with that gold lead, that control of the game, T1 closing it off. It's a decent look here by TL, but outplayed is do T1, and again, Zeus is barely alive. He gets away, but that base was enough for everyone else to hop on.
Multiple times this game, I know you and I, Valdez, were looking at the fact that, Vi still has ultimate. This was definitely one of those times for me.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was a really nice setup here from the side of T1. For me, I was like, honestly, T1 didn't necessarily deserve to be in this position, but once you give it to them, they are going to set up a very nice play. Excellent wall from Faker, great bait from Zeus, who was trying to do that the entire game.
Yeah, and the story of this series to me feels like classic T1. Here comes a team with talent, here comes a team with the plan, but T1, the ultimate boss, will accept anything towards them and then counter it. They do it in the draft, they do it in their play, and they get it done here in the semifinals of the Esports World Cup.
And now that we're going to be seeing them move on to the finals, it is a major question: can this?
Okay, I'm back. Soda chat, Soda stream.
Victory in International Tournament. Who everything that they've done so far. Again, reigning world championships, the winningest team in the history of League of Legends. Once again on the brink.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, going into this tournament, we talked about how Gen G were big favorites. They fell, and then maybe we thought, okay, maybe T1 are the favorites, or is it top esports? But now with T1 struggling against a couple of teams to get here, maybe it is just top esports that are the best team and the favorites currently.
Yeah, something that we'll have a ton of fun debating. Is it TL stepping up? Is it T1, having some troubles in the format with the travel, whatever? Let's look at from a TL perspective as we're waiting to hear from APA. What are some of the learnings that we have from them here, Joshi?
The big thing is, as always, North America has not necessarily had issues getting leads in the early game. We do have a strong macro there. It's not as though our players are losing all these hands checks. It's what we do after that. Game 1 was a little bit too slow. Game 3, we tried to play just a little bit too fast. And finding that moment in between is going to be a huge opportunity for growth as a region.
I like how you skipped game 2 there, that 10,000.
Yeah, that does happen to us sometimes. But I think we saw at MSI, we did have leads in at least 3 of those games.
All right, well, standing by right now with Kitty is the mid laner for Team Liquid APA.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty for the post-game interview. By my side is the mid laner of Team Liquid, APA. That was a devastating loss. It went to 3. You guys could have took it all, but what happened in game 3, man?
Well, I think our early game, our early start was very good. We got the top lane play successful. I'm trying to think what else. I know we made a couple other plays, and then I made a really cool play top lane, honestly, in my opinion. I think we had really good map movements. It was just around the Baron, we lost 5 flashes top side, and then we lost the Baron 50-50 smite fight. And then from then, it was just a little bit hard to like progress the game, and we just slowly lost out.
Yeah, you could tell that the team was spiraling out of control ever since Umpty did flash in as that Maokai 1v5, and it was 50-50. So walk me through the communication.
You're funny, Kitty.
Well, I think we just have a very like killer instinct in our. Like,
She was basically like, why would your jungler flash into somebody 1 versus 5?
We only saw 2 people, and he knows me and him both know we win that 2v2. So like he instantly flashed forward, and while we could have more awareness, like I can fully understand him going for that play. I don't blame him at all.
Most definitely, and of course, with T1 advancing into the finals, and on the other side of the bracket, it's going to be G2 and Top Esports. Who do you think is going to take that one and end up in the finals?
I'm also a big fan of G2. I think they can be, like, to be honest, they can win this whole tournament.
No, they can't, because Broken Blade will lose big time to Zeus.
You guys put up a fight up against T1, so for the fans watching at home and in the audience, what do you have to say to them?
This is my 3rd time losing to T1 in a year. Hopefully, if we end up meeting T1 at Worlds, 4th time's the charm.
There you have the 4th time is the charm. Thank you so much for the interview. I really appreciate it, and we'll see you around the Rift.
She's mean.
4 times the charm.
I think she's really mean. Like, she's...
The growth that they've shown has been great, but not enough to topple the Titans that are T1 as we take a look at our bracket. Let's update it and put it in pen. The team to the finals, it's T1 as they get it done here against the top squad from the LCS.
I think this is going to be a really big win for Team Liquid anyway, right? Even though they're not going to be the ones advancing, we have to remember it's not just about this tournament by itself.
Hey, we're happy here in NA because we didn't expect Team Liquid to go this far.
It's definitely a nice win, I would say. You know, getting that 1-game win over T1, you kind of prove to yourself just one step forward. You know, we joke, we mean.
But I think people kind of are underestimating that Top just knocked out Gen G in 2 games. So I think people are forgetting that the best team in the world literally got knocked out 2 games. They didn't even win a game.
This is never going to be easy, regardless.
Yeah, Joshi, take that one in. This one hurts me about half. You know, T1 won and TL lost. You know, I'm a multi-region kind of guy. How does it feel watching this one?
It's very painful because it was so close, but that heart, as always, represents the exit of Team Liquid from the tournament, and I can feel it right here as well.
All right, well, with that one, TL's run ends. T1 continues on as the big boss waiting in the finals. Who will join them? We'll find out in this next matchup that we have. G2 versus Top Esports. We'll break it all down after the break.
Top Esports just knocked out the best team in the world yesterday. So I really don't expect G2 to win.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends as we see the ALJ walk-on-ins here as we have both squads, Top Esports and G2, doing battle for the final spot in the first ever finals of EWC League of Legends up against T1. Top Esports have already toppled one team from the LCK. They'll be looking to make it back-to-back 2-4-2, but standing in their way, the kings of Europe. It is G2. G2 took down FlyQuest in their first matchup after taking a loss, but they gathered themselves and found the form that they need to become winners of the tournament. Welcome back. D-God here in the area alongside Ox and Atlas, the AA. Right back on in here. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. I think we've got a hype matchup on our hands. Obviously, last time these two teams met at MSI ended up being a wash. G2, but with the form that Top Esports just played against Gen G.
Gatorade!
I feel like Top Esports can be absolutely anything on any given day. We saw them be extraordinarily good on their day against Gen G, and I'm looking forward to seeing which version of them we're going to get here today.
They just knocked out the best team in the world. I don't think G2 is going to beat.
Saw the downside I'm hoping that we get to see the upside.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is such a great call there for G2. Another squad who, from the West, has worked their way on up and surprised people and now have the opportunity on the international stage to do so yet again. But these two teams are familiar with each other as we take a look at the rosters here. Top Esports, 369, TN Cream, Jackie Love, and Ameko. Very familiar with each other as they did battle over at MSI.
Yeah, and I feel like the bot lane is a big fan favorite. Obviously, Jackie Love and Mako, huge in their region. Both of them world champions as well. And 369, a lot of people looking at that top lane and the huge impact he can make on those tank picks.
We saw that already. His Mordekaiser absolutely pivotal, and it's a pick that our LCK teams have struggled with outside of Gen G specifically. They're the ones that have been able to pilot that pick. They didn't look like they could play against it very well up against Top Esports in their first matchup. So this is Top Esports coming in with fantastic form, when I think in MSI, it really wasn't the Top Esports that we were hoping to see at that particular tournament.
Yeah, and I think particularly the drafts really made so much sense. A lot of cohesion. I feel like this one stood out as well. The fact they have like the triple failure, the stun passes you saw in this fight in particular. You know, we see Canyon go in and it's just a CC chain, makes it so hard to function. And I think, you know, you can have good drafts and still lose games. A big part of it is understanding the limits on how to play your draft. And I feel like they completely nailed that against Gen G.
Yeah, I think something that Tien showing here, how strong Sejuani has been. It's starting to shoot up in priority with the setup. Again, we all have talked about and known the AP jungle meta, but Sejuani now being a very, very good pick.
And it's been huge for Chan as well, because he is a player who has had a bit of a rough international record. So for him to have a good start in this tournament is really positive.
Yeah, but he'll be doing this against G2, Broken Blade, Yike, Caps, Hans Sama.
Side is Jackie Love, the AD carry of Top Esports. My first question is going to be about meta and how bottom lane has adapted due to the amount of champions like Zeri, Ashe, and Ezreal coming into play. 那么首先欢迎杰克选手来到我们的赛前采访。我想问一下，就是14.13版本。 这次我们看到下路会出现很多泽立呀、EC 还有寒冰。那么这种有资源的英雄，对于你们这次来到打 G2 的比赛，会有没有做出什么改善呢？
因为现在这个版本其实就是中路英雄其实比较重要嘛。然后像什么可能 EC 泽立，就这种最好是能自己玩，而且就是能在下路自己混线的英雄，登场率可能会高一点。对，然后打 G2 的话，可能。 我们想的可能是要选的比他们强一点，然后就好打一点。
First of all, I believe that this meta is mainly focused around mid lane, and playing champions like the Ezreal, Zeri, and Ashe, it's more about comfort, and hopefully up against G2, we're going to...
Jackie Love says it's about mid lane.
Next question, it's about Gen G and how you guys were able to 2-0 that team. Being the first seed of LCK, she wanted to ask about the confidence level about going into G2. 那么首先，昨天你们打败了真 G 是2-0嘛？那么今天队伍的整个状态还有自信怎么样？
今天其实就昨天赢完，其实大家感觉状态都还不错，然后今天也就比较有自信。
So yesterday we had a lot of confidence, and also coming in today we still have the same amount of confidence. 那么最后一个问题，for my
very careless, so I really hope we can clean it up and tighten up our gameplay today.
I hope you can too.
There's an important match coming up as well against Top Esports, a team that you've already locked into out of that lower bracket actually at MSI. So a little bit of revenge for them on the side there too. They knocked out Gen G yesterday. Are you worried?
I think historically we've done very good against Top.
He looks very worried to me. Look how gray his hair is. I'm older than this gentleman, and look how gray he is.
Skill check that you need to pass, so we need to be very sharp. We need to.
Maybe he's got like something, and I don't know.
I think we'll win.
I don't know. People have gray hair naturally nowadays, so it could be some medical thing. I've got medical problems. I'm not better than anyone else.
Yeah. We don't have much time. Mostly, we're just talking about our draft.
I just think Dylan seems very stressed to me, and I think he's a guy that I've had the same problems when I was younger, that needs to like reach out and rely on others more, that he's trying to do too much on his weight on his shoulders. You can just see it.
They're spicing it up a little bit in any way, shape, or form.
Dylan should be relaxed. He's in one of the best orgs. He's got enough people around him where
these drafts are very interesting. There's just a huge difference between playing.
He doesn't have to be so stressed, is what I'm trying to say. You could just see he's stressed. I can, anyways.
So, just even from one position, it changes the way your entire comp wants to play around these picks. So I think that's where it kind of comes from.
I think a lot of these people talk BS and nonsense half the time. If you want my true opinion as an adult.
For your time, I appreciate it. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
And Digon, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Again, great to hear from both sides of this matchup. Again, not a lot of time before we...
But it's just a show for kids.
So, reminder for our friends at home, if you want to play, now's the time. STC predictions are the way to go. Head on over to www.stcplay.gg and make your Preds known. Time for our Preds here. Where are you going with this one here, Ox?
You know, the heart says top esports, and the brain also says top esports.
All right, Atlas, quick.
Yeah, I'm thinking the other direction. My heart says G2, but my brain also says top esports.
All right, semifinals number 2 starts right now. Let's head on over to the Kia Arena.
Hello and welcome back in the arena, and everybody watching at home as we are on stage and ready for our second match. But before then, Fancy, I gotta react because that last semifinals was so close. How are we feeling in here about that last semifinals?
What an amazing best of 3 it was. T1 almost did not make it to the grand final, but that clutch, that owner play, when he stole that Baron, it was the key moment for them to take on the game and then just move on to the grand finals. But right now, we are ready to introduce to you the second semifinals of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
Up first on the stage, please welcome Top Esports!
Well, I guess top is going to be blue side.
In the top lane, 369. In the jungle, Tian. Mid lane, Cream. AD carry, Jackie Love. And support, Mako. For this roster, it's personal as they seek vengeance for their last international appearance. Everybody, please, one more time, give it up for Top Esports!
And now, for their opponents, please welcome to the stage, G2! In the top lane, Broken Blade.
I need to look at some scheduling here.
And in the jungle, Yike. And in the mid lane, give it up for God.
I want to know what time this is tomorrow. Does it show me? I want to know if it's 11 or later in the day.
And right by his side, Mickey X. The most crowned team in the West.
That's not what I want.
And saw through a familiar opponent in this best of 3.
I don't know. I'd like to know if it's at 11 o'clock or later in the day.
And get the arena and everybody at home, give a warm welcome to your semi-finalists.
Only 2 more keys to be crossed at the Esports World Cup before history is made. So let the League of Legends games begin!
Hey, it's not gonna rain at the NASCAR race this weekend. Wow.
Thank you very much, Kangas, for setting the stage here alongside Fancy for our second semifinal, Top Esports versus G2. We got to see a little like coy, not even coy, just happy to be there. Wait by 369 as he got it. And love that part about the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like both these teams, a lot of pressure on them, one step away from the finals. And honestly, with how they've been playing so far, I think Top Esports currently tournament favorites. If G2 could topple them, they may inherit that title. So a lot of pressure on this, and I think the first game is going to be a really big one, especially since both teams have been shown to be a bit creative in those drafts. Getting that first advantage could really come through strong.
And also being the team with side selection as well. First seed, of course, in G2 up against second seed in TES. And so that does mean that G2 might have that little bit of an extra edge to try and get a leg up in the series. I don't necessarily feel like it is going to work fully in their favor, but hopefully they can utilize first pick as well as possible.
All right, well, we can find out right now as we send it on over to our casters for the action, Valdez and Joshi.
Thank you guys over there in the studio for breaking it all down as we were getting ready for game number 1.
I'm still here, chat. I'm on like 6 days of streaming straight.
The Ivern here, Joshi.
Not a big surprise. We saw how effective TES were able to use that yesterday in their matchup up against Gen G, and you really want to make sure that you do not have to give over any of these odd picks right out of the gate. But one of the things that I did here our studios
sit down here and get this draft. Okay, so top are on blue side.
Surprised that it is that dominant, because we have to remember that G2 actually 3-0 TES last time these two teams.
Ivern.
That did happen. And,
Lucian and
you know, coming into
Bear.
this 3, I think it always makes it more volatile, and you know, we could easily see G2 pick up the win here tonight. I think it is going to be a very even matchup. I do agree with you, Joshi.
I don't think it is because they just 2-0'd Gen G yesterday.
I think the draft has been, as always, a big highlight of discussion here in this tournament, EWC. And let's see what his first pick will be. Looks like the Tristana is open, so that will be the choice.
Makes a lot of sense. Corki is still available, but Caps is one of the mid laners who has played a large variety of different champions here in the mid lane. One of the things that I am noticing quite a bit is that Red Side actually has won a lot more games here at this event than it has in previous ones, simply because we've been seeing so many cool counter picks. With getting that one game oftentimes in a best of 3, you can completely turn things on its head. And I'm expecting this first half of the draft to be relatively normal. I'm looking at things like
3 o'clock. Okay, well, it's not 3 o'clock yet. NASCAR! NASCAR!
Well, we're going to see Anidia and Nunu, so trying to bring the Frost in, and it will be Sejuani for the third hover and pick for their side. Definitely a couple of very high-tier picks. You get the Corki into the Tristana, you've got the Sejuani. And let's see what Top Esports...
I bet Top pull out a AP jungle, like Brand.
This tournament. This could be
Brand.
an angle to go for it, but with the priority on Ezreal very high, perhaps it's just Ezreal Leona, or maybe just the Ezreal.
And also the Zyra currently being hovered. The Ezreal makes a lot of sense. It is a very strong champion. We have seen it be used in the AD carry all the time, but it is going to be a Leona as well. A very strong core already built up for Top Esports. They have a lot of range. They have a very strong ability to play later on. The Braum has been the primary counter pick that we have been seeing for Leona. Both teams really ready to roll. The big thing that I'm going to be looking at for G2 is how much more Freljord can they actually pick up for themselves. We have seen that this has been such a strong combination, especially with the Ashe so far this tournament, simply because of how easy it is to lock down single targets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ashe has to be the first ban. If it's not the first ban, it's the second ban for Top Esports. As we are going to see the Renekton taken down, and definitely is one of those big picks for 369 up in the top side, so they want to open up the potential to go ahead and pick something that's a bit tankier up there without the fear of getting countered, as the Ashe is going to be the first ban in this second phase.
Not a big surprise there. It is a big question because Vars has performed a very similar role.
There you go, Brand's banned.
Fallen off from this meta, especially because of the changes to opportunity on this most recent patch. However, there are going to be a lot of options still available for Han Summit. The Draven that he has been famous for so long is still available, and Top Esports can only ban one of them, and in fact they choose to go with the Caitlyn, so there are still some very powerful priority picks here for Han Summit.
Yeah, they definitely are. You saw Dylan talking a lot there in the back as Draven being hovered here, perhaps trying to get a bit more aggressive in this lane. As, you know, if you can start it off in near terms, Draven Braum does do a lot, but it will be the Sivir, just Sivir Braum straight up.
I mean, we have been seeing this come through.
Well, it's probably, Sivir's probably, they're thinking that some type of AP's coming in.
does make a lot of sense.
Probably some of the thought on this.
Scaling pick. However, as we saw in that last game from T1, it did take a long time for the Sivir to come online. There are going to be several power spikes coming in relevant for that, with the Zyra coming in as well for Tian. We did see that this was the one game that Top Esports really struggled with, where Tian never got off the ground on the Zyra pick, and G2 is going to have to look to do something similar.
Yeah, I mean, the Cassante feels pretty safe here, regardless of what Broken Blade does want to play, especially with the Renekton taken off the board. Scar nowadays doesn't feel great. Never really did into the Cassante, so let's see what we are going to see in the top side for Broken Blade. It's not going to be, well, it's just going to be Xin Zhao or the Sejuani. They've got a choice here. Let's see what they do land on.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Xin Zhao in a solo lane, gotta admit that one, but it does make a lot of sense that Sejuani could be going towards the top side. You now have this very powerful bridge coming out from Yike in the jungle in order to put a little bit of pressure on Tian, and also to make sure you have some of this skirmishing power early on in the game to get Caps and Hansama to the points that they need to be at. Ultimately though, I gotta say, I like the Top Esports draft quite a bit better in this one. It feels as though they have a diverse damage profile, whereas on the other side, 369, you can build out Randuins and never die.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, if 369 gets through the laning phase very well, you've already got just this incredibly strong mid game for the side of Top Esports, the Ezreal Leona and the Tristana. I feel like
I just had
before the stuff we see on the side of G2. So G2, if they get ahead, yes, definitely can do some damage in this one, but I do fear for them if they fall behind, because Top Esports could easily run away with the game with this draft.
One of the things we do know about both these teams, though, is they are not shy.
I don't know what this draft is that G2 just pulled out. I didn't.
Good or bad mid and late game, if you just win.
Zhao.
That is something that I'm going to.
So it's gonna be Sejuani top.
You definitely need to be trying to get this lane swap going off early.
They gonna put.
Challenge that 2v2.
I mean, I've said it. I'm not against. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against Broken Blade. I think he's a good guy. It's just mechanically he's not as good as a handful of the LPL players like Ale on Anyone's Legend. I would say in a matchup 1 versus 1 that Ale from Anyone's Legend would stomp Broken Blade. I'm not against Broken Blade. I like him. Just think when he's gonna play against these top teams that he's gonna struggle. So he's always like a sore thumb. Because these top LPL and LCK teams have the best top laners in the world. That's where the best ones in the regions come out of. And he struggles mechanically, and then it forces G2 to use these really weird picks like Sejuani top.
You can block a lot of that crowd control, whereas the other side, it's still in Israel, where you're going to have to be trying to...
And now, G2's out of the AP meta. They got one of mine. They got one of the counter. Always junglers here, Xin Zhao, because he can always hard counter 1 versus 1 the AP junglers. So now Yike's got to go.
But as you mentioned, you know, everyone in his current form just feels so powerful that, yeah, he just kind of wins. He just kind of wins all the lanes. It kind of feels like the bot lane equivalent of Tristana right now, where it's like, okay, you got Tristana. You're going to win the mid lane. Like, that's going to happen 9 times out of 10.
As we are looking at this, though, it does not look like G2 is going to be obviously opting into those lane swaps that I was really expecting to see in this one. Instead, they are going to be sending Hansama and Mickey down towards the bottom side as well. So they are going to be very careful in this early game. You do have some tools to clear out the wave, but the wave clearer from Sivir takes a little while to come online. You don't just get to press W at level 1 and clear the wave. You can get some push, but this is also a lane where you need to be very careful because you only have 1 spell shield. Here's Leona has 2 crowd control.
Yeah, it can be pretty rough, and you got to be careful about timing that correctly to actually avoid the stun. As, speaking of which, very early on, Mako, level 1, putting on the pressure here. And, you know, in fact, the Ezreal Leona lane should be winning at level 1, so I do like that they are getting aggressive and trying to put on some pressure and chip away at the health bars of the G2 bottom lane already.
Yeah, going right back on in, and we're seeing just going in for these very quick trades. That's the mark of how you actually win this bottom lane, because the longer the trade actually goes, the more the Braum passive really starts to kick in. You don't want to be taking those stuns, and already with the level 2 advantage, they're going to be able to crash this wave relatively early on, and that means that as the wave will bounce back towards top esports side of the map, it's going to be really difficult for Yike to do anything.
Pretty nice Q there from Hansama, actually getting the forward and the backward pushes of that one. But yeah, basically need whatever you can get in this lane, which is kind of why you were expecting perhaps the swap to come through. But yeah, I mean, essentially, you know, with your top and jungle synergy that you do have, maybe we will see eventually Yike heading up to the top side, trying to bully 369 out and not just give him a free lane, as now the stun is being stacked up here on a Jackie Love, who will just have to Arcane Shift away, as Tian now coming down to the bottom side, level 4.
Not a big surprise that he's here so much faster than Yike, but the question is, what is Yike going to do as the Zyra does step on as the play goes out?
Yeah, the door will be held here as a root could get some big value as the cleanse has to come out and Hansama has to flash as well. Jackie Love nearly going down himself, but really trying to exert 10 out of 10 pressure down here in the bottom lane.
So Yike's got to get in enemy jungle this game, and I don't know Pop's gonna let him.
Should have a very good idea that Yike is Rytion is playing so cautiously at the moment, but with these low health bars, you know a dive's coming.
Yeah, the dive will be coming. The flash does come in. That's a nice spell shield. Mako could be in a bit of trouble. First blood does go over to Hansama as it does get traded back here over to Tian. But still, so many low health bars here. As Mako, you know, the first one to go down, I feel like G2 kind of get out of that one mostly scot-free.
The fact that the kill goes over to Hansama is a pretty big win for the side of G2. Tian getting the early kill on the Zyra does mean that the clear speed is going to be absolutely not, but a great amount of patience coming through from Yike to make sure that they can't trade things. Unfortunately, the air attack had already gone out, and that means that there is no escape for Mickey. But overall, G2 holding pretty strong in this early game.
Yeah, they definitely are, as now Mickey X level 3 trying to get proactive out on the map here. Just heading into the mid lane, trying to help out a little bit, but Cream gets a pretty nice back timing himself after Caps had already TP'd into the lane. So he's going to return with full health, whereas Caps, you know, went back, got a tier, got a call, but does not have a refillable potion. And he used his TP to get back in here and took that chunk of damage. So could definitely influence the way this mid game plays out here for a little bit.
Also, shout out to Mako for making sure that the wave didn't get into that position, just constantly asking questions of how G2 were going to play it as they go back towards the bottom lane. Game very even early on, which I have to say is a small win here for G2 because they were able to turn around that early play. We do notice that the gold lead elsewhere is actually mostly in favor of G2. It really just is Tian who has built up that lead because they farm faster, they did get the first kill. But we do have to say that the kill going over to Hansama makes up for the fact that they are down a lot of CS, which is, again, why we're expecting this lane swap.
Yeah, it doesn't come through. They just want to fight it straight up, and Hansama eventually will just be able to press a couple of buttons and clear the wave and essentially just ignore the Ezreal. So could be something to look for as this does come along. For now, though, we're still putting on the pressure, and guess who's back? Back again. It's Tian in the bottom lane.
Tell a friend.
Yeah, tell a friend. I mean, he's going to make it very obvious, too. He's clearing out the wards. He's like, hey, guys, I'm here. And G2 will have to respect this. They do back away. Nice dodge here on the roots. A whole lot of damage being done to the Braum as he gets stunned straight up. And, you know, doesn't get a kill, but it's still a very effective gank.
Shout out to the way that Top Esports is playing around every single one of these waves. Just going down there as Tiana and giving Jackie Love and Mako so much pressure on the map means that Mickey X has to back away, and you're going to be giving over those plays. You don't necessarily need to beating these kills, but we're also seeing some of the ramifications of the later back coming through from Cream. Still has both of those refillable potions. Slots and Caps completely out of mana despite the early tier. Top Esports doesn't look like they're done paying attention to the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Tian, he can just sit here and be very, very annoying. He wins.
So they're not
2v2 just because the amount.
We've got the AP jungler, Zyra. They're not allowing Yike to farm. They're just straight out shouting Yike out.
Compared to the Ezreal, so it's just kind of a roaming 3-man squad down here. And here comes Cream trying to get in onto Caps as the auto comes in the hop over the wall. Cream, why did you give him Tristana again? I have no idea.
It's so clean ultimately. Top Esports, with all the pressure going down towards the bottom side, they know exactly where Yike is, and Cream is free to go for that play. The early back really making a difference here for G2 as they do end up falling. And Sion still in the bottom lane.
Guess who's back again and again? And now he's going to hit level 6 actually off of the wave, so just even more pressure. I think with this amount of priority as well, you can expect them to roll this into an early Infernal Drake, which is going to benefit everybody. And we'll see if they do start that. Not just yet, as here's the replay in the 1v1.
This one fairly straightforward, right? Cream just jumps on in, knows that Caps doesn't have any mana whatsoever. There's not enough mana to do anything other than Valkyrie away, and following through, making sure you get that last part of the explosive shot is so easy. And we see another game.
Guess who's back again and again and again? He's here. The ult is going to hit them both. Hansama, there's nowhere to go. And yes, Mako, he dies. But you think Top Esports care about that? The answer is no. They get 2 kills, and they get this Ezreal massively fed.
This is ridiculous coming out from Top Esports. This is looking like a different game ultimately, where it's just going for
looks scary, I'm telling you.
that Sion is spending down here, and G2 not prepared for it whatsoever. Yike has to go farming on the other side.
Like I said, I've said on my stream and stuff before I did World Cup. Go back, watch my Jungle Brand video. I start talking about how I think the LPL is ahead of the LCK.
There's just nowhere for them to go. They have no control on the bottom side of the map. They can't clear the waves. The Xinjiao cannot manage.
It's in this like jungle thing that's going on. Even though Jackie Love said it's about mid lane priority.
Just babysitting the Sivir, hoping that Hansama eventually.
But I mean, is he gonna go out there and spill the beans to everyone and tell them what the secret is?
Yike is going to try to make his presence felt here at level 6 at least, as he will steal away the blue buff. And as a team, G2 are maneuvering up to the top side with these Void Grubs available.
But it's still a very dangerous position to be in.
Good job of Yike and Mickey in there.
Is back up. You're going to have to give a lot of ground right back on over to Top Esports, and this is part of why we're seeing Yike just going as quickly as possible, but Top Esports not going to be contesting this one. They know that there is more blood to be had down the bottom side. As you see, Sion moving down, can go for the dragon, but can also just go for a Hansama, and as soon as you see a Hansama back away, well, the answer becomes very easy. Just pick up his dragon, make sure you get a trade on the map, and like you said, this Infernal Dragon is going to be...
So, G2's trading the Void Grubs here for the dragon. My content, my stuff, I go over it. Why one or the other. To me, always dragon.
It isn't getting Void Grubs. She is one of those.
If you don't know one or the other, or we'll say it this way, if you don't know, then always dragon.
It's not going to be.
There's sometimes reasons to take the Void Grubs over the dragon to get it like some extra XP or something to get your ult real quick to gank. But
get the job done instead.
that's in a very weird circumstance, so if you don't know, it's always get the dragons.
Too much, so
you don't know, get 4 dragons, get the soul, and close the game out, and it's done.
Policy oftentimes is with top lanes. You check in at 14 minutes, you do your obligatory check-ins like, oh, how many plates went down? Okay, cool. Are you guys both playing tanks? Yep, cool. We'll talk about you guys when we see you in team fights. Top Esports and G2 are absolutely making this game entirely about the bottom side of the map, and we have seen that Jackie Love has been a Ezreal savant, I would say, this tournament. You know, everyone has those moments where like, maybe you should have arcane shifted forward. Jackie Love has way more times where he does the arcane shift forward and just finds multiple kills. I'm really looking forward to seeing when this composition actually starts popping off, because he has been getting close to the Trinity Force.
Yeah, I mean, this is already the domination, as you mentioned, before they really hit any item spikes, right? So it's a good call to look to see just how fast they're going to be able to hit those spikes. As TP just to deny a push in mid. Cream feeling very good about just picking up his Kraken Slayer here at 11 minutes into the game. And Mako now out on the map, going to be clearing out some of this vision and preparing for the next Drake, which, by the way, is a Chemtech Drake. So the soul should be pretty nice for regardless of what we get here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Infernal Souls so far throughout this tournament. However, it will not be that one this time around. I'm really curious to see how Top Esports are going to be playing around the upcoming grubs, because in 2 minutes we are going to be getting another spawn of those, and there's a lot of pressure that you can't put on the map. Like you said, Cream would have loved to have that, but ultimately, like you said, it's not the win condition in this game. This game is so much more about just getting the gold into the right targets. And I kind of want to go back to a discussion that we were having yesterday when Top Esports did take down Gen G. Are Top Esports the favorite in this tournament from this position? Is it T1? Is it Top Esports? And I feel as though seeing how powerfully and how resoundingly Top Esports actually took down Gen G yesterday, and based on the transit property, they should be way better than T1, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if they do eventually take down T1, but they got to get through G2 first. And so far it is looking pretty strong on this first game, as Cream wanting to punish Caps, who will respect it from now. We saw him try to flash away from Tristana in the last trade underneath his own turret, just a bit.
So earlier I wasn't like dogging on Broken Blade, by the way. I want to see Broken Blade
not falling too far behind in CS, but still gonna be,
I guess, adapt and
after all these shenanigans down on the bottom side,
just grind these meta champions that the LPL teams play at LCK teams and just get a little bit better on them. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying when you get to this highest level like this, there's gaps and stuff. Broken Blade, outside of the game, does everything you want a pro player to do. He loves to take photos and interact with fans. That's things that you don't get out of some of these like top players.
Like goes straight up and down with the blast cone. But either way, Top Esports are still creating pressure across the map, and with the grub spawning in a couple seconds and the dragon spawning.
But the problem is you're having to make up an issue in the top lane.
Bottom lane with all three members, including the jungle.
And you need to make it up elsewhere.
This is so strong at this point. You can just do so much chip damage, and Hansan has to be so careful, even just staying around these walls, because you never know when a seed and a plant is going to grow out of the garden.
Yeah, and you see even as the spell shield, just the arcane shift damage, just to try to survive, just to try to stay as healthy as possible, as now Yike is going to make his presence felt, but look at the mid lane.
Tian's even behind. There's other junglers that would be like 150 CS on Zyra, like Canyon right now. Tian's even behind.
During the play-by-play, but why'd you give this guy Tristana? He just beat Gen G 2-0 with this pick, and now he is just doing an insane amount of damage in mid.
It is so crazy seeing what Cream can actually do with his Caps. You know, not a slouch on this core key whatsoever, but the 1v1 solo kill going to go to Cream really changes the dynamic of the matchup quite a bit. And with another dragon spawning in 15 seconds, Top Esports pushing out this mid lane, taking control, can even do a chunk of damage to the turret if they want to. Instead, they are going to be okay.
All right, trying to go in on Tien here. He's going to drop down the ultimate as the Xin Zhao. You know, once it does get on top of you, you do see the power that it has, so that's going to force Tien to back away. And actually takes a ton of damage. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we haven't seen much of this, but...
And there we got a solo kill on Broken Blade. Oh, he got out of there.
As the Glacial Prison does come out, but not able to get the kill. Broken Blade does have TP, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal up there.
In the mid lane, though, it doesn't look like we're quite done with the action.
Oh, that Q is going to hit him, and now the rocket hits him as well as a couple of ranged minions. That's going to kill Cream, as maybe a little bit overconfident in that trade.
We saw earlier that both Tian and Cream used their ultimates at the same time to try and get Yike out of the fight, and losing the buster shot there ends up really biting Cream. The flash has to be expended, and now G2, despite the fact that the bottom side of the map has been going so rough, are actually going to be building up even more of these neutral objectives. They got 3 of the grubs, the other 3 maybe got picked up, and that means that this Rift Herald going over to G2 as well will allow them to recover some of the gold that they have been missing so far in this game, and getting that kill onto Cream really changes some of the dynamics that you tend to see, because now with no flash, you can't be quite as aggressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. As meanwhile, Tian just getting to work here on this Chemtech Drake. We see that Yike is in the top jungle, so there should be a couple of Drakes already going the way of Top Esports. Not a big surprise with the way that the early game has gone, as it will be actually a Hextech Soul. And if you give that to an Ezreal alone, but also a Tristana, even the Zyra loves this, so definitely going to be a big soul to contend for both of these teams.
Yeah. There's also my favorite part of the game where, you know, Mom decides where the Tristana goes. Like, you know, that top lane turret is still alive. Mom says it's my turn to go towards the top lane. I would not be surprised to see Kareem head up there soon.
It's gonna force the TP out already as 369's like, yeah, I don't really care about that. He's just looking to take down Caps. That's nice flash from Caps though, and 369 might be punished here as that's a lot of damage. Yes, the Q3 hits Caps.
The bot lane.
And, you know, yeah, as you mentioned, the TP is forced, but that means that Cream gets a free inner turret.
And this inner turret is worth so much more gold than the outer turret, and Cream on this Tristana, even with no Void Grubs, will get so much in the mid lane as well. Not going to be finding any actual fighting there, but they are going to be getting multiple structures, and even if you get this one, it's not going on to the same kind of valuable person that Cream is.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw something like this happen actually in the TLT1 game. Game number 3, I believe, where Teal were able to get a very nice macro lead here in the mid game with a very similar play. Like what we saw at top Esports here. But yeah, the teleport is going to come out, and all of a sudden, they might be able to get a bit more off of this as, yeah, he just tries to crescent guard his way out of this one, but Yike will be taken down. Even a thumbs up as well, as the Rift Herald is still pushing and will eventually go down. So not only do they get the outer mid and the inner bot, but they also get a kill in top lane.
And they're also in a perfect position on the map now to try and play for the topside turret. We'll take another look at this last play. This is 369 getting very aggressive and not respecting the ability of G2 to go for a teleport. I was very surprised to actually see the all-out go into the lane instead of trying to get it over the wall, because if you had a little bit more time with no broken blade, maybe you end up picking up instead. It's a very easy kill. However, G2 get baited later. Uh-oh.
Yeah, 369 in a lot of trouble here as once again he's getting very over-aggressive. He's going to pull the Braum over though, and maybe he gets out from here. The flash is...
Are they collapsing on him? We're looking at his top collapsing to come up there and save him.
Will eventually go down, right? Cassante is crazy sometimes, but it does take 4 members to eventually get the kill. So, trades back for teleports on both sides, and yes, 369 will go down, but it's still a almost 4,000 gold lead here for Top Esports, who are very much in control of the map at the moment.
And it's also important to remember that we got to see how long it took them to take down 369 in a 4v1. Remember,
So Broken Blades teleports down, Caps' teleports down, 369's teleport flash is down, Cream's about to have a teleport come up soon.
We're going to get at least a 6 on the 369 scale.
Yeah, I mean, eventually he will just stand there and he's like rolling 6s. Even if he's not pressing his buttons, he's like, yeah, I built the right items. So,
what do you do?
Tian's ahead by almost 2k gold over Yike.
Replay once again, just on the top side, 369 caught a bit deep in the top lane.
Yeah, we get to see the TFT Glacial set really coming out big.
Who I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of Yike.
Honestly, impressive how far he was able to move on this map at all. The G2 just made sure there's no real opportunity, and this time Top Esports not in a position to actually go for a play anywhere else. Of course, they tried to make something happen onto Yike, but very difficult to do that in the mid lane, knowing how close the rest of G2 are. But we have about a minute left until the next dragon comes up, and we have to identify that Top Esports are so hard to dislodge once they've actually set up in an area.
Yeah, it is kind of insane what you can get going with just Zyra, but also you've got this really thick front line with the Leona and the Cassante that's really difficult to break through, and they can maneuver themselves very well. They can, you know, push onto you very easily as Cream. We talked about this.
Yep.
He doesn't need Void Grubs, just hit the turret.
Yeah, another inner turret. It's 2 kills, but this time it's divided between 369 and Cream. Still 2 great players to give it towards, and so much pressure coming out in the middle of the map at the same time. We're going to be seeing another turret.
I mean, why not go Skarner in this game? Why set Jelani?
Free here. I mean, 369 just...
I mean, yes, it's taking a pick away from Tian, but he's going to play AP junglers. They banned the Ivern. Like, Top themselves banned the Ivern. That's supposed to be the AP counter.
It feels like Top Esports, they've identified, hey, we have this lead, let's use it to just get more money as soon as we possibly can.
And they're also going to be in perfect position. Cream doesn't even need to back. They are ready to go for this Hex Tech Dragon as well, getting themselves to Soul Point with one of the best souls in the game. Just the AoE slow, the only stacking slow.
So G2 really need this Dragon here if they want to start turning this around and just handing it over.
Yeah, I mean,
so one more Dragon and Top have the Soul.
They get in and everybody's already left. And so they're gonna leave themselves. So not much of a fight there on the Drake. It is just gonna go the way of Top Esports once again. We see those fans out there in the crowd as well, showing their signs, even a G2 sign there. I saw that one as well, hoping that maybe G2 can come back in this game, but at the moment, Top Esports not letting go of their vice grip on this one.
It's going to be very tough. This composition coming out from Top Esports does the Baron very, very quickly. You have the double marksman. One of them is Tristana. You also have the Zyra, so not only are you doing it quickly, you're also doing it very healthy because the plants are tanking all of the Baron shots. It's very difficult for G2 to try and find anything. We were looking at a composition that had a decent amount of crowd control, and it still does, but Top Esports are not really giving any entrances back into the game, and now Tian getting ready to start it up. Yikes tries to stretch it out when it becomes lightning, but G2 are completely blind as to if they're actually hitting.
Yeah. I remember we were watching TL versus T1. We were begging Team Liquid to start the Baron. Top Esports are like, yeah, we'll start it here at 22 minutes if we have to. They're not actually going to, but they are setting up just the immense vision control you were mentioning, Joshi, on this objective. And as it starts, you know, G2, they have to push in, they have to try to get vision themselves, and that leads to Mickey X taking a big chunk of damage and some extra priority going over the way of Top Esports. Mickey X gonna hop forward as the wall goes up. The Solar Flare is gonna miss, but Yike is just so low at the same time that Top Esports still liking their position.
Yeah, Yike taking all that damage should be all the impetus that Top Esports needs to actually go for.
So they poked Yike out, now they're gonna go for Baron. I don't think there's anything G2 can do now.
Goes down, G2 walking directly into the trap, and
They're not scared, they don't have a smite that can steal. We've already seen 369 1 versus 4 in this game. So he's not scared to go in.
Didn't see how that damage went into him. He was just way too deep. As now Top Esports, they want to get this objective and back away. 10 also going to flash out of this one, and it gets a bit messy. Ike's looking for a bit more. As when comes lightning, he is going to get in onto the Zyra, and he will be.
Okay, so Yike gets a shutdown there.
And 3 members left remaining here for Top Esports.
It's a lot of gold that G2 did pick up.
I don't know if it's going to make up for the 1.3k difference now, and 3 dragons and the Baron.
We do get to see 369 jumping over, just evaporates in this last fight with the amount of damage that Caps is currently putting out. But this fight was so close to going so differently. Mickey X not going down in that last fight means that Cream has to play much more defensively in every single one of these fights. And then you are able to chase Tian down. Top Esports walk away with 3 Baron buffs, but they have less of a gold advantage after picking up the Baron than they did before. But they still have 2 minutes left of that, and that'll perfectly give them the opportunity to go for the Hextech Soul at the end of it.
Yeah, the timing of everything is, you know, very clean from the side of Top Esports. It does feel like they're playing this game like it's chess.
But again, this is the number 2 LPL team. I think JDG's the best one.
Let's try to really play smart around all of these.
They're not even here.
Great job with that. If you look at
I still think Weibo Gaming will show up at Worlds and be a number 3.
In terms of turrets, in terms of map control, in terms of objectives taken, gold, obviously, dragons. And they're just trying to utilize that as now we're going to see the Silver ultimate coming through as the Q is going to miss from Mickey X. Also a kind of a half-arted ult to be thrown in. And, well, not able to get much going there is G2, but they really want to get a fight here before this race starts.
So Cream's got to put a little bit of pressure up here in the top lane. G2's probably worried about that now, so they don't know what to do.
Esports just doing whatever they can to make sure that G2 are still here. Cream still wailing away on the inhibitor. Caps will get there to try and do something, but I think Cream wins that 1v1.
It's just insane. How many turrets Cream has taken down by himself as now we have the TP coming in. The rocket jump to try to get away as Cream is totally fine. He hops away again. And here we got a Cassante in the backline, and that is never...
I think G2 just got baited into a fight.
Cream is being isolated by G2. They finally take down that pesky Yordle that is Tristana. But I have a feeling they're not going to be taking out this game as, oh god, that was a huge one. And now we got 369 just chasing him down. Not much of a chance for Hansama to get out of this one. He's got a blast clone and a dream. Oh, wow. That is just so troll. And he's going to get away for now, as 369 is still chasing him. But, yeah, Baron buff is also going to expire. Top Esports having a bit of fun as they're taking down a lot of objectives still in this one. As finally... No? Okay, never mind.
Wow.
Just kidding.
He actually got out of that. I mean, congrats to Hansama on living. He does have 2.5 items to his name, but while all that chasing was happening, Jackie Love
So here's
taking the mid lane inhibitor turret.
Top Esports just taking the Dragon Soul for free.
Themselves after all is said and done with the Hextech Soul Yike on the right side of the map, but nowhere near close enough, and that is going to be an overwhelming advantage. 8,000 gold and the Hextech Soul already in the possession here for Top Esports at 27 minutes into the game. A very fast Soul, a very fast-paced game coming through, and really just seeing all the strongest throughout this tournament, having so much free time in the side lanes. You have to look at the fact it's a 2,500 gold lead for Cream, but he only has a single kill.
1 kill, he's playing PvE, doesn't care. Just hitting turrets, getting Baron buffs, just not even looking at his opponents. And he is going to enjoy a very big lead because of that.
So Top's just up here in the G2 jungle, stealing all of their buffs, their gold, their XP, so even less of a chance of them coming back.
To be honest, Top Esports haven't shown that they like playing the game slowly at all. So here they come, barreling down the bottom lane.
I don't like long, slow games, so I do like how Top plays. I want the game over in 25 or 30 minutes.
Esports does not have the Baron, and we are seeing a little bit of that every time Hansama steps up to the wave. Does take a chunk out of Jackie Love, and this wave,
All right, they're going to try to get down on a Mako, and they do a great job of that. Nicely done by G2. Meanwhile, Cream is just in mid, and he's going to get another free objective here, another free building as down goes Yike, almost just frustrated, throwing himself into Top Esports as he does get kidnapped by the Cassante, and that is it's going to be pretty huge by the end of this one. It is a trade 1-for-1, but it's only the support of Top Esports that goes down, and Top Esports will not stop there. They have this massive Ezreal who is just chunking people down as finally Cream decides, okay, I'm gonna
Well, Sejuani Top didn't work, guys. She just doesn't have the kit like Cassante has, obviously.
Over very heavily in favor of Top Esports as they take down the Nexus.
this was one of the most clinical games of League of Legends we have seen at the Esports World Cup, and Top Esports were in control of that game from beginning to end. The tri-line down in the bottom lane as Tion just never let Hansama do anything. Really showcases why the lane swap meta is so powerful. You can avoid getting yourselves in these very dangerous situations.
Just really insane understanding showcased here by Top Esports to take down game number 1 in the semifinals of EWC. We're going to take a break and come back with game number 2.
Okay. I'm just kind of tired and dragging through.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت التسلية بس نحسبها بالذكريات.
عبود أعطيك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها أفكار. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات، لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
بديت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Cool and collected by Top Esports. I think it was Joshi that said this was one of the most clinical games of League of Legends we've seen here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, and I have to agree, as it was very controlled, very measured.
I've got some G2
against the Kings of Europe.
fans out there, so I don't want to dog
T1 in the finals. Welcome back to the area.
being careful with my words here.
And Top Esports, you know, really good stuff here, Ox.
And I love seeing this style of play from Top Esports, because back in like early 2022 in spring, this team was the sort of team who'd get ahead early, be really aggressive, wouldn't know what to do with it, and then end up losing out. So seeing this controlled pace that they can now set to games, just fantastic to see.
And completely unflappable. I think that's the way to describe it, because G2 tried their very best to do as many crazy things around the map, and Top Esports said, all right, well, we'll take inhibitors, we'll take turrets, we'll do everything, and that was off the back of picking Tristana first.
And maybe one of us here on the desk said that. That's right. Oh, look at that.
I congratulated G2 for identifying that Tristana was really good.
Yeah.
I like that Broken Blade wears one of those breathe right strips, because I have the same problem, so now you guys can't make fun of me.
Momentum lead, but the problem is you're on a timer.
And now I'll have his back.
You're outranged pretty hard. It's difficult with your comp to play against the likes of the Zyra, and the Zyra is such a fast pace in the jungle.
If he could just
getting kills on kills on kills.
get him on meta champions.
End up losing this one.
I think he needs
Really
Cassante.
good into a lot of things, not Zyra. Zyra kind of puts stuff underneath him, and then he just has a horrible time. And so just that, the fact that Tian was just in that bottom lane.
But I didn't think Yike was going to be able to do anything on Xin Zhao into Zyra. And I saw, the only thing I saw was Yike and Mickey X did one thing to steal a blue golem buff like 15 minutes into the game. They need to work together more like that. Need more of Mickey X and Yike going into the enemy jungle to get camps and vision.
Faster jungling, you can never waste time, because you just have so much extra time to just harass the enemy bot lane. You can see in the meantime, Yike's still trying to do a jungle camp. He does come in to try and stop the dive, so it's a 1-for-1, but you know, he has to stop doing the Grom. Whereas Tian, he's got plenty of time just to keep going bot again and again and again, and ensure that his bot lane gets a lead in the 2v2.
Yeah, he pitched a tent, basically. And even though, like you say, the first one goes even, the next one doesn't go so even. The one after that is catastrophic for G2. And so they put this bottom lane so incredibly far behind. The thing is, I don't even think this is necessarily the crux of the TES plan in this game. Because there's a certain gentleman that's just...
No, I think they would have played Brand, and I think they picked Zyra to level up T in a little bit.
He gets spare time alone. This is what we were talking about Braum not necessarily being all that valuable with the Stranglethorns really blocking things out.
And the thing is, with the Zinzao Sejuani, you want to be playing towards top side, but you're putting out fires bot lane so you don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, and even then, you weren't putting out well enough to make sure that they could get ahead. It was just to make sure they didn't fall too far behind. However, the beacon of hope was the man in the mid lane for G2. Caps on the Corki, able to find a couple.
Yeah, we saw G2 able to pick up a few kills in the mid game and start to gain a little bit of pressure in return. They managed to catch out 369 a few times, but it felt like despite these, the objective lead and the farm lead was still in favor.
I don't think Caps is going to be able to solo 369 there in that situation.
And I think making attempts like this is exactly what you need to do when you're in a deficit.
It was unreal how far of a gap that 369 got on one of those team fight plays where he was like clear up the top lane and ended clear in the middle lane before
than the kill goal
like
that is going
the team was fighting him and engaging on him, and he almost got to his other team members that I think were clear up in the red side bottom lane.
It absolutely wasn't, because every spare second that was given to
It was like right here. It's just unreal how far of a distance across the map that he went.
Just so deep, stealing away camps, taking as much gold as they can.
Yeah, and generally that is what we see at international.
Like basically, it wasted 30 seconds,
garner other leads elsewhere, and then it
which is like 2 or 3 jungle camps by that time.
That we have highlights for, where again G2 just get corralled, and it's so tough for them.
But I talk about this and talk about this on my content. Go back and look at how we're in this AP jungle meta right now, and the reason why is it allows you to farm the jungle so fast that the jungler is actually keeping up in lane or in farm with the laners, the top laner, the mid laner, the bottom laner. Like, and what I mean by that is the CS. Like, you look at the CS numbers, they're the same. So it's basically like they're literally farming a lane at the same time, which we've kind of had that in League in spurts and things until this year. It finally all came full circle where it's like, well, jungle's just a lane now, because you kind of split the time between being a laner and a support. I always call jungle makeup, like you're the makeup person.
It is Team Falcons for Warzone, getting the opportunity to put their outer frame in the history books, into the totem for 2024. Congratulations, Team Falcons, over for
Street Fighter, Fortnite, Call of Duty, Overwatch 2, Apex Legends. Trying to look at all the games on there. Maybe there's some new ones I need to pick up. Give up League of Legends.
Up there as well, right next to the Falcons. We'll see who it's going to be.
Maybe I should wear my suit tomorrow.
Looking forward to seeing where the GT.
I may wear my suit tomorrow for the final World Cup co-live stream and try to be more professional about it.
But also, if you're playing into something like the Zyra, you really need to commit to your game plan. I feel like they had this strategy.
I have a couple nice suits that I never wear.
But if you're gonna commit to top side, make it work.
Again, G2, we've seen them multiple times before, play to their opponent's level. And yes, yesterday to FlyQuest, they started slow and ramped on up. Here, Top Esports, a very dominant win.
Atlas needs some of those slick shoes.
Against Top Esports, or will it be the LPL versus the LCS?
Look at Dagon's slick shoes, man. He's in style today.
League of Legends, presenting League of Legends finals. We'll find out after the short break.
LOL Esports. You got to say like League of Legends, LOL Esports every time. Any questions? You got any questions for me? Put them in my chat. I'll get to them eventually.
Hello, everybody. Kitty and Ginny here. We're checking in from the SEC Battle Royale Arena here at the Esports World Cup, where Falcons have just claimed the first victory of the entire tournament.
In the Call of Duty Warzone tournament, congratulations to Team Falcon. The fans are absolutely electric, and they are screaming their lungs out.
And the most important thing is they will now be able to insert their key in the totem of the Esports World Cup, solidifying themselves in all of history, not only as the first Warzone winners, but also the first ever winners of any title of the Esports World Cup.
It's amazing to me there's no body of water around this metropolis. There's no river, ocean, lake. It's unreal. Maybe they got one underground we don't know about. Who knows? But where do they get their water for this metropolis and all the people in it? That's unreal. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a river or something there. I was trying to look at it on the map. I thought this was where the F1 track is. I know wherever the F1 track is in Saudi Arabia, there's a river. Or there's some body of water they race around. Maybe it's man-made for all I know. And it has yachts and stuff in it. Where did they get that water? These are the questions I think. I'm looking at this place in the world. Where's the water? Where's the bodies of water? There's a fountain, I think. A bottle of water might be worth a lot over there. I went to the Statue of Liberty about 25 years ago, and it was $10 for a bottle of water back then. It was in 2000. Oh, it was in 2001 when I went. I went to the World Trade Center and the Statue of Liberty in August 2001. Or maybe July 2001. World Trade Center. I'm not trying to say anything here. I'm just telling you about a vacation that I took, and people will probably try to read into that. There's nothing there. I don't care about conspiracy theories and things, so... I will say, if you ask me one thing or the other, do I believe a government? No, I don't believe any country's governments.
Welcome back, everybody watching at home and at the Gadea Arena. We got a lot of top esports fans here, and all these signs and all the things. Let's get these ones over here. I don't even know what's going on some of these, but the passion shows from everybody here cheering on top as they took game one. Top esports fans, how we feeling? It's just a sea of them up there. It's ridiculous. Now, G2 fans, I know you've been making noise, but I'm gonna need to hear some from you, okay? Let's get a chant for G2! I'm just gonna say, I think there might be a few more top esports fans in the audience. What do we think? Top esports? All right. That's it from us here at the Gadea Arena. Let's see what happens in game number 2. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you, Kangas, for that, as we are getting ready for game number 2 between Top Esports and G2 Esports. We'll see who is going to take it down. Will G2 be able to come back, or will we see Top Esports easily close this one out in the 2-0? Josie, what do you think?
Honestly, with how dominant that win looked from Top Esports, I'm going to have to say Top Esports, the heart and the brains that we were hearing about from this studio are really starting to shine through at this point. However, we also saw Team Liquid have a very dominant win over T1 in their first game of the series. And now, this is G2. They're going to have their first game on the blue side in this series. And we'll have to see what the adaptations are. It is so important how they choose to play around the Tristana.
You know, I think the best way to play around it is to just ban it away, or you got to first pick it here on the side of G2. And we'll see if Top Esports gives credit to that and bans it away themselves. It is going to be the Lucian first ban from them. See the Zyra first.
Okay, we're in game 2 now. It's not looking good for G2.
We could not keep up with it. That's not the
They're going to have some crazy draft here, I think, to win this game.
They'll have a nice strategy coming into the second game after what was a very dominant first game from Top.
It's really interesting to see the difference in how effectively this Zyra has been played over the past couple of games, right? We have seen that it has had absolutely dominating performances, and we've also seen that it was completely ineffective, but top esports absolutely love playing around this style of game where they just remove tyrant lanes from the game.
Banning Zyra is not a good ban. You need to ban
It
Brand.
really looks like it's setting up their mid laner to potentially play the Corki uncontested.
Zyra is the lesser one of the, like, you're allowing them now to G2, you're now allowing top to take an even better pick because Zyra is like the lesser pick that they're going to take. I think they're going to take Brand.
It does come down to picks in this meta.
Maybe Ivern.
It does get banned away pretty early on.
Oh, they banned Ivern, yeah.
They're just going to give it over to the side of G2, and G2 will not escape that opportunity to take it, and they will immediately first pick it.
There's not a lot of lanes that can really go toe-to-toe with Rumble. One of the things that you oftentimes look to do is you just lane swap into it, but it does look as though 369 might be going towards one of those classic picks that you can play into the Rumble, get a lot of magic damage up in the top lane, and instead going to be going for the Yone right away. Now, this is really interesting. This has been one of the common picks that has been used as a counter pick to Corki's quite a bit, but there's obviously no Corki coming out in this game. It's going to be a blind Yone, and in fact, a blind Kennen, double blind solo lanes coming out from top esports.
Yeah, it does come out pretty early. I thought maybe we were going to see the Sejuani just to try to get a really strong mid-jungle duo.
I think top knew the flaws that I've talked about in G2.
A Malphite being hovered, saying, okay, we
Maybe they'll put Rumble in the jungle. I would like that.
these lanes.
Nope.
But instead, it's just going to be.
I hope they don't pick Morgana.
Talia
Counter
is
that.
available. Could be a look. We saw Talia Vi working out for T1 in Game 3 of the first series tonight.
It is worth noting.
They got to, now they got to do some, now G2's got to do some crazy stuff where they roam around and make picks with buy. But it's pulling them out of the AP meta that we're in.
Combo with what we've already seen, and we are going to be getting a LeBlanc coming through from Caps. We have seen a couple of bans towards this champion so far in the tournament, but no actual picks for it during the Esports World Cup. It's going to be Caps looking for an opportunity to shut down Cream on the Yone, but this is a very volatile mid lane. Even if LeBlanc does have a bit of an advantage in the laning phase, if anything goes wrong at all, the Yone can absolutely dominate the rest of the game.
Definitely can, but that LeBlanc and the Vi together are such a deadly duo. The two of them together can find targets from miles away and isolate them and take them down. We'll see if they can.
But it's Maokai, an AP jungler. They'll probably take the Leon rezone it. I doubt we'll see the Warhawks.
As they will avoid the Sejuani entirely and just go for this pick instead. Definitely can feel pretty good into what is a very aggressive composition so far from G2.
And it's not common either that we have so much of the top side picked at this point and none of the bottom lane, right? Now we actually have to see what is going to happen with so many powerful picks in the bottom side of the map already removed. The Ashe next on the chopping block, the Lucian already gone as well. I'm really expecting to see picks like the Varus start to rise in priority in these games once again, because we're not expecting Ezreal to be there. It's already gone. The Ashe is gone. And Varus really is kind of that next tier of AD carry that I expect to see in these games.
Yeah, would not be too surprised to see that coming up next. For top esports, they're thinking about what, AD carry they want to get. And essentially, it's a little bit of a game of chicken because they could ban a top one and then, maybe hope that G2 don't ban another one so that they can get a top AD carry. But instead, it is just going to be the Braum that does get banned away, which has been rising in priority over the course of Esports World Cup.
It's just asking for a Leona ban to follow it though, right? If you do have this as the red side, you could just grab the Leona, and the Braum has been the classic counter pick. And now G2 has to decide, if we give them Leona, what are we going to get instead? Is it going to be an Alistar ban? Really just daring Mako to play the Leona, which I see no reason not to.
They're saying, okay, you want an even better spot to pick Leona? We'll ban away Alistar.
Now you have to pick a good champ.
Yeah. If you're not picking Leona here, I do not know what the choice would be, to be honest. And they will choose it here. So let's see what G2 have prepared, because they had to have known.
At this point, you're gonna have to swap Rumble down to support for Mickey X and do something drastic.
Some kind of plan for the Leona, and it actually
Because he's either playing into Yone or Kennen, which probably counters him.
Go for the champions that they will be locking in. The Forest does end up being the answer, and the Rel, not nearly as common of an answer. It has been very strong in the past, and there are some good tools to combo this with the Chain of Corruption.
They gotta, G2 gotta go around all game and make picks.
But it feels as though you just made your game
And I guess they've got a little bit of poke in Varus and LeBlanc.
And the Kennen are going to create so much zone control that Caps and...
I don't know, is Rumble like a poke champion? I mean, he's kind of pokey, Ian and Qin, but he's more burst damage.
Fantastic.
I guess that's poke.
It can really break up your ability
Pick and poke. Pick and poke comps. That's what we'll call G2.
Yes,
Pick
they
and
still
poke.
have great pick potential on the top side of the map to G2, but especially if they lose map control and you're dealing with having to engage into both of those champs, you're not going to have a good time. It's just not going to happen. And you see the reason for the Alistar ban, the Rel coming out. That is one of the biggest counters to Rel, the Alistar, but you did also give this free Leona over. And I suppose for G2, they said, well, we're mostly worried about Ezreal Leona rather than just Leona itself. And they do let that one get selected. So at the end of the day, who are you liking in terms of the drafts here, Joshi?
I'm still liking Top Esports once again, although Caps really has some of the most outplay potential of any champion in this game. If this is a time for the Western GOAT to step up, it has to be right now. This is their last potential chance to move on in this series. If they drop this one, they will have to watch their key get crushed, and then we will see the LPL advance to play up against T1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, coming into today, I actually felt like this series, the second one, was going to be closer than the first one. But Team Liquid made it really interesting between them and T1. And you know what? So far, G2 haven't been able to make it as interesting, in my opinion. So I really want to see them get something going here for game number 2 and make this a competitive series. Otherwise, Top Esports are going to be going on to the finals.
I'm kind of a Twitter addict. I like tweeting for some reason. I get stuck and caught in it. I do really stupid stuff for myself that I need to take that energy away and use it for this.
As well, right? We're looking at Caps as one of these players who has a lot of tools to try and make outplays going into Top Esports. Use that mobility, use that burst of damage, and create zones of vision where you have total control. But Broken Blade also received the first pick Rumble in this game. He picked it blindly. He's now going to be going into 369's Kennen, which is already a bit of a tough matchup, but it is definitely going to be on Broken Blade to showcase why they put as much faith as they have into this top laner who has been so strong for G2 throughout the spring split.
Absolutely. That's going to be the biggest thing to look forward to. The first pick always kind of has that extra weight on their shoulders saying, hey, we're giving you the best pick in, you know, everything that hasn't been banned, and we're expecting you to do a lot with it. As guys, it looks like we do have a slight technical issue with one of the computers here trying to get this.
Well, here we go again. Riot wants to test my nerves and patience. I'm gonna get up for a minute till this draft game get going.
Fourth game number 2, I hope. As you were mentioning, you know, the LeBlanc coming out here for Caps as well. I really do feel like the heavy commitment to the top side of the map here from G2's draft. The Rumble, the Vi, the LeBlanc. That 2v2, especially the mid jungle, I feel like they should have a really nice angle there, especially in the early to mid game.
I also think it's kind of funny that we are getting the LeBlanc and the Yone. I saw a tweet earlier today where people were looking at some very high elo solo queue players who are like, Corki Strana, and then LeBlanc and Yone were about the only 2 champions after that you're seeing anyone play at the top of the solo queue ladder. And this is going to be a perfect example of seeing what happens if those 2 other champions were to disappear. It does look as though
looks like a problem with Hansama's computer.
Having some issues.
Oh, they gotta reboot it.
Game, but it does create a much more volatile.
They're at the loading screen.
The ones that we've seen before, Corki and Tristana just kind of neutralize each other in a lot of ways. And even though yes, Korean was getting the better of the matchup last time around, normally both of them just farm very heavily as we get into game.
Yeah, I was told it would be a quick issue, and you know what? We are just about done with it. As you can see, they have entered the game, and we should be heading off into game number 2 in just a moment. So thank you for your patience, but we shouldn't require too much of that from now on. As we are getting ready for game number 2 of Top Esports up against G2 Esports. Will G2 fight back and bring us to game 3, or will Top Esports prove to be one of the best teams here, as they have not yet dropped a game in the Esports World Cup?
And as they jump in, we can already hear the shouts of the crowd.
All right, guys, here we go. Hopefully G2 pull this around. Trying to get a little bit of energy mustered back in myself. I've been kind of quiet and tired the last couple of days. I apologize. I wasn't planned for World Cup. Should have planned for it a couple months out, you know, and been ready for it. I just randomly decided, hey, let's stream World Cup every day. We didn't know it was going to grind us down and wear us out so much every day of 6 hours, 7, 8 hours of casting and talking and everything. So we're here. We made it through it.
How quickly they were willing to launch both their solo laners as soon as the Rumble came through.
Don't know if this will be the last game of today or not. It's not looking good for G2.
Definitely do a number in terms of...
At least the gold's even right now at 45 seconds.
For G2, they have the LeBlanc, they have the Varus, who do have a very nice
And Top Esports already have one leg up on G2 because they just took out one of their wards. So there goes some information that G2 needed.
To try to bait out, you know, slicing Maelstrom from 369 and then just, you know, kind of chain of corruption him in position and then just not even deal with him at all. And certainly...
It looks like Yikes repositioning. He's going to start on the blue buff.
In terms of the back and forth team fights in this one, as, speaking of which...
I hope he does.
Find an extra tree in that bush that's not quite supposed to be there.
Yeah, a little bit surprising.
He needs to just start blue because he's going to lose his... he's doing what he needs to do. Yikes doing what you do there.
Mickey.
Yeah. Speaking of which, he is going to have to jump over the wall here, as already is taking a big chunk down in that bottom lane. And he's not going to be feeling too good about that one. Meanwhile, 369 just taking a bit of harass himself. Ken, level 2 on the blue buff, and now he's entering Yikes jungle.
Very aggressive already coming out from Tian, but they seem to have a good...
Oh yeah, I had a brain fart there. I was thinking G2. I don't know what I was thinking there. So Yikes on his side. Wow. For some reason I was thinking G2 was a red there for a minute. They're blue. That's like the first brain thing I've had where I forgot the wrong team I'm looking at. So he's starting on his blue buff. He's losing his red buff.
Especially in the support role.
Which is fine because if you don't have to go down where Yikes going, he could go up into the red side. He probably should be clearing out that side of the jungle and then vertically going up into Red's top jungle.
Brutal position to be in as Yike yet another situation.
Because he could have had their Red, their Raptor, and their Krugs. They do have a ward sitting there.
As they do, and now Top Esports will allow Tian to clear out his entire side of the jungle. He still has Gromp, the
But I could be wrong. I think if I was Yike, I would have gone and cleared this out and went over and did the Raptors in this area and come back that way because Broken Blade's gonna be shoved up into Kennen anyways. So I would have probably done that. I think that's what he's trying to do now.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Caps dominating this mid lane match.
It is warded, or it had a ward. Okay, the ward dropped. So he's doing... I have a lot of confidence in Yike. I think he's a really good jungler. I think he's looks like a good kid that you would want.
Find out about his own red buff.
I've never heard anything negative, or you don't hear Yike did this outside of the game. He seems like a very good person.
Alongside of Mickey X, who's following him up, so a lot of follow-rooms here from both sides.
It just is an entire party from everyone on both sides trying to rectify.
So they've got that ward. They know he's in the enemy jungle now.
This red buff, all as Tian does smite that one away, but could potentially go for something a little bit more aggressive as looking to potentially hop the wall into the Krugs, does not in fact get spotted as we just see these very small skirmishes across the board.
Yep. We got supportal combat here on the bottom river.
We got supports fighting over a crab.
Meanwhile, is going to get that knock up.
So see, Yike didn't get anything.
Slowly but surely find a way back here in this matchup. Early on, that should go the way of LeBlanc, and Caps is doing a great job of exerting that pressure in the mid lane, as you would expect.
But still, Tian doing a really good job at managing where Yike can go, because Yike didn't have anything to farm, finds themselves on the top side of the map, trying to create some
It was just indecisiveness. If he was an AP jungler, man, he could have got in there and got all that farm and been out of there before even thinking about it. That's, again, why we're playing AP junglers.
Good wave position up here
So,
from Blades. He does have at least somewhat of a freeze to deny some minions from his opponent.
Yeah. Does feel pretty good up there in the top side for Broken Blade. Now, we are going to see...
Tian's already been back and got his jungle item and a control ward.
In the mid lane and has caught up a decent
I guess Yike's probably trying to get enough gold for that is it Tunneler? The first
one did go for the last 30 seconds.
First buy item.
Very proactive, looking for another angle here, maybe down on the bottom side of the map, as Anzalma is going to find the tree once again, does proc that cleanse, as that TP is just going to go into the mid lane.
Top's playing how I want a team to play. They're more interested in stealing the enemy's jungle and jungle camps over their own. And that's some of the things we talk about here on the Sodaron stream when we're playing the game and talking about jungling.
He's going to lose that situation as well, but yeah, not going to dive LeBlanc. Definitely kind of a fool's errand if you did want to try to go for that one, especially at level 6. But still, very much on a nice edge here. Feels like the trades are very close in a lot of these lanes. And, you know, once we hit that tipping point, once someone gets that first kill, they could
So what I mean by that is, like, when I'm jungling, if I'm Yike on blue side,
kills so far, just
my emphasis and priority is I want to be jungling in the enemy side, stealing their camps away, and then come back and get mine.
But G2 is going to be sending Caps good to get that fruit. But the other major things we will see...
Hopefully, I really want G2 at the dragon here. I don't like this. I don't want him going after Void Grubs. So I want him getting the dragons. They don't...
Running back into the map is going to get there a little bit too late, and Tian not looking like they're going to be contesting.
I would say what he's thinking is need to get level 6 and start ganking with the ult.
Not necessarily known for being the best champion at taking the turrets, but very good at getting to the...
We don't see his XP bar. See how much XP these Void Grubs give.
To push lanes and
But I really want him down here getting dragon. At least they got the Void Grubs off now, so maybe he can start making a play down bottom at the dragon. The whole pit, the pit has like 4 wards around it though, so G2's not just gonna go down there and take it.
Too far behind and should be okay.
But I'd really like to see Yike going down the bottom now for this dragon to get it, or at least G2 to set up around to fight this dragon or attempt it. To at least put up a fight to try to take it away from top.
And no trade for the dragon either after the grubs were picked up. It is going to be top esports not necessarily having the same kind of explosive early game, or not, I mean, just aggressive early game that we were seeing from them in the first game of the series. No Zyra means it's a lot harder to go for the tri lane because, as Ox pointed out, you don't have the same amount of time.
So G2 get out one of those wards at the dragon pit.
Down here in the bottom lane when you're the Zyra, because you do every...
There were like 4 sitting around him a minute ago. And now Top's starting up the dragon. I don't think G2's prepared for this. Yike should be running down there to the dragon pit right now with Caps. And that's not happening. They're just giving it over, and you're slowly losing the game already. You don't want to give these top teams a dragon like Top. They just showed you in the last game. If they get 4 of them, they can close the game out in 25 minutes. You don't want to see a 40-minute long game and rolling the dice. I like teams that are confident that they can go in and win in 25 minutes.
No kills just quite yet though, Valdez, as everyone just able to get out of everything. I am expecting to see... Whoa.
Let's see, we've got a teleport on 369, so he can make a dragon flank play. Broken Blade's teleport will be back up very soon, so now would be the time for Top to go for dragon. And they just got a fight down here in bottom, so I'd say they're going to take... Is Tian going to go up here and take the dragon? I don't know if he's got enough health or not.
finally does come through, and Top Esports has a small gold lead, it looks like, for the
I think Top are just
game, as they will
kind of
find that kill down in the bottom side.
having fun, trying some new things.
Like you said, it will be going over towards the Maokai. They would have loved to put that into Jackie Love, and at the same time, with Maokai committing down towards the bottom side, here comes the cross map.
Yeah, Yike has not used his ult yet, and that is the dash out of 369, and here it is, the flash away, slicing Maelstrom immediately as Yike is under the turn. He's in a lot of trouble, and down he will go. 369 in the 1v2 will win it, but here is Caps in the top lane, and immediately he trades it back. So G2, well, it's a little shaky there at first, but they do at least trade a kill back.
Really good roam up from Caps, making sure that the kill does end up going over. I feel as though
The answer is no. Tien's not going Leandries, so he's not even playing AP jungler right now. I just think they're so far ahead they don't need it. But when they're in the LPL, they're playing AP jungler every game. I watched the series last night. Anyone's Legend versus
Looks like Broken Blade has overstayed his welcome.
FPX. It was the AP jungle battle. Very good series where AL just stomped FPX. I really like Anyone's Legend. Fun team to watch.
And Top Esports will still enjoy the kill.
We're always going to look at where the cross map comes in from there, but it doesn't look as though G2 are ready anywhere on the map to make a play happen. Yike does not have the ultimate available just quite yet. But
that's the item I was talking about, the Tunneler, but the Caulfields is the better first item.
Caps just have the Mimic Distortion. That's going to get this TP.
But again, we're not in this meta. We're the AP meta.
Does not have the equalizer.
The only reason like T1 and some teams are picked by is they know they can get away not playing that meta.
On the side of G2 is here, and they do collapse and get 2 kills in the mid lane.
A great counter again coming through from G2.
Now if they can shove the turret in.
Over right here to Broken Blade.
They're losing Void Grubs.
Going over towards the top laner at the same time. Both AD
Right now, Yike staying even with Tien.
Teleport to come through as so much pressure being relieved.
Yike has a lead.
G2 finally pulling ahead in this game.
135 gold ahead of Tien.
Absolutely. I mean, some free time with the turret on bot. Jackie Love has some free time himself as Caps. He's been such a huge menace. It feels like he's pulling a lot of attention towards him, but he's LeBlanc. He's totally fine. He has not died at all, as he will just distort away from the enemy team, as it does look like Hansama should be able to get the first turret blood, even against the 2 members of Top Esports. We'll see what this race looks like, but looking good for Hansama right now.
Hansama is able to just step so far forward here because they have enough vision control on the bottom side of the map, and 369 has no idea where so many of the members of G2 are that he has no opportunity to even try to contest the bottom lane structure. So it will.
So Top's in here trying to steal. There we go. Now we got Yike and Mickey working together here. They're keeping Top from taking that blue buff. And
could come down from Mickey X, and Tien just has to
trying to turn this around. Comes Cream in here, doing ult, 3-man ult.
Re-engage from the side of Top Esports. A lot of low health bars, but they can't quite get a kill. Finally, Jackie Love will get one, but he has to flash away. Mickey X, the second to eventually fall as they're diving Jackie Love in the top lane, and they will take him down. But Cream is such a huge menace on this Yone. And that is going to be the route here. Unbound Soul comes in, and Broken Blade will give the double kill over
does
Cream.
Caps want to give him one too?
Both of these mid laners are everywhere in so many of these fights, but Cream coming out a little bit ahead when all is said and done. Probably because 369 the far side also getting even more money. But Cream just fighting so many of these small.
And Tien gets to go get some extra farm that normally he would never get because his mid laner just picked up
another dragon is spawning.
Good bit of extra gold, an extra 1,000 gold there.
Push 369 away from this side of the map.
Hansama's just on a ward. He has no idea as he's getting flashed on by a Maokai, but it might actually bite them back as no, Hansama will be stunned down, and
Tien's gonna live.
As in goes Jackie Love.
And the dragon's up too.
A double kill himself.
Thanks, right? That's what this means, right? Can I read this?
Infernal Drake as well.
It has to be a trap.
I never know the Void Grub thing. I think the Void Grubs and
European fans
Okay, Harold.
find some opportunity to turn things back on Top Esports. It's been back and forth. So
I know Harold's at 15 minutes. I just
going in favor of Top Esports really creates a big question for the rest of the game because.
Okay, so now here's the second dragon. So they're halfway to being able to close this game out in 25-30 minutes.
You have the Yone, who can both create a lot of pressure in the side lanes, and they don't ever have to get battle to G2, and they can just fight him anyway.
Pav's just isolated, has nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down, and the two carries right now are Cream and Jackie Love, and the two of them come together to just absolutely assassinate the LeBlanc. As Caps, he thought he was safe. I was talking about the, mobility of this pick, but he's not able to mobility his way out of that death. Now it is going to be.
So Yike still has a 500 gold lead over
but at this point in time,
Tian.
it just kind of feels like a small gift compared to what Top Esports are getting.
And Han Sama, like you said, having no idea that they are on a ward, was looking to push out 369 earlier, potentially looking for a bit of a play, but doesn't have the same kind of burst as Lethality Varus was showcasing even earlier.
I was gonna pop on my stream last night and stream the Anyone Legend and FPX game, but I didn't. I was laying in bed.
Similar mistake.
But
in the back pocket, but there's a lot of
I should have done that.
They're going to spot him as the Rel is pretty good at getting out of the first engage. Can he get out of the second one? The slow comes
Here we go, the Maokai ult, which easily gets avoided. Oh, somebody got rooted.
It extended up to Yike. He's going to have to flash away himself. And Top Esports, they're just on the hunt for any champion on the side of G2.
But they know they gotta roam around because G2's got this pick and poke comp.
A little bit of minion damage fed to the tower guys.
I mean,
however, it is still Top Esports creating a
really top have about the same thing, a pick and poke comp.
Looking at yet again, Broken Blade, we put some pressure on him at the very beginning. He got the first pick in the entire game. He's on this rumble. He is up about 1,000 gold, but when you look at the rest of the map, it doesn't look nearly as good for the side of G2, and that means that so much of their damage is going to have to come out from this rumble.
Yeah, he's going to have to lift some heavy weight, and yes, there is a slight lead in the jungle as well, but it still feels like Tana's done more so far in this game, right? I mean, yeah, got that ult in top lane where they...
Does Tian mean weather? I'm pretty sure that his name means weather in Chinese. Random fact.
Extremely valuable vials. So
G2 did manage to get the Scuttle Crab here and get some vision over the Dragon Pit.
In the right pockets, right? It's in the Yone, it's in the Kaisa, who are both, about to hit 2 items, at least in the case of the Yone. Kaisa's already got it. Mako thinking about getting there onto Broken Blade, but not going to overextend, as Top Esports going to enjoy about a 1,500 gold lead here in the mid game.
At the same time, we also got to look at the fact that we are blessed once again, Valdez, with the Hex Soul in this game, as we get to see Jackie Love over 1,000 gold on anyone else in the game. In fact, his lane opponent, Han Sama, the closest player in the entire game. But as the Rift Herald does crash, with about 2 minutes left on the Hextech Dragon, we're going to have to look at how Top Esports can continue to build up some of these small advantages. They got 4 dragons straight in that last game. They've gotten 2 more, 6 dragons.
Check out my NASCAR race
More
here.
than that, honestly, if we look at their previous series. But Top Esports have had so much control. And like we said at the beginning, they have a lot of dangerous ults that you have to be aware of. A lot of redundant crowd control.
I didn't know Kyle Larson was racing today.
If Yike goes in, if Caps goes in, suddenly it's a very dangerous place to be, because once you go in, it's very difficult to get out.
They're not getting out. I mean, there's just so much lockdown from the Slicing Maelstrom, the Nature's Grasp, the Solar Flare, even the Leona can be very good at peeling. Mako's in the right spot. Top
Okay.
They found a lot of picks themselves. They don't even necessarily have to do that, but I think if you find a couple of members of G2 that are out of position, you can still look for opportunistic picks from their side, and they've been pretty good about doing that, but also not overextending and getting out of position, because really where their bread is buttered is in that disengage and kind of re-engaging from a good position for them. As Tian is he's in his own jungle, but he is spotted. It doesn't look like G2 are going to overextend for him, but they're certainly trying to set up some vision here around the next dragon that's about to spawn.
It's going to be hard for G2 to maintain any position here with just the amount of poke that will be coming through. Jackie Love does have the 2 items. Suddenly that W becomes, oh, it's not quite evolved just quite yet, but he is getting very close. But still, top Esports, they have the Maokai to push things around. They also have plenty of opportunities for Cream and 369 to potentially teleport to very dangerous flanks. They will be teleporting Yone into the mid lane. But with the Dragon still spawning in about 10 seconds, top Esports will be able to take control of the mid lane first.
Yeah, the mid-prio definitely going to be very important. They're just going to flash onto the block. Not sure about that one, but honestly, it's still working. As the Nature's Grasp, he puts himself in such an excellent position.
I thought this Kanga guy did a really good job at hosting this event. Egon. I think Kanga's like the main host, though.
Doing so much work and
I can't think of the LCK guy off the top of my head at the moment. Caster.
Massive gold lead and a
I don't know why his name is
slipping. They're going to get this mid lane turret. They should be able to get the bot lane turret. They're going to be getting this Hex.
He's the legend.
Every single one of these
So here, G2 are just slowly losing the game because we're back to the same thing I harp on as the Dragons. And how you have to, you must get the 4 dragons in the soul to close out the game. Then there's like a really small percentage chance that maybe you can steal an Elder Dragon and flip a game, but that's, why would you want the stress of knowing every game that it must rely on that? Wouldn't you want to be able to sit here comfortably and go, I know I'm going to win. I'm not stressed. I practice that much. And have almost everything taken care of instead of like making up an excuse and being like, yeah, but they could come back if they got this and that. Like, why? Why have that much stress all the time? Why not just take the 4 dragons within 20 minutes, close out the game in 25 or 30 minutes?
From the engage, and so Jackie Love.
I mean, I know you play weaker teams in your region, and it's boring to you, so you got to try new things. But you can level yourself up by like tying one hand behind your back, and
in this position,
even in your own region when you're playing LEC teams.
Looks like Caps is caught once again, but they're trying to get on top of Jackie Love, and they will. It's a shutdown of the bars, but no.
Oh man, what an ult.
And everybody on the side of G2 is once again going to be caught up here. They sacrificed Jackie Love.
I'm sorry, G2 Army, but I think that G2 lost this game. And it goes back to what I've harped on today, second day, third day. It's all about the dragons.
That was fine. The rest of my team does have this after all. And 369, another massive ult in another team fight. Caps will try to do something, but he has nothing to say.
Yeah, Caps, he's desperate to just try to do whatever he can. As now Yike is going to get into the backside of this pit, but top Esports, they're not going to take any risks with this one. They're going to stop hitting the Baron. They immediately turn onto the Vi, and Yike doesn't really have an angle to get into this one. It is pretty low, and he nearly does get in there, but it's not quite going to happen. As now Mako, you see Mickey X, he's like, maybe I can get in on the action. Well, the answer is no. Well, I suppose he does get in on the action, but he'll just immediately die. As the kill will go to Jackie Love and top Esports, they are running away with this game.
The Baron buff comes through. They're already up 2,000 gold in this power play. The 5,000 gold lead come through, and the chants are also starting to get pumped in from the arenas. Top Esports fans, so many of them traveling here to be in Riyadh, are ecstatic that their team is starting to come up with so many of these plays. And G2, the desperation that we were talking about them feeling before is in full effect now. Caps doesn't have the money to do anything in these games. Broken Blade, who had a lead up against 369 for so much of the game, has now fallen behind after a couple of massive team fights from 369.
We'll take a look at the replay once again. It's, you know, they get the pick. They're trying desperately to do what their comp does, which is press your Vi ult, get an equalizer on top, and get a kill. And they do that, but then this happens.
Yeah, 369 finding a full ultimate on top of Han Sama just means that the forest goes down very quickly, and with so many resources spent on trying to take on Jackie Love, you had nothing left for the rest of the team, and now we'll see how many structures they can get. Ultimate's already out.
Yeah, they're just pushing forward. The Nature's Grasp going to create so much room as Caps is just flying all over the map, and now Cream is going to get in there as well. The damage to Equalizer is actually very nice, but do they have the follow-up? It looks like the answer is absolutely no, as Cream just waltzing into 4 people. He even gets away alive. Not sure why he was walking that way, but you know, it's fine. He survives, and Top Esports still have a minute left on their Baron buff.
However, they've lost a lot of those health.
I get bored and I get drawn into, I like tweeting and stuff, and I know that G2 are losing this game. I've harped on it all day, and yesterday and the day before, how important the Dragons are, that if you want to win, yes, some of the teams like Gen G don't do it, but that bit them. Like, actually,
gets to 5,000 here as another turret actually falls. And crucially here, with 40 seconds left until the Hex Tech Soul will be spawning, Top Esports have set themselves up for some massive gold backs.
Yeah, they get all this gold, they put it over their shoulder, they bring it to the shopkeeper, they buy probably merely a full item, and then they fight for Hextech Soul. And Caps might just die. The power of the Kaisa really being felt here, but did Jackie Love go too far? We've seen him do it many a time, but it looks like he will be just fine in this case, as Caps is going to be the one limping away.
Top Esports just muscle their way into the southern quadrant of the map, and now G2 have to be so careful every single brush they want to try and check. You never know which one has a sapling or a Maokai or a cannon in it. At the same time, Top Esports is going to be cleaning up the dragon. They're going to be starting it, and yike, not even able to get to the dragon.
He just can't get in, and Mako's just the security guard right in the front. Hansama already has to cleanse before the fight even really begins. They find Yike, and he is just isolated. Down he goes. The Equalizer doesn't hit anyone, and now Top Esports gonna send it right into that backline. It is an absolute decimation as they clean them up in the mid lane, and Top Esports, they might have just booked themselves a ticket to the finals.
369 only rolling 9 so far in this game. This cannon looking absolutely monstrous, and now Top Esports, like you said, 10,000 gold in the lead, 26 minutes in. G2 have to rely on Caps to try and do something to keep this game going.
Oh, and he's just being dove on as well. The Maokai, you can't get away from that.
and G2 is game number
The team is just hitting the turrets. They don't care about the LeBlanc. You see Mickey X once again desperate to try.
Guys, it goes back again to my content that I talk about in the Dragons. If you watch the content and listen to me, you will see what I say happen in front of your eyes, where I talk about, like, Gen G lost to Top yesterday for the same exact thing where they shouldn't be able to beat them. They have this bad attitude that they're so good or too good, so they don't go for Dragons, and then it's 30 or 40 minutes into the game, and it's too late and they can't come back. That's what just happened in this series. I talked about it against T1 earlier. I talked about it yesterday when Gen G lost and Top won. I talked about yeah, it's been 3 days now. I talk about this. I talk about it in my jungle stream with Brand. Go back and watch. I talk about this dragon thing. I talked about it 2 years ago in my content, how you just take the dragons and in 25 or 30 minutes you close out the game. You at least attempt to take the dragon. That's the thing. I don't even see teams right now attempt. They just let the other team take the dragon. They don't even attempt. I don't think the Void Grubs are as worse as. I don't think the Void Grubs are as worth as much as you guys think. I think they just give a good chunk of XP. Yes, they give some gold because of the plates and stuff. But that gold's not equal to the gold you get with 4 dragons. You're not getting all that gold at once. You're collecting 4 pieces of the gold, I guess, with each dragon. And then you've got a golden Triforce and you close out the game. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. Hey Pizza and hey Leon, what's up? I'm about to go to the bathroom. Did you guys watch any of World Cup today? Guys got any questions for me? I know, Leon, you asked me to stream today. I probably won't stream. I'm not really feeling like it right now. maybe if I take a break and have a little bit of energy, I'll come back and stream like you asked. I didn't forget, Leon, that you asked me to stream. I'm going to. When World Cup is over, I will be going back to streaming every day. I will say that it's kind of drained me the last, because we're on day 3 now. This streaming thing does like drain you when you sit here all day. And plus I've got, you can tell, like my life going on behind trying to do this streaming life. So it does drain me. I didn't sleep very well last night. I've talked about it before. Where's Sodaron been? I'm in this transition of medication and stuff. I was misdiagnosed with one, so now I've got to let it all get out of my system, and then starting the end of the month, probably be on the right medication, and that's as far as I'll go into the topic and stuff. It's nothing like horrible, or I'm not crazy or anything. It's just like, I feel like I'm missing like a tiny little piece in life that I couldn't figure out, and I think I finally got it figured out. It like all makes sense to me now. Like, I'll just say, like, I'm sometimes quick to anger over things will upset me, so I'm doing what I need to deal with all of that. Because I'm not an angry person. I just happen to, like, little things will set me off. It's really stupid. It's like just walking over a landmine. So, I've got that all under control now, and I can see it and feel it from where I've been streaming the last few days till now. My gaming, if you watch my games, like I can see it, so I know I'm in the right direction. So just hang in there with me this month. If I don't stream as much as you want, I should stream as much as, if not more than you want. Because I've got 3 days now of this 6-hour long or 8-hour long thing going on where I give you commentary and stuff. Now, yesterday I wasn't at the top of my game. I wasn't on. I'm also learning this about streaming, guys, is like, and I'm sure it's big in the entertainment business, and there's days where you're not on. Like, you're just like, I don't feel it today, and I'm seeing that it doesn't matter. I have to get up and stream anyways. I'm starting to see that, so bear with me. I'm grinding through it, Leon and Pizza. Thank you for showing up, guys, in the chat. You got any questions? Shout out to me, whatever. I will try to get back to you as soon as possible. Please go to my twitch.tv/Sodaron and follow. We are slowly gaining followers. We're slowly getting to this Twitch affiliation thing, which I think is the big hurdle. Once you get there, you can start going to events and meeting people and get free promotion, and I think your brand really start to take off after that. So we're almost to that hump now. I get it. I can't gain followers if I don't stream, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Or I could sit here and be like, I don't want to stream because I don't have enough viewers. That doesn't make any sense either, because I need to practice either way. If I wake up and have 100,000 viewers tomorrow, I wouldn't be prepared for it. So I have to slowly get better at it. I think I'm getting better at my craft, so starting to feel more confident and proud of myself. But that's World Cup Day 3 today. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. If you got any questions, shoot me. If not, please go to my twitch.tv and follow me. You know, click follow. I'll be right back. Other than that, I'm going to make my thumbnail and upload this VOD and take a break for a while, get some food, walk the dog, and I may be back later and play some League. I don't know yet. I should have time.
Got what it takes to get to the top. It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
So other than that, I'm gonna probably get off here, take my dog for a walk, feed him, make sure he's okay. He's stuck with me loyally the last 3 days of streaming through this, so I at least owe him to take him outside and walk around. And he kind of annoys me when I walk him sometimes because he literally wants to go outside and just stand there and smell a leaf for 5 minutes or smell around, and that's what he likes to do. I like to play this stupid game, so I don't dog him for it. He sits here while I play this stupid game and puts up with me, so I do owe it to him to take him outside. I'm gonna walk him, feed him, make sure he's okay. Hopefully, maybe, if I got some energy in me, I will be back and stream some more. It's not a promise. I will be back next week either way, after World Cup, streaming the game, or maybe looking at VOD. I think I'm going to do VOD reviews different now. I think I'm going to do them all the time, like I'm doing World Cup. That's kind of why this is important, because it's this is helping me figure out some content I could do. I didn't know I could sit here and do this the whole time, or I would have done it years ago. I probably would have had this brand grown by now, but it's okay. Things happen for a reason and play out the way they should.
With the draft.
Yeah, and I like what Top
because the last few days today, I'm doing live analysis in my VOD. It's really easy to pause things, and you guys out there, there's a lot of analysts out there and stuff. If you want to be professional and get into this, do it when it's live. It's easy to go back and pause a game and make a comment about this or that. It's a lot different when it's live. Right, your reaction, your instant. So hopefully I give good live analysis in here. I don't know if I do or not. I harp on this dragon thing over and over and over. Again, I've got a formula to how you win a game of League of Legends. You get 4 dragons, you get the soul, you go and get Baron, and then you get the Baron buff and just close your way down into enemy base, push out their turrets, Nexus, and all that. It's over, and it's over in 25 or 30 minutes. That's the way I like to play. I'm really liking Top Esports because they're playing the same style how I want to play. I don't really want to see a 45-minute long G2 game. It's not in it for me. I don't like all the ups and downs. You know what I mean? So, I used to like roller coasters. I don't know if I do anymore. It's the way I used to think, but not anymore, if you catch my drift. So, and I've always heard anything that offers you a seatbelt is evil. So, I'm just saying. It's like some quote out there where the devil invented cars because it has a seatbelt. Anyways, so we had, what did we have today? My brain is, we had Team Liquid losing to T1 today. I think T1 just played with their food. I think they know to take dragons, take the 4 dragons, 20, 25 minutes in the game, close it out. Team Liquid, I think that they did better than they thought they would, but I don't think they're as close as they think they are to the top teams. I think like Team T1 kind of played with the food and gave Team Liquid a lot of slack to play with. And they're even Team T1's like, wow, I can't believe you let us get away with that. So we saw Zeri top today, which that's the second time. I've seen Zayas pull it out before in the LCK. So that's, maybe there's like a new Lucian top. If you're a top laner, you might like that. Start playing Zeri top lane. I didn't like Sejuani that G2 pulled out. I harped on it. I'm not dogging Broken Blade, but it's kind of a red flag when you gotta put your top laner on non-meta picks. It kind of says to the LPL teams or LCK teams or NA teams, whoever they're playing against, our top laner's not as good as you. We'll put a white flag out here. So I'm not dogging Broken Blade. Maybe it's the team drafting for Broken Blade, or they're not as confident in Broken Blade, but I would like to see Broken Blade practice the meta champs and maybe get sharper and better on them. Maybe some more of that instead of so much content. Just my opinion, but again, I don't know if G2 wants to win Worlds or they're just happy with how their org runs now. I don't know. I'm just a dumb NA fan, or I'm not an NA fan. I'm a dumb NA person that's a fan of the LCK, LPL, and LEC. So that's all I can say. So we got plenty of content stuff to go over today. There's hours and hours and hours if you dig into my stream and my whatever we call this, live view. Or so thank you for showing up, guys. Leon, I do remember you asked me if I was going to stream today or if I would. Yes, I'm going to. I don't know if it'll be today or Monday or tomorrow after the games or maybe tomorrow. I don't know what time the games are. I don't know if it's at 11 or later in the day. But I know that somewhere in there I'll be casting, co-viewing, whatever you call this. You know, maybe I'm working on my casting skills right now that I'll get better at this. But be here tomorrow. We've showed up for the first 3 days, so we gotta show up for the finals. But if I have energy, perhaps I will come stream some League of Legends and play, or B, watch some LPL games. But I'm gonna shut this off for the World Cup because that's over today. I need a little bit of a break because I've been at it for 5 hours and 28 minutes. Which isn't really that bad, but gets to you after 3 days. And I just need to rest and get some good food in me and stuff. So if you don't see me, don't be mad at me. But you do have plenty of stuff. You can go to my channel now from the last few days and just dig through it. I leave you gold laying around. You just have to dig through it. You have to get out your 49er Gold Rush pan and start going through the dirt and then sifting it through the river to get the specks of gold out of it. But that gold's in there. It's in all of my content. Some of why I don't talk so much or go over things you want to know. Or I have like a debate in my head of do I want to the SH word on this person or be good to them, because I'm trying to be good to everybody in the whole thing. I'm not trying to dog on people. That's not what I want to be or who I want to be. You know, I want to be just as fair to G2 as I am to top. I am kind of more critical about G2 because I've followed their stuff and been a kind of a fan and go in on their G2 army content stuff, so might be a little bit harsher on G2. It's not that I personally dislike anyone on G2. Personally, I would like to see G2 win Worlds and win World Cup, but I don't see it in them right now. I don't see it. I don't know if it's Dylan does too much. I see a very stressed, gray-haired person when I see Dylan. Again, I don't know if it's like he has gray hair from his stress. He seems like, to me, my first assumption is he's a person that's carrying too much weight on his shoulders and trying to do too much, that Dylan Falco needs to talk around the people around him and get them doing things that he's doing so he can relax. He wants to be in control too much, which I get, Dylan, because I just went through all of this and mental health thing, and I'm a different person than I thought I was, and that's all I'll say. So it's taught me that when I get up and make decisions, I have to make my decisions differently than what I did, knowing I have what problem I have. So that's been some of my problems in the past. If you judge me a certain way and think I'm a jerk or I'm negative or mouthing you, some of it's this mental thing I didn't know, kind of in denial of, and all of it got put together here the last month. So that's what Sodaron's working on, and Sodaron doesn't let it get to him. I would like you to see how it changed me as a person, and you can see me as like a shining light to maybe help and change your life, because I think a lot of you out there are living a lie and are in denial of your life. And I don't want you to go 50, 60 years living that and realize that you could have just done something a little bit different and your life would have been easier, better, not so miserable, right? Like, again, like G2 and Dragons, like I want to see G2 win in 25 minutes, not 45 minutes later, and know in 45 minutes into the game they may or may not lose and have all that stress all the time. There's Yike. I like Yike.
What about the Heat, though? 'Cause
I
they're
don't,
ready for it.
and that's what I'm saying. Like Dylan, I don't know. I know people get gray hair early and stuff, medical things. So he may have that. He may not even have gray hair. Maybe my eyes vision is bad and I need to get new glasses. But he just seems like he's very stressed. So like maybe he's trying to carry too much weight on his shoulders where he could communicate and talk to the staff and people around him and change some things where like you got this assistant coach, well this assistant coach can take and do this job that I do, and this one can take and do this job that I do, and then I don't have to do those or worry about that anymore, and it allows me to be the head coach and do more of what I want to anyway. Like that type of thing, or talking and speaking up and opening up. I need help. I need help, guys. Instead of trying to carry all that weight. I've been through that. That's why I made the comment about Dylan right there. I see that in him. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm viewing from far away. So
well, it's
maybe G2's going to win Worlds for all I know, but I know they're not going to win World Cup, so there's that. Alright, G2 Army. See you all later. And Sodaron fans, Soda Stream, we may or may not be back later tonight streaming more League of Legends. Who knows? But I do owe it to my dog to go outside. It's nice out, walk, get some air. If I can't sleep at like it's 4 now in a couple hours. If I can't sleep at like 9 or something, because I told you I was taking a medicine for a problem that I didn't have and misdiagnosed, so it's kind of really having me messed up. So I mean, you can sit here and watch all this stuff and probably see it plain as day. That's just life. But so like this one I'm on is like slowly getting out of my system, so I'm struggling like physically with some stuff right now and mentally, but I know I'm strong enough to get through it. So you guys like Pizza and Leon and Depthsider, you help me every day by being here and help push me forward to do things I never thought I could do. So I appreciate all of my fans out there in the realm of Sodaron and everybody that's supported me and support me now. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it, and I try to be somebody that returns the favor. That's who I want to be anyways. So I will see you all later. This is the end of World Cup Day 3. Sadly, G2 is going home with Gen G, and it's going to feed into Riot's narrative of now Faker's going to have won the very first World Cup and he's the legendary Hall of Fame player. Maybe they'll make him an extra skin or something, who knows. So it's good for Riot Games and Faker. It's almost like was this narrative and storyline laid out and wrote already in the history books. That the Hall of Fame, first Hall of Fame inductee into the League of Legends Hall of Fame is also going to win the first World Cup ever. Kind of plays into all that narrative, doesn't it? So was this all written beforehand and played out? Who knows? I'm just an analyst and a coach and some random person online that plays League of Legends. My name is Sodaron. Please go to my channels, twitch.tv/Sodaron. On there's a YouTube channel. Please follow, subscribe, like, all of that social media stuff. It helps tremendously and it's very important. It'll help somebody get off the ground. So if you don't know what to do with yourself, you want to do a favor for somebody, want to do something nice, just go to that twitch.tv and follow me. And if you're really bored, you can go to the YouTube channel and follow me there as well, but right now I would rather focus on the Twitch. That's the one. I was focusing on the wrong one. I was always focusing on the YouTube channel, where now I'm focused on the Twitch and the streaming. The YouTube's just more like an archive. It's like my museum of Sodaron.